Okay. Let me just make sure that YouTube's actually working. So, I got my first stream off without a hitch earlier today, which was good because, you know, only 1 minute between when I actually started it and when the servers went live. This time, my hard drive was not fully plugged in, the one that I run OBS off of, and that gave me an error. So I fixed that. Then I start OBS, it immediately crashes. And then I realized after trying to start it the third time that I had it set to Twitch still from the small stream earlier. And then I had to go fix that. So yeah, lovely. We're doing great. But honestly, it's not that bad. So, context for this run. If you are watching this in the future, I would imagine most people who are just joining now already know. This is my second run. So you can see here, this is live servers. I have my monk. I just finished this run. You can also find this on my channel. If you are watching this shortly after it was live, the way that I had to do this run is the very end of it. I streamed on Twitch because it went over 10 hours, and 10 hours is the YouTube cutoff point. And I'm going to take the last bit of footage for that and upload it to my second channel sometime soon. I would have liked to get the whole run in one video, but is what it is. YouTube is weird like that. But for the second run, I'm going to be doing this Night Elf Druid. We're going to be doing Guardian, obviously. And before I start the run, I'm just going to show you what to expect. So I have a test Druid. So I have the max cloak that you can get on your alts that we know of. I believe that this is the highest the cloak goes, but there is, you know, a potential that it could actually go higher, and we're just unaware of it. But you can see here, this is an alt that I created shortly before starting the stream. It has 150 primary stats, 750 stamina, 150 versatility, and more importantly, plus 100% increased experience gain. I currently think that this is as high as it goes. This is the most that you can get baseline on alts, because I have shown achievements, Pandaria Remix, Infinite Power 12. This is the max level of that achievement. You can see if I scroll down, there's no other ranks of that. And while it doesn't say it, I don't know for sure if this is how it works, but like you can see when you go over Infinite Power up to 11, it'll say increased experience for your starting alts. The final rank of the achievement only says Toys August Celestial Wings, which it does reward, but I suspect that this actually also gives you a massive bonus. Because when I tried this earlier on the previous stream, at Infinite Power 11, I was only getting 52% increased experience from the buff, and after I had reached level 70 and I had obtained the final rank of this achievement, on alts, the buff is now going up to 100% increased experience. Based on everything that I've seen from Blizzard, this is as far as we can get. And as we go in the run, I'm going to talk about this because I know a lot of people who have been discussing this in my Discord are, you know, expressing their thoughts on this, and I've done a bit of reading on like the WoW forums and Reddit and stuff, and it seems like a lot of other people are similarly confused. And if you are wondering why the experience value is so low, and you are wondering why all of Blizzard's marketing material advertises a 300% cloak, or more specifically, a 324% cloak, when the most you can get is 100%, you're not alone in wondering that. And I am going to make a speculative prediction here. I don't know for sure. I believe that the screenshot of the cloak that Blizzard has been using in all of their marketing materials is not actually achievable. It obviously was on the first version of the PTR, but they are now using a cloak with a 324% XP modifier in all of their marketing stuff. And with these changes, I genuinely believe that that is an impossible number to reach, which kind of poses some problems. And I don't really think that they should be doing that because it is just objectively false advertising. Now, I could be wrong, and it could be that there are secret achievements that give you more experience that we don't know of. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think that's the case. And that's what I'm hoping to test within this run. Now, for all I know, even with only the 100% XP increase, this will end up still being considerably faster than retail. But that's another thing. I speculate that this will not actually be faster than my leveling route. I don't know exactly, but it is fairly slow. the entire leveling process, even with 100% more experience, I'm not sure if this can match the speed of my normal leveling, because I only barely matched one of my better 10 to 60 times in my previous test run on the PTR, and I started off with around 160% experience in that run and ended with around 300-something%. And I'm starting this run with less, and considering I got way less threads on my main character than I did on the PTR, I believe they have also nerfed the acquisition rate of experience threads, so I think overall this is going to be slower than my previous run, and if that run was already slow, then does not bode well here. But we're going to try it. So for the initial part of this run, also, my friend Kelly is here. She's going to be leveling with me for part of Jade Forest. You can say hi if you want.
Hello.
Yeah, so we're in Discord. I'll be explaining things to her as we go through the early quests. The later part of this run, I'm going to do solo, but one thing that she actually suggested that would be a good idea is if on her very first character that has a no modifier, it's the first time she's leveled, she can level with me on my character with 100% increased experience, and then I will go solo the moment that I hit level 25, which is when I think that you should be leaving Jade Forest. So this will be a good way to see when I'm already 25 and ending Jade Forest, we'll be able to look at what level her character is and see just how big the difference is from a starting character to your first alt with the maxed out cape. So that will be a nice little side-by-side comparison. But anyways, are you ready, Kelly?
Yeah.
Alright. I think I'll enter world and we can get this started, because I don't really have much else to say. The intro stuff is pretty easy, though.
Cool.
Base Night Elf, yes. I normally don't get to play the regular races, but that's the nice thing about this, because they all start at level 10, I can play whatever I want. Okay, so we go over to Eternus over here, pick up this, and then it's gonna be annoying at the start here, obviously. You know, if this wasn't a speedrun, we could just do things at whatever pace we wanted, but I'm at least gonna try to go decently fast.
You want to pass me a group invite?
Yeah, I'm just trying to tag.
That on mine.
There you go. Most of these are like partly solo quests, so all that really matters is when we get to the whatchamacallit, the stuff after this island. And obviously I don't even get my cloak at this point, so we're technically speaking at exactly the same level. I need to fix my settings. Right. Also, for future runs, you could theoretically skip this. The reason I'm doing this intro is just to kind of give an accurate measurement, because obviously I did this on my previous run because I had to, and I want to give like a one-to-one copy of what it was like on my other character. So we're gonna do this. And I'll have to find time to quickly switch things. Have I tried leveling on party sync? No. Somebody did message me to let me know that it was possible. The thing is, I mean, at this point, I don't really know how that would help, right? Am I out of combat? No, I'm stuck in combat with something. While I'm stuck in combat, I'm going to just switch specs to Guardian, just to get that out of the way. That. Data melds. I mean, I just felt like playing a Night Elf, really. I'm not, like, playing it because, Shadow Meld OP. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying I could Shadow Meld to get out of combat. Yeah, you know, actually, that is the nice thing about being a Night Elf. Good point. Yeah, because I didn't even consider the racials as part of this, but you are absolutely correct. That is Yeah, that's a good idea. That's... Yeah. For alts, I should note, you will definitely want to skip this, but the entire point is to just give as close of a comparison as we can get between my previous run and this run. This should give me the Cloak. So yeah, you can see still 100% increased experience. And then to kill this guy, get a threat of power. Just gonna do this for now. And options, interface. Display class colors. Alright. Awesome that you're doing Druid. Do you like Remix so far? I feel like I need to say yes, or people are going to think I'm being negative. Oh, the audio completely cut out. Probably because there was some cutscene. Oh, nice, you made it here. We have to do the intro helicopter thing. I think at a certain point we're going to get like a little bit of roleplay where we can stop and like organize bars, etc. No, the cloak bonus does not carry over to your alts. They remove the account-wide cloak. That's, I think, the biggest misconception still present at this point in the game mode, because a lot of people still think everything's account-wide. It's not. Oh, it took me a second to actually get that working. So, the way that this actually works is there's an achievement for collecting threads on your main, and it gives you a flat bonus to all future alts. I have the highest level of that achievement, and it gives me plus 100% increased experience. As far as we all know at this point, that is as high as the cloak can go on alts. You cannot get it any further than that. And unless there is something that Blizzard has not mentioned, it appears that that is a fixed value for every single alt, not just like your first alt. So I've seen some people kind of coping a little bit saying, oh, but surely, you know, it'll stack, and then as you get more alts, the experience bonus will increase. Well, to my knowledge, I don't think really anybody has tested a second character yet, because, well, we're still in the first 24 hours. So I guess by the end of this run, we'll answer that question, whether it does stack. That's lame? Yep, it is lame. It absolutely is lame. I agree with that. There we go. Are gems that broken for leveling? Pretty much, yeah. It depends on what you mean by are they that broken. Are they broken in the sense that, like, they make leveling significantly faster? Yes. The difference between having the gems and not having the gems is pretty massive. Okay, I can organize my bars briefly. Do that. Shift Y. Where is travel form? And then this stuff I'll put on my bars. Okay, so I'm just going to shift in here to that. Swipe. Okay, parachute. Give me a second before I respond to chat. I'm just trying to try to sort through all this stuff first before I respond to anybody. I don't know why sometimes it just doesn't drag and drop properly. So once I am fully set up and I'm like comfortable with where everything is on my bars, then I will respond to messages in chat. Before that, just bear with me. And every time I say bear with me when I'm leveling a druid, people go, haha, bear. So, you know. Just heading that one off before people spam chat with it. Okay. Yeah, right. I don't get... I keep thinking that I can just fly normally because we can dragon ride. It feels really weird being able to dragon ride but not use druid flight form. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to be, like, not a druid for right now. That just didn't work. I definitely used it, and it just didn't do anything. There it is, the bear comment. Yep. There's going to be a lot of roleplay very, very soon, so just hold up. Right, oh, quest is already complete. I guess we... No, oh, it updates. Crap. To go here. Are you not able to dragon ride, Kelly?
No.
Oh. Is it account wide then? And then just
idea.
once you unlock it, then it always works for your alts? Hmm.
Yeah, if I try to... Oh, no, I can. Okay. It just didn't want to work earlier. That's fun.
Yeah, maybe it was like we had to be on a specific quest before it just automatically activated.
Mm-hmm.
Say chat is roaring to go. Oh god. Okay, I know what I need to do real quick before I forget. Have this set up incorrectly. My muscle memory is all off. Okay, we're done with that quest. Gotcha. And where are we going? Oh, over here. Can somebody get me the dragon riding text? I should probably just... Now that I keep forgetting that I need that. Oh, do the dragon riding portal thingy?
The what?
The dragon riding unlock quest, real quick. For the amount of time it takes, it's good experience.
Okay.
Thank you, Troy. I appreciate it. Also, you have the stream pulled open, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just copy and paste that thing Troy put in chat, and then we'll be able to get our dragon riding talents. Oh. Hold on. Got copy pasting things from YouTube stream chat are kind of a pain. There we go. They really need to fix this. It's so annoying that I have to do that every single run, because they just can't get it working.
As you aim for the ground, you'll pick up speed. Use this to fly faster, then level out to reach your destination.
Okay, let me scroll up. Think you would be able to repeat zones, but at high levels looks like it deactivates metagems. Gotcha. Yeah, I would say that's not worth it. If it deactivates even a single gem, that would not be worth it. Because the gems are like half the efficiency. Also, I don't know, unless we reach a point where we're just completely out of efficient quests to do, I don't think party sync is really worth doing. It's possible, but I will only use party sync if it is just so ludicrously efficient that it would be trolling to not use it. I would be surprised if that is the case. Oh, fuck. Can I still make it? Barely. I wasted my vigor there a little bit. It looks like these quests just don't give experience at all now. I think maybe that was their fix for it. Yeah, you just skip the shit now. Okay, never mind. Wasted 2 minutes, whatever.
As always, on time.
They just fixed it to give no experience whatsoever. Which, I guess is better than nothing.
It's a Blizzard fix.
Yep. Gem tier list coming? Maybe. Maybe. I might just do that on my second channel, because frankly, I don't have time to really do that right now on the main channel. Just don't, really. But, we'll see. What's the best spec to go with for, Zachary? Are you okay, buddy? I think you had a stroke while typing that message. Unless I'm just so tired that I'm, like, reading words backwards, but I don't think I am. You're high? Oh, well, yeah, okay, that explains it. Let's see. Do I get interrupted? That counts. Okay. Let me scroll up and read messages at this point. I think we're kind of at a good spot. How do you get the 100% buff? Okay, so this is how you get the buff. I said this before, but it is this achievement. Infinite Power. So if you missed it earlier today, I leveled my first character up to 70. And on that character, I got this achievement by getting a bunch of threads. Now that I've finished that achievement, on my alts, I have plus 100% experience gain. The cloak is not account-wide, it is a fixed amount. That sucks. You were hoping to power level each class? Yeah, it seems like that will be significantly more challenging now. MoP Remix, T-Mog, and Mount can be used in Kata? No. No, this, Cataclysm and Retail are completely separate. Yeah, just a fun little reference, by the way, or just for reference. I've not actually slept since doing the first run, so while I saw somebody saying I leveled my first character yesterday, for me, it's all just today. This is still MoP Remix launch day for me. Okay, I'm going to stuff.
Hello. Next one is on me. Keep your mind on the mission.
Okay. Hello? Buttons are not working. Started your second character, you didn't finish the first one. Waiting for your friends in the game is now kind of buggy sometimes with you. Buggy in what way? Oh, you said when you have to enter the gyrocopter chute, you were hovering 3 minutes before you changed to the chute animation? Ah, that's not good. Oh, I misread Azuna's message. Yeah, the gem subject is complicated. Honestly, that's one of the ones where I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't really want to answer that right now because I've been getting asked all day which gems are good. I'll just answer Brittle Victory Fire and Slay, and then if you want more of an explanation, just wait until later in the run when I actually unlock them. But I don't really want to, like, give the billionth answer on which gems are good. We'll figure that out as we go. It's just... it can get a little bit exhausting answering the same thing. Zachary, I'm gonna be honest. I think you need to go to bed, man. Like, I'm pretty tired, but I genuinely don't understand anything that you're saying. And I can't answer because I have no idea what the fuck you mean. And I say this in the nicest way possible, but I just genuinely, I don't understand what it is that you are typing. Okay. Which, you got credit for all the stuff I just did, right?
The bombings? No.
Oh, I guess that's personal then.
Apparently.
I got the right tool for the job. What you need?
I'll wait for you. Oh shit. Somebody's killing this mob. If you're fast though, I tagged it with Moonfire. They're killing it very slowly.
You have no faith in me.
What is the best tank to play? It's probably Guardian. I would have to guess.
What happened here? What was that thing? Your foe was overwhelmed by a dark energy we call the Sha. Thrives on negative emotions, such as doubt. It has been many years since I have seen it manifest so dramatically.
Okay.
I'm not surprised. The horde of monsters.
Okay, we don't need to...
Full rescue mission. Will you help?
What's the thank you for your hospitality? I assure you, you're doing the right.
You play a Druid tank? Yeah, Druid tank is good. Druid tank is definitely good. They should have given us a bag for the gems. Yeah, the fact that we don't have, like, a reagent bag that works for the gems is honestly kind of baffling. Wait, what? My travel form's not working underwater. Okay, Blizzard. This isn't classic. I don't get aquatic form until level 17. The hell? That makes absolutely no sense. Am I actually going to need to use Sea Turtle as a druid? That is just so wrong. I never realized, because normally you don't need to go into the water this early. What level are you right now? You're 14? Okay.
Your friend put up quite the fight. He nearly escaped, but now he is a prisoner, just like the rest of us.
Let me scroll up again. You want to level alts the fastest, do not play the event that is advertised as great for leveling alts. Instead, you do regular retail. Yeah. It's like I said, though, I honestly feel like Blizzard will fix this, because it is so counterintuitive that I just genuinely cannot see this as being correct. It just feels wrong. So, what my hope is that Blizzard just really missed the mark here and just didn't test it and didn't realize just how badly they fucked up. And they're going to have a bit of a realization of, hey, maybe we should, backtrack on this a little bit and actually give much larger XP modifiers. Which is kind of why I started off the stream by talking about the advertised 324% experience, because in my mind, that is kind of one of the most blatant fuck-ups. I can understand wanting to change your content because you think it's, like, better designed. And while this may be an unpopular statement, I believe that the tuning that we saw on the PTR, it was too fast. I said that at the time, and I will stand by that. We were leveling way too fast on the PTR. However, there's a difference between, you know, leveling at a regular, normal speed, which is what I thought they were going to do, and just nerfing it into the floor, which is what they've done now. And the thing that I said before on testing servers, when the Cloak was still account bound, is I was surprised that it was already so fast on my second character. Because when the entire pitch of leveling is that, you know, you're going to get faster and faster, basically exponentially as you level more characters, I could not believe that it was already such a fast leveling experience on the very second tune. And now they've not only made it so that whole, like, exponential increase thing is not in play, because there's just no account-wide Cloak, but it's less than I actually managed to get.
Done to her, Admiral? I have done nothing. This is the work of the Swing-tailed Chief.
You think we can believe him, Commander?
We have no other choice.
See, actually, I don't have an offhand or anything.
We will put down ours.
Slowly, then.
Any MoP zone you can skip while leveling the second character? Well, seeing as how I am in the process of leveling it for the first time, you're going to find out right when I do. That's what we're going to test. But what I can tell you right now is that my current plan is to level up to 25 in Jade Forest, and then the moment I'm 25, I'm going to leave this zone. Because Jade Forest becomes really inefficient really fast. So we're going to talk to you. Okay.
Do you hear the river's song? Farewell.
And now we kill a bunch of turtles. Are you killing turtles over there?
Yeah.
Alright, I don't think we share... Oh, my game crashed. Lovely. Yeah, I don't think we share credit on looting, but we should share credit on tags, so you can loot the ones I killed, and assuming that the crash didn't fuck anything up, I'll loot the ones that you killed. Yep, that works. Oh, fuck. Yep. You leveled in Jade Forest from 1 to 45, whoops. Yeah, there are a lot of quests in Jade Forest. A lot of them are very bad. So, at the very least, look on the bright side. If you are now level 45 and you're only just leaving Jade Forest, you are never going to run out of efficient quests to do. Because you have all of the good zones left. Well, except Krasarong. Krasarong, ignore like the plague. Same with Valley of the Four Winds. Okay. Right, done with that. Glassfin Heirloom. That is...
They're from the bodies on the floor.
Right.
Orphans.
It looks like we don't share credit on this quest, I think.
Mm-mm. It's another loot one.
That is... I'll run over here so we don't strip progress. Oh, nice, you got a blue... That's a fucking early blue item. Ah, it's avoidance, though. But that's still one of the earliest I've seen a blue item actually drop. Did the good gem combos change away from Slay, Brittle, and Victory? No, they are still just as good as they were before. The Crit Meteor combo is still really good. Yeah, basically, everything that I said in my second channel video about gems is still the case. It is not quite as overtuned, but it's like... so
The
basically...
bugs are actually here for you.
Huh?
Oh, there he is. Okay, he just like bugged the fuck out for a minute.
Yeah. So I suspect that basically the issue with scaling wasn't necessarily on the gems themselves. It is from the stat scaling on certain abilities. So like Exploding Keg dealing ludicrous damage, that stuff seems to be fixed. And I think that that was just causing Brittle and stuff to be even more insane during testing, because Brittle accumulates a portion of your damage. Now, admittedly, Slay is just kind of broken. A 10% execute, just... that's really strong. I'm surprised that it did not get nerfed at all. But, I mean, I'm not complaining. Oh, fuck, we get these quests early. Okay, what do we want to do here? Okay, don't pick up the SI7 report Lost in the Woods. You got the item earlier, Nostwin's Voucher, right? It's like a little card.
Nope.
Oh, you didn't pick up that quest? Check your bags just to be sure. If you don't have it, go back to Podon Village, and there's a little whelp there. It should have a purple triangle icon. And then just use the card. What's up with avoidance stats? Basically, for whatever reason, Blizzard thought it would be funny to make it so you can sometimes get stats in your gear, and sometimes instead of actual stats, you just get tertiary stats, like avoidance, speed, and leech. And you may be wondering, is there any reason that I would want to have plus speed instead of plus critical strike? No. No, there is not. It is as bad as it sounds. Basically, as far as the gearing system in this mode is concerned, sometimes you just get fucked. Instead of getting an actual piece of gear, you just get something that comes with avoidance and a tertiary stat. It's just bad. It is objectively bad design. Yeah. Wow, I got Slay and Oblivion Sphere this early? Holy shit. Okay, well, so far so good. What do I have for haste pants? Speed boots, I guess. Blink is also pretty solid. Tinker slot. Display can go there. I need bracers. I will put Meteor Storm there. And keep in mind that even though this is my second run, and, you know, I have a lot of XP stuff, you cannot ignore this stuff. You have to do your armor and whatnot. It's really tedious. It's a shit ton of inventory management, and I don't like it, but you just have to do it. That's just kind of how it is. Got all the buffs. Yep. Take that, put that down there. 1328. This is gloves. Haste, don't have that. 6 haste, 6 haste. My pants are better. I don't have a belt, so I'll take the speed belt just because that's the best thing I have. And all the other stuff is garbage. Okay. Wow, thank you, game. Just despawn the fucking Unraveling Sands. In my face. Yeah, this is definitely kind of a blessed start. Um... Alright, how much bronze do I have?
What is it? Go on. I'm certain you have things to
Buy whatever I can here. We'll go find the whelp. I want to buy Battle Shout ×1, ×2. Let's actually just get extras of these, just to be safe. Mystic Power, that's the monk buff. Alright. Just gonna buff up now before I forget. It is, this is an add-on called Extra Quest Button that's making the scroll appear on my screen. Yeah. Okay, I want to drag all this stuff over here and start combining some of these gems. I got a lot of crit gems, which is really nice. Unfortunately, I also got a lot of leech gems, which is... Actually, it could be worse. It could be armor. Those are tinker slots. Okay, what do I have? What do I want to put in here? Alright, did you do all your... any gear upgrades that you needed to do, Kelly?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're gonna do quests in Tian Monastery, because this is much faster. You'll probably want to go back there eventually, because I think you'll run out of experience by the time we're done here, but these are definitely the best quests in the hub.
welcome.
You do side quests? Yeah, there's not really such a thing as side quests and main quests in this version of the game. It's just quests. Basically, a lot of the stuff that you see marked as campaign quests, it wasn't actually a quote-unquote campaign quest back when MoP was a thing. The way that quests were designed here is there's no main quest, side quest, there's just quests. And you just do whatever is efficient. The campaign doesn't actually matter at all. When you talk to this mob here, for part of the quest, he'll give you dialogue options. You pick the one that just says, I don't need any introductions, and then I am certain, let's move on to the fighting. And it skips all of the roleplay.
Well, Leotrix said no to that.
Did it automate it?
Yep.
I have Leotrix, it didn't do it for me. That's weird.
Hello. May the mists
Well, either way, you got here. Okay, so we need to... I'm pulling multiple pupils. Demon Hunter almost stole my tags before I was ready. Go. Now we do ZZ. And there's another mob back here. I'm just gonna run to because at this point it's faster than dragon riding. Okay, can my dragon ride work? Yeah, why are you like out of combat? I'm just sitting here stuck in combat for like.
I've seen death.
Oh.
I'm cheating.
God, fucking hunter privilege.
You have shadow meld. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
Technically, so do I, but
I guess I should be using that, huh?
Greetings, one.
oh my god, it's not working this time. I hate this game.
Do you do the Cloud Serpent intro quests? I kind of disagree that they're fast. They're not bad, but they are not fast. They're fine. They're like average leveling speed. So no, I don't plan on doing them. I mean, there's like a few where you just go and kill mobs, but it's also like a decent amount of travel, and there's nothing to really like connect to. They're fairly isolated. And they also, what's it called? There's like the quest where you have to like escort the mobs, like the little wind serpents, into their pens.
Slow down.
Come speak with me.
You get so much gear that's useless. Yeah, that's my main issue with this. It's just, a lot of the gearing process just feels like annoying and contrived. Rather than like interesting or, you know, you build fun stuff. I know you didn't get to test it that much, but do you think the gem that pops in main class ability is Bis Tinker Gem? You've been testing it. It does like double Bulwark meta jam damage on a 1-minute CD. Well, from what I can tell, it depends on what your main cooldown is. But no, I mean, it's definitely not the Bis Gem. Like, Slay, Brittle, and Victory Fire are the Bis Gems. Like, those three are better than anything else. And that's just not even debatable. Because Slay and Victory Fire and Brittle do what the Storm Gem does 100% of the time on every single AoE pull. Now, I did a little bit of testing on the Storm Gem towards the very end of the last run, and it seemed fine. Like, it was good. But, again, I don't know enough to say whether or not it is, like, one of the better gems. A lot of people seem to really like it, so maybe it is. I'll test it more, but I can tell you right now that it's not better than, like, Slay. Not surprising. The Slay is kind of broken. You were thinking this was a VOD for 40 minutes? Well, that's probably just because it took me a while to, like, really get around to reading chat. I'm trying to be relatively, well, it's a combination of I'm trying to be kind of efficient with this run, because I really want to test, like, how fast we can actually go, and, I'm also just very tired. So, I'm going to be a little bit slower on responses in general. This quest I should probably skip in future runs. This is very slow. Especially because at this point I'm already level 21, and it doesn't really seem like I particularly need to do all the quests here. I'm going to outlevel Jade Forest very quickly. How do you start with so much XP in the Cloak? This is my second character.
Hello.
What do you need? Goodbye.
Let me know when you're over here, Kelly. I'll wait for a little bit. Back-to-back speedrun streams? Yep.
Alright, I'm here.
Youth energy? Yeah, I mean, I suppose. I'm definitely not feeling particularly energized, but I guess the fact that I'm able to do this at all is, you know, it's something. It's definitely a lot. I want to get, like, all of my MoP remix testing done as quickly as I possibly can so that I can get back to kata testing and get all that done before launch. So, I'm on a fairly limited timetable. Do you even sleep? So far, no.
He really never does.
I sleep in bursts. But I mean, to be fair, I did wake up right before starting the last stream, so I did at least get a good amount of sleep, but yeah, this is, it is tough. Other than the amount of items you get in the scrap mechanics, you're there for it. You actually like the gem system so far. Depends on what you mean by the gem system. I like the stat gem system. I think the inventory management aspect of it is bad. I think the proc, like, green gem system, I guess for lack of a better description, is just terrible. And should have been scrapped. There's just no saving grace to it. It is bad. At this point, I played around with it enough that I'm not going to try and, like, sugarcoat it and say, like, oh, you know, it has some... No, it's just bad. The fact that, like, all of my damage comes from Brittle, Victory Fire, Slay, that's not, like, fun, quirky design. It's just boring. It just objectively makes this less boring than regular leveling. Or, it makes it more boring than regular leveling, sorry. Because I'm not actually playing a class. Every single class that I play is just a vehicle for Slay, Victory Fire, Brittle to do more damage. And look, some people like BFA Corruptions, and the people who liked BFA Corruptions, they may enjoy this. I was not one of them, and that is something that I've been pretty vocal about over the years. I hated BFA Corruptions, and I hated Torghast Powers, and I kind of hate this. And there are fun elements of MoP Remix, don't get me wrong, and I wish that I wasn't constantly annoyed by how bad the little green powers are, but it is what it is. The little green powers do kind of ruin the entire mode for me. It's, I cannot see myself having any real fun with this long term, because I just don't like playing Miss Pandaria Torghast. I don't. So I'm doing the testing for you guys. I'm going to find the best leveling route, that much I can guarantee you, but to answer the multiple people who are asking me, are you having fun? No, I'm not. This is a pretty mid-game mode. But at least I have coffee. Yeah, I'm having fun streaming, right? I would be a lot more miserable if I just had to do this, like, completely on my own, just for science. It's a lot more fun when it's streamed. So, yeah, that is definitely a good point. And that's kind of why I'm, like, I really want to get, like, into the clear. Because right now, we're still at, like, the part where there's, like, routing is kind of, like, a little bit complicated. And I want to do this quickly. But I can't like just cruise control yet until I have like all of the really overpowered stuff. Then I can just kind of cruise through it. And also when I get flight form, this is going to be a lot easier, because then we'll have multiple quests where I can just like go into flight form and just scoop stuff up. It's easy peasy. All right, nice.
The fact that shared is so weird.
Yeah, that is interesting. That makes that quest actually twice as fast, which is kind of interesting. Is that isn't always the case with quests. Oh. Alright, never mind, you just killed it. Is the play to quest to 70 right now? Yeah. I'm probably going to experiment with dungeons towards the end, but as it stands, yes, the play is just a quest to 70. That's Tien Monastery. And I have yet to spend talent points. I just haven't really needed to, but I am going to stop and do all that now real quick. Hearts. Yep, that. Berserk Ravage. Can't go to Moonglade anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Take this off my bars, put that there. My battle res goes for... Okay, we go to... Next set of quests.
Orchard, maybe?
I'm trying to think. Let's try the Jade Serpent intro. I'm gonna do it just because it's close. I'm trying to think if there would have been anything better. For Horde, I know there's like a few quests that would have been better. For Alliance, I'm just trying to... I'm unfamiliar with all the Jade Force side quests. Yeah, I'm level 23. How much XP boost does my Cloak have now? 106%. So I've only gotten 6% increased experience since starting the character. An Instructor Tongue. Think around. I'm gonna fly over to the other area and just do like a gigantic pull real quick. Just because with CDs I can literally nuke like a bajillion mobs. How do you get more XP boost? You progress your Cloak on your main, and eventually you hit the baseline for what you can get on your alt, which I have reached. You're only at 15, WTF. It's, the progress early on is slow. Your Cloak on your main, or, well, your Cloak, like, the XP that you get while actually leveling will increase over time as you progress through the quests. And it, like, starts ramping up exponentially, basically. So you'll only have, like, 10-15% at lower levels, and then you'll start to get, like, 10% at a time as you get closer to 65. And then after reaching level 65, you can no longer get XP upgrades to your Cloak. I thought I got all 6. I guess I missed one. Just got an epic chest, speed, and leech. Yeah, isn't that awesome? Isn't it awesome getting an epic drop, and it just, for whatever reason, it has garbage stats that... I don't know. And the thing about that is, like, the Blizzard developers, they're not dumb. I don't think. Like, they know that nobody fucking wants speed, leech, and avoidance on their gear. So... the literal only reason why they designed it like that, and I'm pretty sure most people said it felt bad on the PTR weekend. Like, I said it felt bad. I don't think anybody said, yeah, this is nice, getting tertiary stats as a main stat. And there's only one logical reason for it to still be in the game, and that's they just want to arbitrarily make gear harder to come by. But what I don't get is, like, why? Why is that good design? Why? Because in regular leveling, like, when you complete a quest in, like, Silverpine Forest or Hillspread Foothills, you don't have to, like, get lucky to get the item you need. You do the quest, and it gives you the gear. Like, in Warlords of Draenor leveling, you just get gear from quests, and a lot of the WoD gear for, like... Yeah, I hit 25. I'm just gonna try doing these quests. These 3, and then I will, if you want, assuming.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, because it seems like there's a lot of mobs. It's, I don't understand why, in a mode that's meant for more efficient alt leveling, we're just adding more levels of abstraction to the gearing process. It's just annoying to deal with for veteran players like me who understand how to deal with it, but still don't like it. And it is just downright a nuisance for new players who aren't going to understand that stuff. And I would argue that a lot of new players aren't going to realize that they shouldn't be equipping a higher item level piece that has avoidance. A lot of newer players are probably going to go with the mindset of, oh, highest item level is best, and they're going to be losing stats by equipping quote-unquote upgrades because Blizzard did this. It is just genuinely baffling design. I really don't get it. You think it's the idea is to give people the option to make busted builds from off-meta things, like getting a lot of leech with Brewmaster? I mean, like, I hear people say that, but, like, you do understand that it's still Dragonflight classes, right? Like, people keep saying, but that doesn't work. Like, you don't need leech as a Brewmaster. Like, basically, every single thing in this game mode so far that has killed me has been, like, a one-shot. You don't need armor. You don't need leech. You don't need avoidance. Like, you don't need speed. You get that on your cloak. There's absolutely there's no off-meta thing. It's just bad. The game works the way it works, and I can tell you that there's nothing off-meta about running leech on your gear. It is just bad. I don't know. Like, obviously play the way you want, right? And I understand the idea of, like, speed sets and stuff, but the thing is, we get so much speed from our cloak. So it's not even a case of, like, oh, well, I want to play a different way. You are not playing a different way. You are just playing Brewmaster, but worse. And, like, I don't fault you for that because, like I said, Blizzard's setting you up for failure. They are designing these things in a way that makes you think you're making a choice, when the only choice is, do I want to do damage or do I want to not do damage? Do I want to play the stuff that makes my character stronger, or do I want to not? It is that black and white. It's not actually helping your character whatsoever. Also, yeah, at this point, I will go ahead and do the next zone, but let's do the final comparison. So I had 100% XP starting off with this. Me and my friend Kelly did the exact same quests. I am at 26, she's at 19. So honestly, the difference is not that major, but here's the thing. At this point, what Kelly's going to have to do now, and what I had to do on my first character, is go back and do the campaign in Pearlfin Village. Because the quests around here just kind of dry up. You need to complete the campaign to really progress any further. But those quests are kind of slow. So you just kind of get stuck in the spot in these levels where experience sputters out and you don't really have much to do. But because you have more experience on your second character, you can just skip the inefficient bits and skip straight to when it actually gets good. Also, I want to double check, but I think I need to do the introduction quest, it looks like. Oh, no, it's just, it wasn't showing up on the map. I can just skip straight here. Okay. Kelly, I'm going to hop out, but if you do have any questions, if you get stuck, just, you know, shoot me a message. Sound good?
Sounds good. Have a great
All
stream.
right. Yep, thank you.
Which river led you here?
Let me quickly just read.
Speak up.
Read chat just to see if I missed anything important. You do like Verse? Yeah, Verse is good. I mean, out of the 4 primary stats, honestly, none are bad except for, like, specific cases. Like, Haste is just bad for Brewmaster and Windwalker in retail, and it's still bad for them in Remix. Like, that doesn't change. But generally speaking, like, yeah, Versatility's good, Critical Strike's good. Like, all of those stats are fine. There really isn't any tangible difference. But that's the thing. It is literally just like... It's like, there's just stats that do something and stats that don't. Like, I'll make a comparison here, which I think, honestly, is... As much as I know I'm going to lose some people here, I think it is a pretty apt comparison. So, I play Honkai Star Rail a lot. I've talked about it a few times. In Honkai Star Rail, it's a gacha game. And I like the game. I think it's fun. But obviously, you know, it is a gacha game. There are mechanics that are meant to drain your time. There are like little daily incentive things, etc., etc. It's one of those games where I will just say I think it's really nice, and I'd recommend people play it because I think the overall game is fun despite the gacha shit. But that's not why I'm mentioning it. The reason I'm mentioning it is because in Honkai Star Rail, there are these things called relics. And in order to like gear up your characters, you need to get good relics, and you need to get the stats that you want. And the way that the relic system works is there are rolls for basic RPG stats of crit rate, crit damage, plus attack percent, and like increased speed, so your character will like attack faster. Basically the equivalent of attack speed in a game like this, or like haste, you can view it like that. And then there's stats that give you additional survivability. And dailies in Honkai Star Rail take mostly 2 minutes. Yeah, I mean, the dailies is not what I'm complaining about. Don't get me wrong. The gacha mechanics leave something to be desired, but that's a gacha game, right? That's what they're designed to do. And I think the thing that I'm going to discuss here, if you actually play Honkai Star Rail, you will probably agree with me that it is bad design, but it is one of the very few things in the game that I kind of dislike, and one of the things in the game that most people dislike about it, but we all know why it exists, and that is the relic system. Because, so among those relics, there's the good ones. Like I said, there's crit rate, there's crit damage, all that stuff that you want. And when you are grinding for relics in Honkai Star Rail in a gacha game, you are hoping that when you complete the it's basically like a mini dungeon that you farm to get like the relics you want, and at the end, you get a drop. And you can sometimes get the perfect roll. You get an item that has crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, and speed. And you're like, oh baby, this is huge. Like, that's like best in slot for my damage dealers. Really, really nice to have. And sometimes you get survivability stats. And while survivability stats aren't bad per se in Honkai Star Rail, I'm not going to go into like the pros and cons, they're like kind of worse. You're not thrilled to see it, but you're like, okay. And then you have flat value stats. So basically, the way that scaling of stats works in Honkai Star Rail is at higher levels, your baseline stats start to be really, really, really high. So you want gear with plus percentage to your attack. So you want like plus 10% attack, plus 25% crit damage. If something gives you a flat plus 25 attack, not plus 25%, but just plus 25 attack, it is garbage because you have like 5,000 attack. So plus 25 attack compared to plus 20% attack is just objectively worthless. You may as well just not be wearing a relic on your gear. And this is something the developers of Honkai Star Rail know. They know for a fact that nobody in the game wants the flat stats. Nobody wants to get a flat plus 20 attack on their like really good relic. They want to get a percentage increase. So why do these developers keep that in the game? It's simple. If you could just keep farming the dungeon and always get crit damage, crit rate, attacks percent, and speed on every single piece of gear, well then you'd be done farming almost immediately. There's a reason why I've been playing this game for almost a year now, Honkai Star Rail that is, and I have multiple maxed out characters, and the only thing that some of my characters are missing is like 1 or 2 bis relics. And no matter how much I play, I still cannot get those bis relics to drop because they just keep rolling random garbage. So that's why they have it in there. And honestly, yeah, it's annoying. And, you know, I'm not going to get into, like, you know, the reasons why I still play the game, because I do think the game overall is good, but I'm not telling you this story to pitch you on Honkai Star Rail. I've said that before. If I was, I wouldn't tell you the single thing about the game that I heavily dislike. But the reason I'm telling you this story is that the Honkai Star Rail gearing system is the first thing that I think of when I look at the gearing system in MoP Remix. It's, like, basically exactly the same. Of you sometimes just get a worthless stat on your gear. And as much as I hate how they do that in Honkai Star Rail, at the very least, I understand why they're doing it. I understand that it is because it is a gacha game, and certain mechanics in that game are designed to waste my time. What I don't understand is why Blizzard, the makers of World of Warcraft, a game that I play a subscription price for, is putting in time delay mechanics and RNG gearing systems in a leveling mode, which is designed to quickly level up alts. That part I don't understand. Why? Why is this needed? Why do I feel like I'm playing Honkai Star Rail, a gacha game, when leveling an alt in the accelerated leveling, quote-unquote, mode in World of Warcraft? Why is that a thing? Why is it designed like this? There is absolutely no logical reason for the design of this mode to be the way it is. There just is none. It is just objectively bad. Oh, nice. That's a two-handed mace. Okay. No, that's better. Old fronts. Okay. Limited time event, but time gated? Yeah. But it's like, the thing is, it's not even like it's time gated where like, oh, you have to farm to get the best gear. Because like, you're eventually going to hit max level. It's like nobody's going to reach level 70. Or, well, I mean, I'm sure some people will. I probably will just to test it to farm like gear. But the vast majority of people aren't going to reach level 70 and say, now that I finally hit level 70, it's time to min-max my time-walking gear to see if I can, like, push harder content. Like, 0.1% of the people playing this are going to do that. For everybody else, it's just a fucking nuisance. It just arbitrarily makes leveling longer and more annoying. For literally no reason. Literally no reason whatsoever. It's shit, and it needs to be changed. Otherwise, this mode's just gonna suck fucking ass, man. Like, I don't know. It's just... Like, I really want to like this. Don't get me wrong. I like MoP. I like this expansion. I like these quests. I like these questing zones. And leveling runs are, like, fun to do. This is a nice twist for me to do compared to, like, doing the same Dragonflight runs over and over. But, like, the last thing that I want to do is every single time I level up a new character, I have to open up, like, 50 million chests and read every single piece of gear that I get to see, is this useless, is this not? And then I have to take the useless gear that I get, and I have to scrap it to get bronze, and then I have to take all of my gems, and I have to spam right-click my gems, like, a million times. Like, who made these systems? Why are they so convoluted? Why does the gem system require you to combine things over and over and over? Why does the green gem system do 90% of your overall damage? Why does the gear have random tertiary stats that just nobody in the world actually wants? Why? Why was this designed the way it was designed? The only two objectively good things that they've done with, like, this new gearing thing is the meta gems. The meta gems are cool. I don't really have anything to say about those. They're just fun. And, the utility spells, the fact that I have Blink on a monk, or on a druid, that's cool. Again, I don't have anything bad to say about that. That's just good. That stuff is fine. The other stuff, it just, why? Like, there is absolutely no way that a developer actually went through this and said, yes, this is fun content. It's the same way that Torghast got created, of, like, this, like, some person goes through a checklist and it's like, we must add new effects. We must spice up the leveling thing by overcomplicating it as much as possible and just adding new things. Because to some designers, it is impossible to just create a simple design. Like, simple is good. Nobody wants to juggle 50 million plates while leveling a fucking character. Leveling a character should be the easy part. Juggling 50 million plates to optimize your performance should be the thing that you worry about after hitting max level, not the thing that you're forced to do while leveling a character in order to not get outscaled. And that's kind of the other problem with this. If this was just me min-maxing, right? Like, you know, people always will joke about my leveling speedruns, and they'll say, like, I'm doing all this over-the-top shit, and it doesn't matter because leveling's so easy. And they're like, oh, how can you actually, like, optimize leveling this much? It's so brain-dead. Like, just hold W, ha ha ha. And, like, to a certain extent, they have a point. Regular Dragonflight leveling, it is really easy. You do kind of just steamroll mobs. You don't need to do all of the preparation that I do if you're just trying to have a chill leveling experience, because you'll be fine. The reason I do it is obviously because it saves time, right? And because I think it makes the speedrun more entertaining, but it is not actually, like, faster for, or it's not actually required to have, like, a good leveling experience. But as so many people, I'm sure, have already encountered, if you just ignore your gems and you stop upgrading them, at a certain point, you will just get fucked. The mobs will just start demolishing you. And there's nothing you can do about it. You are forced to engage with this system to not just chain die over and over when you start to hit the higher levels. So it's not like just a min-maxy thing. It is literally how the mode is designed to be engaged with from the ground up. Let me read chat a little bit, see what people are saying, whether people think I'm an idiot, whether people agree with me. We'll see. How long did my first character take to 70? 11 hours, but, I fucked around a little bit. Basically, my first run, I did a lot of just random testing stuff to see, like, hey, does this work? This run, we're not going to be doing that. This run is just go, 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 go. I think I have a general idea on what's fast, what's not, and I'm going to be just kind of blasting through the quests in what order I feel is most efficient. And we'll see if it pays off. So, if I have planned things out correctly, I should level, like, probably twice as fast, if not faster, this run compared to my last run. That's the hope, at least. Let me just... I just ranted for a little bit there. I'm going to just stop for, like, a minute and just read chat. Because I want to make sure I don't fall behind on this stuff. These gems are no equivalent to slappy hands, not even close. Yeah. Gem system is god-awful, so much fiddling with inventory. It could be streamlined for remix. If they make it a main system in the next X-Pack, it'll kill the game. They're not going to make it a main system. This is, like... I guarantee you this is some, like, backup, like, intern dev who had a fun idea, and they just let him go hog wild, and none of his work was peer-reviewed. Because this is definitely something that I think any actual dev with experience who has understood players' reception to similar systems and Torghast, etc., would have said, no, this is not a main thing. But I think they don't really care because it is side content, but, like, I genuinely think that Blizzard needs to start caring a little bit more about the standard, like, level of quality across all of their versions of the game, because it just reflects poorly on them when they release a complete dud game mode like this. More importantly than having fun, do you think it'll be efficient? Really hard to say. We'll have a better idea by the end of this run. Until then, I don't know. Normal attack, 10% damage. Special ability from gems, 90% damage. Yeah, I mean, you can already see, I only have, like, 1 or 2 gems, and Slay is already doing a ridiculous amount. And the scaling starts getting even more wild as we get to the end. Is the play to just quest to 70 for the most part? Yes. Put filters in your bags. I shouldn't need to do that. How would you design the whole gem system? I'd remove it. You don't need to redesign it. Sometimes less is more. Just fucking remove it. Like, it's really that simple. Just we have this for a reason. The reason the talent system exists is to give people more choice in what they do while leveling. We already have this. We don't need another, bonus cantrip effect thing. Like, why is it necessary? You already have customization and choice while leveling. We don't need random bullshit proc effects on top of that. So what would I do? How would I change the gem system? Fucking cut it entirely. Like, if anything, just instead of the gem system, I would say take all of this gear. So, like, the stat stuff, I do think the inventory clutter on this needs to be fixed regardless, but I like the idea of getting to pick your stats. I would even say I'm okay with the leech gems existing. I am fine with that. The fact that it can just sometimes roll on your actual gear is garbage. But if it's on a gem, you have the choice whether or not you want to socket it. That's fine. And leech gems at lower level are okay, because a little bit of extra self-healing, not bad. If it's your main stat on your armor, not good. The inventory clutter needs to be fixed, but just, like, make it so you get more gems or something, obviously assuming that they can fix the inventory clutter problem, and then make it so all of these tinker slots, instead of tinker slots, they're just more regular stat gem slots. And just make it so while leveling up, you know, you just hit harder. Everything in your kit hits significantly harder than normal. And that way, leveling is still much faster. You know, you get your accelerated leveling that Blizzard's trying to go for. But instead of it being accelerated leveling and random proc effects do all of your damage, the class's kit itself, which is the entire focal point of the game, the class that you're playing, that's what you're supposed to be focusing on, that is what's doing your damage. We have these, like, complicated talent trees and intricate, like, buttons and stuff for a reason. They should fucking play into that instead of just attaching random bullshit effects on top of that and, like, making that the focal point of the leveling process. It's just fucking lame. Because right now, like, I'm playing a druid, but, like, I had, like, kind of a Freudian slip earlier where I said something about, like, this looks great on my monk. There was, like, genuinely a point earlier where I forgot that I was playing a druid instead of a monk. Why? Because fundamentally, what am I doing in this run that is any different than my last run? I'm like, mindlessly pressing buttons, and my proc effects are just destroying mobs. I'm not actually playing druid. Like, when I play Windwalker, I'm pressing the actual abilities. When I play druid in, like, normal leveling runs, I'm, like, using Thrash, Moonfire, etc. Right here, I am hitting things, and mobs are exploding. So, why? Why have it in the first place? Why? It's just so stupid. It's boring, it's pointless, it overcomplicates the system to make the game less fun. It's the same fucking shit that they did in Torghast. The same shit that they did in Covenants. Like, how do you make Shadowlands a better expansion? Remove Covenants entirely. Literally, if they took content out of Shadowlands, like BFA, how do you make BFA a better expansion? Remove Azerite armor entirely. Give us shoulders with crit, haste, mastery, burst, instead of fucking Azerite. Give us chest piece, helmet, etc. Remove the fucking Heart of Azeroth. If BFA had less content, it would have been a better fucking expansion. Because the content that they added was dog shit. And we all know that. We all know that it was bad. Because they added systems that were just unfun to engage with. And, you know, obviously this is like a bonus game mode. I think like negative developer time went into this. But this is just the problem with World of Warcraft's design in retail inherently. And like, Dragonflight has been getting better with this. The main game has been getting better with this, which is good. That's good. But it's frustrating to see massive steps backwards in design like this, where we go back to the same reasons why BFA and Shadowlands were shit. Over-designing the fucking game and doing more work to make your game worse. Just stop. Just fucking stop. Stop adding pointless systems that do nothing but just make new players confused and make veteran players like me frustrated. It's literally benefiting nobody. Sorry, I get, if you think I normally don't have a filter, my filter is completely gone when I am tired, and I am very tired right now. I'm, you know, I tried to be, like, a little bit more, lighthearted in, like, the previous stream, but at this point, I'm just done pretending that this is anything but just a subpar garbage mode that, basically was completely unimproved from testing. They had one testing weekend. Do you know what they fucking did with that testing weekend? They fixed like a few basic bugs and they nuked LFR. Because LFR gave too much experience, so what was Blizzard's solution? Make it give literally no experience. Because doing balancing, doing their fucking jobs is too fucking hard for them. Every other complaint about the general design of this mode completely ignored. And we basically just got exactly what we saw in the testing weekend with 0 changes. Why have us fucking tested at all at that point? But that's how it goes. It's been like that every single fucking PTR. So, I mean, on one hand, I don't know why I'm surprised. You're here for the rants? Well, I'm glad. Nothing wrong with sharing opinion, yeah. Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad that you guys enjoy listening to me ramble about this stuff, because... yeah, let me read more messages, etc. After level 65, you need a new character to continue upgrading the cloak? No. After level 65, the only thing that you stop gaining is experience threads. You still gain regular threads, but that being said, having a second character doesn't matter because The Cloak is not account-wide. The Cloak is specific to your character. The only increases you can get are through the actual achievement. So that whole account-wide Cloak thing is no longer in the game. They let the dev that came with borrowed power out of the dungeon and put him to work on this. Yep. You think the... Oh yeah, I read that already. How does avoidance hinder you? You're kind of new to the game. So it's not that avoidance hinders you. And so I should clear that up. Just if you are brand new to the game, for reference, avoidance, leech, and speed are what is called a tertiary stat. So in regular World of Warcraft, not in this game mode, a tertiary stat is something that is completely for free. Sometimes when you get an item, the four main secondary stats are critical strike, haste, versatility, mastery. Every single item in retail World of Warcraft is going to have a combination of two of those stats. It is going to have crit verse, crit mastery, crit haste, something like that, haste mastery, you get the picture. It's going to have two different secondary stats in a random combination. And then sometimes it's like a 10% chance whenever you loot an item, you'll get a tertiary stat roll. Tertiary stat is avoidance, leech, or speed. And it does not really matter at all. It's one of those things where it's nice to have. That's why it's completely for free, right? Because if it was really impactful and you got it for free and you got like a 10% chance to get a massively like beneficial stat on your gear, well, that would just be really stupid. But the entire idea behind tertiary stats in regular World of Warcraft is it's a very like small quality of life thing. And it basically gives you a reason to run the raids after you already have really good gear. Like, Leech can be pretty nice for healers, so while healers don't need Leech to be really good, whenever a piece of gear with Leech drops in our raids, healers go, oh, Leech, oh, give me the Leech, and they, like, you know, salivate over the Leech, because it's, like, it's just free. So it's, like, a really nice stat for healers that they get completely for free at the cost of nothing. So, of course, it's cool. But if you had to ask any healer whether they would sacrifice all of their critical strike or haste to get Leech, they would say, are you fucking crazy? No. Why would I do that? It's just, they are in a completely different ballpark of power level. And for whatever reason, despite it just, that's not how tertiary stats work in regular World of Warcraft, for this game mode, Blizzard just made it work differently. Now suddenly tertiary stats can roll on your gear. So when I say that avoidance is bad, it's not necessarily that avoidance, the stat itself, is bad. The stat is not giving you any weaknesses, but it is what you are losing. It is a good word to describe it is the opportunity cost. The opportunity cost of getting that avoidance on your gear is that you are not getting one of the four main secondary stats, crit, haste, mastery, versatility. And that is just better. So you're going to get low item level pieces of gear. Let me open some stuff right now and show you an example right now, because I'm sure it's going to happen. Actually, well, in this case, I got better items, right? So I got haste, definitely want to take that. So this time I actually got good items. Mastery belt, yeah. But basically, if that belt that I had just gotten that had mastery, if this was plus 49 avoidance instead, I would have kept on. Well, that belt also has speed. You get the idea. Basically, I would keep lower item level things that have... just gonna keep that. I would keep on lower item level pieces that have a secondary stat than equip something that has a tertiary stat. Because plus 5 haste is just better than plus anything avoidance. Because avoidance does absolutely fuck all in a leveling context. It effectively is, it's like the Honkai Star Rail analogy that I gave earlier. It is just taking a piece of gear with no stats on it. There's just no reason for it to exist. What's the best way to farm bronze coins? Don't really know yet. We're still figuring that one out. Right now, one of the best ways that I have found to farm bronze coins is to make a bunch of alts and do the daily for like dungeon and scenario and stuff every single day. Because that gives really good bronze for the time investment. That being said, the problem with some of the more expensive rewards is you're going to need, like, bronze in addition to other stuff, like, especially the Garrosh heirlooms. So the issue with the Garrosh heirlooms is that you can't just spam alts, because it's not account-wide. You need to get all of that bronze on the character that you're doing the Garrosh runs on. And that means we'll need to find a bronze farming method that can be done on just one character. So that's something I'll be looking into. But trust me, figuring out ways to farm bronze so that we can get our Garrosh heirlooms and get the fuck out of here, that's my top priority. So the moment I figure the answer out to that question, I will let you know, and I will put out a guide on it, because at this point, that's all I really care about. We'll see. I need yaks. Oh, right. There's this quest. You know what I'm going to do? Actually, just to make this quest easier, because I'm level 29 and a half, and I get flight form in one level, in half a level. And that Mogu Relics quest is going to be extremely fast when I get flight form. So I'm just going to do that. Why can't I grab that yak? I don't know why it wouldn't let me grab the yak.
Another job well done.
Where the fuck are the yaks? When I did this quest before, there were like a million yaks, and now I can't find a single one. There we go. 15 levels, and you've only been leveling for 15 minutes? Is that how fast Remix is? That's not fast. Well, that's kind of fast. Keep in mind, this is my second character. But I mean, this is like... This is still roughly on pace with my retail runs. Keep in mind. But we'll see. There is definitely an argument to be made that if I really optimize this route as much as my retail routes are optimized, who knows? Anything's possible. This could end up being really efficient. Did they hotfix the alt Cloak XP disappointment? Saw your alt starting with 52%. Oh yeah, so for anybody who left the previous stream like early, what we figured out is that the 52%, it wasn't changed. It's just that the way that the achievement works, when I tested it with Infinite Power 11. And Infinite Power 11 is the only achievement, the highest achievement that says it gives Cloak upgrades. However, it appears that in addition to the August Celestial Wings, Infinite Power 12 actually boosts the XP up to 100%. It's like a hidden effect. That is currently what I think happens. What I'm also unsure is it might be that you need to hit level 70 and then it goes up to 70% or 100%. It's unconfirmed at the moment, but the most likely theory is that it is just a bonus hidden effect attached to Infinite Power 12. That is what I believe is happening there. So it is a little bit better than I initially expected it would be. We figured out that, you know, it's not exactly how it initially appeared. Which is good, don't get me wrong, but the main problem with this is this leveling could end up being about as fast as retail. There's a chance that if I really optimize the questing process, we could reach those speeds. And yet, it is still only a plus 100% experience modifier. And even if that isn't necessarily bad, keep in mind that Blizzard still has an image of a plus 324% Cloak on their website. And, as I said earlier, to my knowledge, that is not possible to obtain right now. Or, well, ever, actually. The only reason that screenshot exists is because in the original version of Blizzard's, you know, mode, they allowed you to get much more experience. But now you can't. Fuck me, this guy's clicking on it like a millisecond before me. Oh, can I get any tags? I was, like, completely alone for the last 5 minutes. Or 20 minutes, really. And now suddenly there's 5 people in this fucking quest hub. Hello, Jason Giaddis. Good to see you. Why are there so many people here? I guess I just camp and wait for this mob. I can also open the cages for the prisoners. Are there any others? Oh, there is a Pandaren prisoner here. 6 out of 8. Any in here? No. You feel like you're all just getting a lot more stuff out of the quest boxes? I haven't noticed the difference. Accelerated leveling seems like a big lie so far. Maybe later, but it's so slow. Yeah. I think the problem that Blizzard has set up for themselves is no matter how efficient this ends up being, they have way overhyped this thing and made it sound like it's going to be this like massive way to level alts. Like when they say accelerated leveling, I genuinely think they just mean it is marginally faster than regular World of Warcraft. But I think what a lot of people are viewing it as is, oh my god, this is going to be like really fast leveling and I can get like 1 million alts. And that's just their fault. And if it was just people misinterpreting Blizzard, I would be like on Blizzard's side and I would say, yeah, you know, people just misread what Blizzard said. But the problem is if Blizzard's going to reduce the amount of experience that you get and still use images with plus 300% in their marketing materials, that is a problem. Because at that point, now the ball is in Blizzard's court. Now they are the ones blatantly misleading players, and even if we could make an argument that players are expecting too much from Blizzard, I mean, how do you defend them just putting blatantly incorrect information in their marketing materials that misleads people into thinking it is 200% faster than it actually is? How do you explain away that? I don't know how you do. You weren't aware Remix was supposed to be an accelerated leveling event? I mean, that is just what they have pitched it as, yeah. This is a leftover mechanic from the scrapped version of Plunderstorm. I don't know if I'd say that, but... This is definitely, I feel like it's a shame because Plunderstorm got so much hate from the community, and it was a genuinely good mode. Like, out of all of the stuff that Blizzard has done in the last few months, I know that this is, like, apparently an unpopular opinion. I genuinely think Plunderstorm is the best thing that Blizzard has done, like, so far this year. Better than Season 4, better than this mode, for sure. Better than a hell of a lot of stuff. And Plunderstorm was ripped to shreds by the community because wah, PvP. And I'm not even a PvPer. I just think a lot of people barely gave it a chance. And then we have this mode, which, you know, Blizzard just kind of clickbaited Miss Pandaria effectively, and a shit ton of people got hyped for it without doing any research into what it's actually like. And now this is being, like, you know, hyped up as the big event when I just genuinely think it is an afterthought and has had much less effort put into it compared to Plunderstorm, which is a shame. So. Strike. Let me just double check. This stuff, put sprint over there. At some point, I'm going to have to go to the vendor and, like, actually spend my bronze to get, like, better upgraded stuff. But for now, I'm just going to kind of keep going with this. Getting Slay early on is definitely massive. Because I can get away with just not upgrading my gear for a while because Slay is just kind of carrying my damage. And the other gems I've gotten are not bad either. It's, yeah, this has been a pretty good start. Will I roughly write down an alt route as soon as I'm done? Define as soon as I'm done. I haven't slept, so the answer to that is probably no. I figure the people who really want to get an alt route ASAP can just watch this video on 2x speed. And then, you know, the people who aren't in any rush can just wait until I actually make the guide. Obviously, I want to get my leveling guide out there as fast as I possibly can. Now, if so far this route has felt really good, and I've not really run into any hiccups yet, it's possible that, like, later on I start to run into issues and I start questioning my leveling guide, or my leveling route, but, like, the route that I kind of theory crafted while leveling my first character so far is kind of going off without a hitch. 31 already at an hour and a half. Pretty good. And this is not nearly as fast as some of the stuff gets later. And also, I haven't really tried dungeons yet because dungeons get bricked at level 60. Oh yeah, fun little thing. In case you are approaching level 60, if you have not done dungeons yet, do them. Dungeons stop giving XP after level 60, so get them out of the way early. I was going to wait to do them from 60 to 70 on my other character, and then I hit 60 and they stopped giving experience, so that was lovely. Which is another thing, right? Like, you know, that was a bug in the PTR and they didn't fix it. I think I do a big pull here. How long was my monk run? 11 hours. But do not use that as a frame of reference. I would say 11 hours honestly might be a time to expect for, like, you know, your average first run, but I was going for a speed run. I would say I could have gotten that time down to, like, 9 hours if I hadn't fucked around and tested stuff. Like, for instance, I mob grinded for 45 minutes at one point because I wanted to see if I could farm XP threads, and the answer is you can't. So I basically wasted 45 minutes of that 11-hour speed run that could have been used just leveling efficiently. And obviously, because I didn't realize the dungeon thing, I would have started doing dungeons earlier had I realized that they stopped at level 60. And also, there was like a 20-minute period where my game kept crashing over and over and I couldn't actually level, so that slowed down the timer. Basically, I would say there's like 2 hours, give or take, of that 11-hour run that was just slush time. And was, you know, either technical difficulties or testing stuff. And, like, a fast time for that first run probably would have been around 9 hours if I had really been optimizing it. That said, obviously, with the 100% bonus, I think that you can get faster, and I hope that this run is not going to take me 9 hours. I believe it's going to take me quite a bit faster, but we'll see. I also, for instance, I tried LFR, right? And in case you haven't heard, LFR is giving no experience right now. So, don't do that. But I tested it out because I wanted to see. But that was like 20 minutes where I also gained no experience during that run. Where are the mobs that I need? It's like no Jinyu mobs. Are they in the houses or something? No. I think somebody just took all of them right before I got here. Has anyone killed normal Garrosh yet? I have no idea. I don't know where to look for that. They might have not. Why haven't I slept? It's a very busy week. And I need to get my testing done. I'm going to sleep very little for the next 14 days. So I'm getting used to it. I should use a different green gem. The leech one at this point is doing basically nothing. Let's do that. Aren't these some demonic hours for you to be awake? Yeah, it's 7:20 a.m. my time. So yes, yes, it is. Let me scroll up and read what I missed. Sleep isn't in this guy's vocabulary. You've been bugging him for years. Yeah. Okay, because I... do this. The padding is too gimmicky. Yeah. Unnecessary to have item padding in. Yeah, my entire point with like the tertiary stats and stuff is just I don't know why it has to exist. There's just absolutely nothing to be gained from it. That was kind of my entire point. Yep. For next run, can I add a weak aura to show cloak stats? Do you have a weak aura that shows cloak stats? Like, if somebody has a weak aura that shows cloak stats, then sure. But, I mean, I do not have a weak aura that does that, and weak auras are not magic. You don't just, like, say, mirror, mirror on the wall, give me a weak aura that does XYZ thing, and, like, it just happens. Like, you need somebody to actually design that. And I am not a weak aura dev, so I don't know how to fucking make that. If you have one, then I'll consider it. It also depends on if it is like a poorly designed weak aura that's like really intensive. A lot of weak auras just like absolutely guzzle your memory and completely fuck your performance, which is why I tend to not use many weak auras. But if it's a relatively lightweight weak aura, then I could consider it. You don't get why it's a problem that the devs want you to engage with the mechanics they made, and the worthless stats might be fun to play with. They're not. They're not. I can tell you right now, they're not. And, why is it a problem for devs to want you to engage with the mechanics they made? Because there's nothing... Like, devs shouldn't force you to engage with garbage mechanics. You shouldn't... Like, what you just described is bad game design. Devs kind of forcing players to engage with the mechanics because, like, they made it just cause, that's not a good game. People should engage with mechanics in a game because they want to, because it feels fun to explore the system and learn about it. There's nothing fun about this. This also just isn't a very imaginative mechanic. Nothing about this is, like, innovative. My entire point that I was making is that this is something that has been done time and time again, and it is bad every single time a version of the system is in World of Warcraft. I am not just randomly complaining about some brand new thing that has never ever been seen before in WoW. They've done this before. It has sucked every time. And they're doing it again. We don't need to speculate on whether or not, like, you know, this system actually has any merit. It doesn't. It's been proven. Like, the 5th time they did it. Second, let me round up all these mobs, just get this pull going. And once I've, like... Once I've gotten everything set and I'm just thrashing. Kind of feels like WoW's awkward attempt at Diablo systems. Yeah. But this is nothing like Diablo gearing. Diablo gearing is, like, meaningful choice. When it's done right, like, there is meaningful choice in terms of how you want to build your character. WoW... Like, obviously, Diablo has a lot of math in it, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to World of Warcraft secondary stats, there's nothing about this that is, like, you know, there is no skill expression. Avoidance is just going to do nothing no matter how good you are at the game. You know, any secondary stat is just objectively going to be better, no matter whether you're good or the game, it's shit at the game. It's just always going to be better. Mathematically speaking, one does nothing, the other does something. That's the thing that people don't understand. This isn't me saying that there is a meta way to play. Like, meta is usually, like, meta means most effective tactic available. And generally speaking, when we use the term meta, it is like, if we're talking about Mythic Plus, for instance, it's running a Vengeance Demon Hunter instead of a Brewmaster Monk. Is Brewmaster Monk bad? No, Brewmaster Monk's not bad. But if you're pushing the highest keys, you're going to want to run a Vengeance Demon Hunter. That is running the meta. Opting between a stat that quite literally does nothing and a stat that does something, that's not like going for meta. That's not min-maxing. That is like min, right? It's just min. The minimum is a stat that does something. That should be, by definition, the bare minimum. We're not, like, comparing apples and oranges. We're comparing apple to fucking air. I don't know why some people don't seem to understand that. I think maybe it's just people... I assume that the people who are, like, arguing that I like to build flavorful builds just don't understand that, like, fundamentally, this is built upon Dragonflight. This is built upon the same talents and, you know, mechanics that we have in regular World of Warcraft. Just because you want the idea of, like, a leech build to exist doesn't mean that self-healing isn't already something that has been solved in this version of the game, and you don't need to have random leech proc effects instead of secondary stats to get self-healing. Do you want a self-healing build? Frenzied Regeneration literally does that. I don't need leech to do that for me. It's a solved game, and these are bonus effects on top of a solved game. There is no theory crafting here. It's just math and common sense. You started with me, you're at a 19% experience boost in level 18, you're already 27 with over 100% experience boost. This is my second character, so obviously it's going to be faster, yeah. Remix Gem Helper add-on is a godsend. I've not heard of that, so I will look into that after the stream, and we'll see. Off to sleep, make sure you sleep too, Potato. Good night. Well, I assume you're probably already in bed, but if you see this later, then thank you. And sleep. I hope you slept well, I guess, because you're watching it in the past. Okay, I'm just gonna go Flight Form on this, because if I Dragon Ride, I have to throttle my speed anyway. The whole gem system is a bunch of micromanaging system. You first played an Athlock and it felt incredibly strong. You have early seed bombing, later you can rely on Tinkers. What are your thoughts? Ath's good, right? That's another thing. People keep asking me, like, what classes or specs are good for this. The same that are good in regular WoW. Yeah. Like, Guardian Druid is just going to be one of the best for this. Same with Windwalker Monk, because Windwalker Monk has access to Peak of Serenity. Guardian Druid has access to Flight Form, and that's stuff that you can't get through stones. But I would argue that, like, Affliction, for instance, loses a lot of value because Seed Bombing is strong. Don't get me wrong. Like, Seed of Corruption is a very powerful mechanic. But Seed of Corruption is effectively just doing the same thing that all of these tertiary effects are doing. And if you could just do that for free with your gear on any spec, then it stands to reason that you should prioritize leveling as a spec that has, like, better single target damage rather than a spec that does the same thing. But Affliction's not bad, right? I'm just saying Affliction loses some of the value. Because I would consider it to be the best Warlock spec outside of this mode. And here it's just not quite as good. What do I need to do? I need to kill a bunch of Yongle, so we're just gonna round them all up. Go off King, 1000% agree. Definitely glad that most people seem to agree with my stance on this. Yeah, it's... I would say my biggest issue with all of this, right? Like, so why does this matter, basically? I think it's a good way to like, kind of end that whole topic. I mean, to a certain extent, it almost doesn't, but I just genuinely think that this event would have been fun if it was just level through MoP content, but fast. And that's it. Like, imagine if instead of doing all of my normal speedruns, it's Mists of Pandaria content, but with, like, fun little flavorful stuff, and it's accelerated leveling through MoP content to make up for the fact that it is inherently slower. Because MoP questing is slower than, like, Silverpine Forest, Hillsbred Foothills, etc., so make it so it gets a massive XP modifier. That way, it's faster than my standard Chromie time route, and now it puts, like, a fun twist on leveling. That's really all you need to do. You don't need to try and, like, reinvent the wheel and attach, like, a bunch of special extra things to it. All you need to do is just give us, like, a new twist on content. That's it. It's like I said before, sometimes less is more. That's really all it is. Sometimes less is more. If all they did was just give slightly changed MoP leveling, I would probably be having more fun with it. It would be funny if Blizzard did a WoW version of Project Ascension as the next remix. That would be a hot mess, but also pretty fun. Yeah, actually, I would say that is probably a good comparison to what this is, really. But also, that's one of the things that whenever people describe Project Ascension to me, it always sounds kind of uninteresting. Because I'm like, well, then everybody would just run the exact same thing. If everybody has access to the exact same abilities, then there's just going to be a best build, right? There's going to be something that is better than the rest. It always is. That's just how it always works. Shit. Didn't mean to do that. Terrible. Okay, I got one more. That's all bad. Let's throw this stuff here. Throw that there. And I'm just gonna clear out some of my garbage stuff. Problem is, feels like 80% of their time was spent in Torghast, etc. You've seen Dragonflight, their focus on character mechanics makes players happy? Exactly. Yeah, that was the main issue with those expansions. They're actively wasting developer resources on systems that make the game worse. So not only is that developer time being spent less on the good stuff, the core fundamental class design, which, as you yourself said, people responded well to when that happened in Dragonflight, but they were doing it to make the game actively worse. You take out all the content like Torghast-like stuff, like Azerite armor, etc., and those expansions are just objectively more fun to play. So it's kind of like a snowball effect, right? Not only are you making the game actively worse by adding stuff, but then by adding stuff, you're not working on other stuff that could make the game better. So the game ends up being even worse than if you had just done nothing at all. And that's why, like, as much as I've said that I think Dragonflight is a relatively inoffensive expansion, like, and I don't really like it, I think Dragonflight is an improvement over Shadowlands and BFA, not so much because of what they did, but because of what they didn't do. Like, so many people have said Dragonflight is, like, a really good expansion, and it's okay, but, like, nothing about it is particularly great. The best part about Dragonflight, and whenever I'm trying to convince my friends to play again, the thing that I always tell them is there's no bullshit. There's no dumb fucking system that you have to, like, do in addition to just getting item level. There's no, like, weird bonus effects that you have to tack onto your gear. It's just you get item level, you learn your class, you show up to raid, and you blast. And that is Dragonflight. And that's all, like, literally anybody wants. That's what's fun in WoW. And all of my friends who I've managed to convince to play Dragonflight has been with that pitch. Has been, hey, you should try WoW. There's no bullshit these days. You just play the way that you want to play. You show up, you play your class, you don't play the systems, and there's no grind. You just get item level and go. And the item level catch-up mechanisms in Dragonflight have been quite good. And, Yeah. I don't know. I feel like they should have just done that. Just done MoP. People like MoP content. And, like, some people are saying that they expected this to be like, I thought that they were going to bring back, like, MoP class design or MoP talent trees. And while that would have been cool and all, I'm not even expecting that much. You know, I just want it to be something different that is fun. They fuck up MoP Remix? In my opinion, yes. In your opinion, maybe not. You know, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I think they did a shit job with it. You may be having fun, and if you are having fun, that is totally okay. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I am happy for you. I am glad that you are enjoying it in my stead. I wish that I could be having fun with it. Did I sleep? No, I did not. Let me quickly catch up in chat because I'm really far behind right now. Is there a cap as to how much of your main's cloak can be passed on? None of it passes on. It is only a fixed 100% increase. How many hours? It was 11 hours in the first run. Any change regarding shared cloak XP? It's to be clear. So I see a lot of people asking if the shared cloak XP was nerfed. It's not a nerf, and it's not going to be changed. There's not going to be any fix to it. A lot of people keep asking, has it been fixed? It is an intentional design choice. Blizzard has intentionally removed the account-wide sharing of cloaks. It's not a bug. It's not something that they have, as far as I know, any intention of changing. They did that on purpose. So, no, nothing has changed, and nothing will most likely change. Because that is just, it is the design. As somebody saying that they didn't like Plunderstorm, but they liked Remix, hey, that's totally fine. This mode may just be really good for you, and I understand why people didn't like Plunderstorm, right? Well, I do think that a lot of people were way more critical of Plunderstorm than it deserved. I can understand why it wasn't for some people. I talked to a lot of people who had bad experiences in Plunderstorm, and I got to understand like why they didn't like it. I already said that I personally had a lot of fun with it, but, you know, I definitely understand it wasn't for everybody. How much bronze did you make in the level 70 character? I wasn't counting exactly. In total, I got around 50,000 bronze from my first character from 10 to 70. Give or take. If somebody wants to go back and count how much bronze I got exactly, they can do that. I'm not going to do that. But it was roughly 50,000. I ended the run with around 25,000. I spent a lot of it up until, like, level 50, at which point I just stopped spending it. But yeah. Do you still think Monk and Druid reign supreme? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fundamentally, like I just got done saying, this is... Obviously, I know you said that before I went on that tangent. But this is just Dragonflight. It's still Dragonflight. My Dragonflight leveling tier list is still basically the same, other than, like, very specific examples, like Affliction Warlock. Because, like, Affliction Warlock, it was not an S-tier leveling spec. Affliction Warlock's main niche in leveling in Dragonflight is massive high target burst AoE. And that is the one thing that you just get automatically just by having the passive stone effects. So that is pretty much the one form of damage that I think gets heavily nerfed in this mode. But, like, Guardian Druid has really good single target. It has really good sustained AoE in addition to, like, you know, decent burst. So it's still perfectly fine. And the main reason why Affliction suffers a little bit is because right now, due to how powerful these stones are, the most efficient way to play is to basically, you play around the stones and you play specs that can set off chain reactions. So, like, when I was leveling my Windwalker Monk, for instance, I would basically get all, like, the special proc effects, and then I would do a bunch of AoE, and then focus down a single target and start that chain reaction. And Windwalker can very easily transition from single target to AoE. Affliction Warlock struggles to do that a little bit, because its entire burst window is built around Seed of Corruption and on-death explosions. So a lot of your AoE is going to be happening during the chain reaction phase, and it's not starting the chain reaction, which means you're going to just have an insane amount of overkill damage, which is just going to lose you a lot of efficiency. But the vast majority of other specs still have pretty good ways to, like, set off that reaction, and so they're perfectly fine. You have a question about dungeons. You're extremely new to modern WoW and you've never tanked before in your life. Do you just queue up as a tank and basically can't fuck it up, or research prior as needed? If this was regular World of Warcraft, I would say you can just queue up and you can't fuck it up. The dungeons in MoP Remix are incredibly overtuned, and I would actually say that you were going to struggle as a tank. I don't want to scare you. I want to encourage people to play tanks, but I will tell you the truth that pretty much everybody is getting clapped right now as a tank in MoP dungeons. So, you know. You don't necessarily need to look things up. The barrier to entry for MoP dungeons right now is less the it's less like the knowledge of it, and more so just you need to have a baseline of proc effects and stat gems and blah 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 to make sure that you're not just falling over dead. You use this one, it shows the text. You can't post links in YouTube chat. YouTube doesn't let you do that. So I assume, Darkmac, you tried to post like an external link. That's why your message just gets cut off. Doesn't work on YouTube. If you have, if you have a weak or something, like, send me the link to the wacko.io page, and I'll take a look after the stream. Obviously, I'm not going to go, like, installing any weak auras in the middle of a stream, right? But if you think you have, like, a good weak aura to make this more efficient, I will consider it. But that would be, like I said, for a future thing anyway. Bite Size says, hey, wanted to say hello, watching your content for some time. You're good to vocalize your opinion and easy to understand, have fun. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the content. Is the auto turn-in thing from Leatrix? Yes, the auto turn-in thing is from Leatrix.
Hello. Can you hear me? Stay safe.
What's the percent on XP gains? I started with 100%, and I am now at 126%. You got the achievement Infinite Power 12, and you're still level 69. Yes, Chori. Before you hit level 70, make an alt, tell me if you get 100% experience. That's actually perfect. The final thing that we need to test is actually, you are perfectly situated to test that. We need to see whether the experience jump to 100% is at all related to your level, or if it is purely a bonus effect from Infinite Power 12. So yeah, if you're able to test that, that would be awesome. The same is true for retail, and we don't see that. Yes, more people will flavor of the month switch for the top class, but people will play what they want as well. I think you missed my point. I specifically used retail as an example to explain why this is not a comparison. Of, like, in retail, you have the meta class, but Brewmaster still works. There's a difference between something being a viable option and being a non-existent option. I'm going to go ahead and hope that when that message was sent, I just hadn't explained that yet. You think the story of Dragonflight is insanely cool? I'm happy for you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I think it is bad. I think it is just bad. I'll be honest. I think Dragonflight is like children's cartoon levels of poor storytelling. And that's an insult to children's cartoons, because there are children's cartoons that are better written than Dragonflight. I mean, like, I think anybody who has actually seen the show will agree with me on this, but My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic has better written villains than Dragonflight. It's just true, honestly. Bro, take a break, goddamn. This is the last run I'm doing today. I am not going to be doing any more runs after the Druid run. I will sleep after this one. But the testing must continue. This is important stuff. I want to get this done as soon as I possibly can. 100% bonus is from an achievement. Yes. Infinite power. 12. You don't know how much of ridicule you'll get for this due to the simple fact you're not sure how reputable it is with the players, but it feels like you should write a forum post on WoW Community Council. Well, I'm not in the Community Council. It doesn't work like that. And it's not a bad suggestion. It's just, like, in theory, you have a good idea on, like, write a forum post, but Blizzard doesn't listen to the forums, so... You missed Plunderstorm, it was cool? Yeah, I liked it too. I really like Plunderstorm. I'm glad that other people like Plunderstorm. I feel like now that Plunderstorm is over, and we don't have the constant, like, oh my god, this mode sucks, blah 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 people, I think a lot more people are coming out and saying, I also really like that mode, I think it was a lot of fun. Now that they're not afraid to be drowned out by, like, the masses of hate for Plunderstorm. But no, I think it was a really good mode. I really liked it. I'd love if they did more stuff like Plunderstorm again. And you know how critical I am of Blizzard. I just sat here dunking on Blizzard for like 30 minutes straight, and I just like Plunderstorm. I genuinely think, like, Plunderstorm had some minor balance issues early on, but amazingly, Blizzard just fixed it. They just did tuning changes, which they almost never do. But they did. They balanced their game. And then by the end of Plunderstorm, it was just good. There were, like, some very, very minor balancing things that I think Blizzard should have done in Plunderstorm that they never did. But it's like, considering it was limited time game mode, I don't really fault them for not going super heavy on balance all the way to the end. At a certain point, like, yeah, it's expected that they're going to throw in the towel eventually. But no, for what it was, Plunderstorm was a fantastic game mode, and I really hope they do stuff like that another time. That would be awesome. And I should note, I went into Plunderstorm expecting to dislike it. I am not a Battle Royale person. I, generally speaking, hate it, and ask any of my friends, when Plunderstorm got announced, I was like, oh my god, this is going to be such a fucking mess. And I was already in my Discord before Plunderstorm came out saying that I didn't like the way they were marketing it. And I stand by that. I still think that Blizzard did a terrible job marketing Plunderstorm, and I think Plunderstorm was let down by Blizzard's marketing team. I think they did a really shit job, and the fact that they tried to, like, they just did so many baffling things. They compared Plunderstorm to Season of Discovery before it came out. They said that Plunderstorm wasn't going to get a PTR because they liked the approach SOD was taking. They didn't give any information about it until the literal day, hours before it was coming out. So I had multiple friends message me days after Plunderstorm came out going, wait, what the hell? World of Warcraft added a Battle Royale mode? It's like, it's so nonsensical the way they marketed it. It had to be an executive decision. Some dumb fuck clueless executive must have said, wouldn't it be really cool if for this game mode we did something different and we didn't test it at all and we let it be a surprise drop? And somebody is like, genius, Johnson, you're gonna get a promotion, like, straight to the next yacht with you. Like, there's absolutely no way that any sane person made that decision, because it just makes no fucking sense. You're adding a brand new revolutionary game mode to World of Warcraft, something that it's never seen before, and the way that you're marketing it is by not marketing it, so that people who might be interested in it just don't fucking hear about it? And it's limited time? What? So, that I thought was incredibly stupid from the get-go, and I say that as someone who liked Plunderstorm. And at first, like, I was mad because it sounded like they were building up all of this hype for just a small World of Warcraft patch, but the weird thing about Plunderstorm is it wasn't a World of Warcraft patch. So that's another thing that they fucked up. They marketed Plunderstorm as an expansion to World, or not an expansion, but in addition to World of Warcraft, a content update to regular WoW when it was not that. So instead of just being like, hey, we have this cool new game mode that a lot of people might like, and the people who would be interested in it can go, okay, cool. They said, we have a new World of Warcraft patch coming out. We're telling you nothing about it. Wait until the day to find out. And then the people expecting a World of Warcraft patch were presented with this that is completely disconnected from regular WoW, and the people who may have been interested in Plunderstorm had no idea it was coming out. Just absolutely dog shit marketing decisions. I genuinely don't get that. But everything else about Plunderstorm, fantastic. Like I said, I went in, and of course, the marketing stuff was my first impressions of Plunderstorm. So I went in extremely pissed off about how terribly the marketing for it was being handled. I went in ready to hate it, and I loved it. And that's the thing about a well-designed game. You can go in expecting to fucking hate it, and if the gameplay is just good, you will immediately forget about all of the things that previously annoyed you. You will just play the game mode, and you'll be like, wait, holy shit, this is just fun. And you just won't care. Like, I do not give a shit about all the other stuff. If the game is fun, I'll fucking play it. It's that simple. You don't need to add like a million other systems and tacky things and marketing tactics and garbage. Just make a fun game. It's that easy. That's why indie developers are doing so fucking well these days. Because, like, you know, if you just make a good game, people will fucking play it. That's all there is. Where did I leave off? What was the last thing I read? If you don't like this, why are you going so hard on it for a YouTube video? I guess it's my job. I mean, it literally is my job. If this was not a leveling related game mode, I wouldn't have to test it as much, but like, quite literally, leveling guides are what I do. And admittedly, I did not think that I was going to dislike it as much as I have. Like, the more that I play it, the more I dislike it. But I'm not just going to sit here and be like, oh, well, I'm not having fun with it. Screw you guys, I don't make a leveling guide. Like, tough shit, you guys don't get a leveling guide because I'm not having fun. Which, no. I'm going to push through it. If it was supposed to be fun 100% of the time, it wouldn't be a job, right? Did I sleep? No.
What do you need?
Just tuned in. What's your main gripe? Everything. You're gonna have to rewind about an hour and just listen to everything. Should you do secondary quests? Yeah. There's really not such a thing as secondary and campaign quests. There's just quests. There's good quests and there's bad quests. That's really it. Campaign, secondary, whatever, they're all the same. If it gives experience, that's all that matters. You assume there might be some enjoyment out of making an optimized route. That actually, NetNeo is correct about that, yes. The enjoyment I get is in the optimization problem. I may not necessarily enjoy the process of playing it, but the process of optimizing something and figuring out the most efficient way to get from point A to point B is the reason that I enjoy speed leveling. And that will actually be fun for me no matter what. That is the only thing that is keeping me going at this point. Because when I did that 11-hour run earlier today, or I guess yesterday at this point, when I did that 11-hour run yesterday, I was doing a lot of testing along the path to see if, like, these different methods were efficient for leveling. And I have put together in my mind what I feel is a pretty good leveling route, and this is the test run. This is my way of testing my theory-crafted leveling route to see if it's good. And I think so far the results speak for themselves. I'm very, very happy with how this is going. So, I'm quite pleased with how efficient my leveling route appears to be. It's basically exactly on track with how I theorized it, and I hope it continues that way. You're Wicked Engineer from Twitch. Ah, I see. Cool. Yeah. Is the novelty of leveling in MoP worth something to me? Oh yeah, that is the only part I enjoy. I love MoP quests. I love Miss of Pandaria. That's why, like I said earlier, I just wish that it was just MoP questing without any of the tacky bullshit. If it was just like, I get to level in MoP and it's efficient, instead of leveling in like the same zones that I always level in, that's my dream. That's what I want out of this. The fact that it is MoP questing is the only thing that's like keeping me entertained through this, because I genuinely like the MoP zones. I really, really like the MoP quest progression. I think MoP quests are really well designed. I really like the flow of every single little quest hub. I love the music. I love the general vibes and aesthetics of the MoP zones. I love Miss of Pandaria. But the more that I play this, the more I'm just like, I'm excited for MoP Classic. And I wish I could just play MoP Classic. Like, MoP with the class design, without these bullshit special effects. I wish I could just do these quests with MoP Blood DK. Oh my god, imagine. Imagine playing MoP Blood DK again. I cannot wait. That's going to be the day. Yeah, my tier list will fit almost one-to-one with MoP Remix. Unless you are, like, hyper min-maxing, and if you are hyper min-maxing, the differences are very minor. It's going to be stuff like the Affliction Warlock change that I described earlier. For almost, like, the entire tier list, and the most important ones stay the same. Like, basically, the only changes that I would make to the tier list is, like, a few specs would shift around in A tier or shift around in B tier. Very, very minor adjustments. Guardian Druid's still going to be the best. Windwalker Monk's still going to be one of the best. Rogue is still terrible. It's really the same, yeah. If you hit 70 without completing the campaign, will you have to come back and do it? No. That's why when I say the campaign does not mean anything in MoP, it doesn't work like that in MoP, in old expansions. So the whole, like, Dragonflight thing of you have to do the campaign to unlock endgame content, that is, like, a newer expansion thing. And at a certain point, I don't remember when, Blizzard went back through all of the older expansions and, like, flagged certain quest lines as campaign quests. But really, it's more so to tell you what the main storyline quests in the zone are. It has no actual gameplay significance, because the way that these zones were designed back in the day is a quest is a quest is a quest. It's just, this gives experience. If it is efficient to complete, you just do it. It's that simple. If the campaign quests are not fast, you skip them. That's it. Because they don't, like, flow into the next zone or anything like that like we're used to. It's just like that. Want to go for a Prop Paladin? Yeah, nice. Prop Paladin is definitely a good choice. Can never go wrong with that. There is Exhausted Defender. One more. Are there no Exhausted Defenders over here? Oh, there's one. You get a cool mount? Yeah, so at max level, if you want, like, bronze and you want all the achievements and stuff like that, you should go back and do the campaign. Or not just the campaign, you need to do Lore Master for all the zones. But do it after you hit max level. Because as we've seen from these leveling runs, at higher levels, your power level just gets exponentially higher. You start one-shotting mobs. So do what's efficient to reach max level, get all of your upgrades, and then after you have reached max level, and you have all the ludicrously powerful stuff, then go and do all the achievements. Then go and do all that bonus stuff. There's no reason to waste your time before you have all the powerful stuff. You're just going to be doing the same thing, but it's going to take longer. And you'll just be doing it in an inefficient manner. Okay. I'll read the messages at the bottom of chat just because I can quickly see them. Legion Remix will be the GOAT. If they do it like this, it won't be. But I would love to do Legion Zones again in a similar format, just without the bullshit. Prot or Ret for leveling? I would personally say Prot, but you can't go wrong with either. Both Prot and Ret are quite good for leveling. The thing about Prot and Ret is, like, they both have roughly the same survivability. Or, well, I mean, they both have roughly the same damage. Prot has, like, Retribution has ever so slightly more single target damage than Prot Paladin. But they have roughly the same AoE. I would actually argue Prot Paladin AoE is stronger than Ret Paladin AoE. And Prot Paladin's survivability is one of the best specs in the game, period. Whereas Ret Paladin, it's not bad, but it is nowhere near Prot Paladin. So, on my tier list, I put Prot Paladin ahead of Ret, and I stand by that. It's definitely faster. Hello, Gabriel. What do you think the theoretical speed cap is for 10 to 70 in MoP Remix? Define speed cap. What do you mean by that? How's it going? It's going. Come on, what the hell? What is happening here? Oh, I have to heal him? Or... I'm stupid. I didn't read. Best lock spec for somebody that came from Classic and has zero idea about Dragonflight, playing Demon at the moment and having fun, curious on the input. I mean, if you're coming from Classic, I don't necessarily think that, like, anything is going to feel super intuitive. Lock has changed quite a bit over the years. I don't know if I'd say that one is, like, better or worse than the other. If you're, like, brand new to WoW and you're just, like, playing Warlock for the first time, I would just say play all of them and just, you know, find the one that you enjoy the most. Should we do Dungeon Finder for more XP? I'm going to do Dungeon Finder in a little bit, but I will... When I do Dungeons, I will kind of explain why... Wow, I got nothing out of those. I think you'll be able to very quickly see when I start doing Dungeon Finder why I don't recommend doing it normally. So I'll kind of explain that as we go. You've been loving MoP Remix, but that's coming from someone who loved Corruptions in BFA. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, and that's the thing. Some people like that style of gameplay. I'm going to be real with you. I don't understand it. But, you know, I do get that to some people that was fun. And that's, you know, that's fine, I guess. And as I said, if you are enjoying it, more power to you. But obviously I have, you know, grievances with the system and I wanted to voice them. No, dungeons are worse than leveling. Yeah. Yeah, I said dungeon spamming is worse. Did I say the wrong thing? I'm pretty sure I just said that they were worse. How much time will it take to go to max level? That's what we're finding out. I don't know. Dungeons are kind of ass because they're overtuned. Yeah. Yeah, there are two issues with dungeons. One of them is the overtuned aspect of it. That is definitely the big one. If you don't get quests, it's like 3 to 4 bars per dungeon. Yeah. Without quests, it's absolutely terrible. I guess that is kind of the other issue with dungeons. You need to get quests, and you need to be geared. How much bronze do I have on the second character? 3,000. Oh, since I only gave this rant on my Discord, little side tangent. Something that really pisses me off about Blizzard's interviews is if you've read, like, Blizzard said this in an interview and it's been echoed by players across, like, all forms of, like, social media, and it annoys the fuck out of me. Apparently, in an interview, one of the Blizzard developers said that they received a lot of feedback that the acquisition rate of bronze was too high. And they said, good. And they're like, oh, aren't we such charitable developers? Oh, people told us our system was too generous, and we said, and then let it be too generous. We want to give a good experience for the players. Like, how fucking self-aggrandizing, for starters, is that a thing to say in the interview? But also, who the fuck is telling the Blizzard developers that their bronze acquisition system is too generous? Because it's fucking not. It's just not. Now, I don't think the rate of bronze acquisition is bad, but at no point during testing did I ever say, wow, I'm just getting way too much bronze. Oh, I don't even know what I'm going to do with all this bronze. I was almost always out of bronze because I kept spending it on gems, which I needed to keep up with my character. And I kept looking at the prices on items and thinking that if I actually want to get this shit, I'm going to have to spend a shit ton of time farming. And I got maybe 50,000 bronze leveling my first character. Like, is that really so generous that they felt like actually like jerking themselves off in the middle of an interview about it? That like, players told them they were too generous and they're such charitable devs that they like kept it? Like, really? So, and that's kind of the problem. Like, Blizzard sets themselves up to fail with this shit because like, I don't have any issue with the way that the bronze acquisition system is designed. But there's nothing good about it. There's nothing about this system that's like, oh, wow, it's so generous of Blizzard to give us easy access to these rewards. I leveled for 10 hours, 11 hours, and I got 50,000 bronze. You need millions of bronze to unlock everything. So if 11 hours gets you 50,000, do the fucking math. What about that is so obscenely generous that the devs are actively bragging about it and patting themselves in the back in interviews? And at the same time, mind you, gutting leveling experience, right? Like, I don't give a shit if they were genuinely being generous, but if they're gutting the leveling speed from the first PTR testing weekend, and then at the same time, like, giving themselves weird self-praise over giving themselves really good bronze acquisition, like, what the fuck is your problem? Why do you feel the need to openly praise yourself in an interview with other people? That's just fucking weird. So, yeah. I ranted about that in my Discord earlier, but it still pisses me off. I can't stop thinking about how annoying that is to me and how hypocritical their behavior is. And the behavior of Blizzard devs sometimes just fucking... It's like, you know, remember the whole Rockstar mentality thing? Like, they're actively thinking that they're like God's gift to development because they're giving bronze acquisition rates like at, you know, really high levels. Like, no, it's not nearly as good as you think it is. Servers will go down at 10 a.m. Really? Oh. Well, is it rolling restarts? Oh, it's for 1 hour. Yeah, 10 a.m. So I have 2 hours. I don't know if I'll be able to finish the run. I probably won't be able to finish the run in 2 hours. In that case, we just take a break and, I don't know, we'll do something else for the hour or so that it takes. And pause the timer. Stop playing if I hate Blizzard. That's a stupid thing to say. I hope that's sarcasm. Because if not, then, you know, L. And yeah, you know, you can find the interviewer that said that. That is an actual thing that a developer said. Now, I don't know what's more cringe, right? The fact that the developer said that, or that there are actual human beings with a pulse that are giving them praise for saying that. And admittedly, the latter half is like, I saw people on Reddit saying that. So, like, we're not talking about the most high IQ individuals here. But it absolutely astonished me that anybody could see a developer say that in an interview and actually, like, take it completely at face value and start, like, parroting it on social media. That's like, man, how fucking stupid do you need to be? To add to the Cloak XP limit, you have your first character at level 60, 105% XP gain. Gotcha. That sounds like roughly comparable to where I was at on my run. So that's good to know. The prices for some of the T-Mog sets is kind of high for how ass some of them look, yeah. And that's kind of what a lot of people are saying of, you know, you don't need to buy everything. If you don't like a T-Mog set, just don't buy it. But at the same time, I have a lot of friends who are really big collectors. I know how their brains work. They are going to want to get literally everything. And they will grind this mode until they get literally everything. Now, thankfully, my brain doesn't work like that. And I don't fault people who, you know, are like that. Like I said, I have a lot of friends who are like that. So I take solace in the knowledge that I'm going to get the stuff that I care about, and then I'm not going to concern myself with anything else. But I understand that it would suck if you really do just like collecting things, and you're going to have to engage with this far beyond where you really want to.
Good fortune to our friends.
I'm gonna do gear upgrades real quick. You really want the heirlooms? Yeah, the heirlooms are the main thing that I want to. Nizal said, good afternoon. Are the achievements that give threads to characters account-wide? If not, is it possible that... that's kind of... We're going to figure that out in this run, Nizal. I don't know the answer to that question yet. It's a good question. I will let you know at the end of this run when we have determined it and figured out what you actually do get. Now, I suspect, based on the way that Blizzard worded it, I don't think it works like that. And also, keep in mind that the Infinite Power achievement is account-wide. It's a blue achievement, which means that progress is shared across all of your characters. And you'll notice that I have not been earning this achievement on this character as I level up. So if that achievement is account-wide and you don't get individual progress on each character, it stands to reason that, no, it is not exponential. It doesn't scale the more characters you level and get through the system. But it is a good idea. I am curious to see if maybe, contrary to what I think, it does work like that. But either way, we won't know until the end of the speedrun. You got a Phoenix mount randomly from a boss? Nice. And Kindle's pretty good. Also, Static Charge. I'm going to try Static Charge because I haven't really played around with that much. So we'll equip it, see how it goes. Also, I'm going to be honest, guys. Chat is moving really, really fast. I normally like to scroll up and read messages I missed, but it is moving so fast today that I'm not going to be able to do that. So if I missed your message earlier, and you still want your question answered, just repeat your question again. That way I can see it. Do you think that these issues will persist into the War Within? It depends on what you mean, because a lot of these issues are specific to MoP Remix, and are not, like, general WoW problems. Like, almost all of my problems with this mode are unique to this mode. It lies almost entirely within the systems. Like, none of these things really affect Dragonflight, so I guess, to answer your question, no, I don't think it would be a problem. Because, as far as I know, none of this is going to affect War Within at all. Yeah, let me get... There we go.
We'll speak later. Perhaps.
You thought the cape was going to be what? Chat moved. You thought the cape was going to be 1-to-1 for alts and not this tier-based system achievement? Yeah, they backpedaled last second. So Mr. Bongwater, nice name, by the way. I don't blame you for being confused because Blizzard had publicly stated over and over and over that it would be exactly like how you thought it would work. And then literally 24 hours before this launched, they pivoted. And they said, actually, no, it's no longer going to be account-wide, which is one of the things that a lot of people are pissed off about. Because to a lot of people, and I support this argument, it is just false advertising. If you say that the mode is going to be one thing and then last second change it to be another thing, it's misleading and it's false advertising. And a lot of people that I know are pretty pissed off about it. You'll think they'll make WoD Remix? If this is successful, maybe they will. But given how it's going so far, maybe they just shouldn't. Or maybe they should let another dev take a crack at it next time. Early stream, you like it? Yeah. Late stream for me. Oh, also I need to unsocket... WoD Remix would be boring unless they add content to it. Hard to say. I think a lot of people don't give WoD enough credit. It's fun. I like WoD leveling, honestly. Let's just go rainbow gems, one of each color. Why not? Connor B donated, I think that's $2 Australian. Thank you for the donation. Is there a cap on other stats like crit, speed, etc.? I don't believe so. I think if it works like Dragonflight, the way that stat caps like that work in like normal World of Warcraft is that you get diminishing returns if you get way too much of it. I would imagine that because it is fundamentally the same game, stats like that are still capped. So if you get a crap ton of crit, a crap ton of anything, it's gonna fall off. But I don't think that in this mode, at least while leveling, you should not be able to hit that cap. Like, that cap is the type of thing that at max level in, like, regular World of Warcraft, you will eventually hit if you have, like, crit on every single piece of gear. I don't really think that's something that you ever need to worry about at low levels. It's fun, but there's not much to it. Yeah, I mean, but it's also just meant to be, like, a slight bonus event anyway. So I think it would work well for WoD, if they didn't do this stuff. How does the cape work on alts now? There's this achievement, Infinite Power. You get the max rank of Infinite Power, you get 100% starting experience on your alt. That's it. There's, like, a little bit more to it, but, like, basically that's it. That's all you really need to know at the end of the day. Max rank of that achievement gets you 100% experience on your alts. That's all there is. At the moment, we don't believe that there is any other way to get additional experience for your alts. If there is another way to get bonus experience for your alts, it has not been discovered yet. And I suspect that there just isn't a way. I've also reread Blizzard's, like, announcement posts from the last, like, 24 hours and stuff. And the wording on their posts seems to align with this method. That it's just specifically from this achievement only, and it is capped at this amount. Do you not get the stats? You get some of the stats too, yes. That's why I said it's a little tiny bit more involved. You get stamina, you get agility, you get versatility. But, you know, the thing that most people care about is the experience increase, which is why that's what I focused on. That's fine by you. You mainly wanted the cloak for experience. Yeah, I mean, it's... yeah. If it works for you, then good. You have a feeling this event was rather rushed? Yeah. I agree. How different is Bear from Kata to Bear from Dragonflight? Is it easy to adapt? Well, yes and no. Bear from Kata to Dragonflight is, I would say, very, very different. I just got done leveling a Bear in Cataclysm, and I don't want to say it plays nothing like Bear in Dragonflight, because, like, there are some basic similarities. You shift into Bear form, Maul is like a basic spender, you have, like, a lot of the same actual abilities. The biggest difference with Bear and Dragonflight is that Moonfire is, like, one of your biggest spells. Which is something that may be a little bit weird. But you use Moonfire in Bear form, and it's, like, a major part of your actual rotation. So, I would say, honestly, they're not very similar, but at the same time, the nice thing about Bear and Dragonflight is, in my opinion, it is one of the most intuitive tanks to pick up. It's one of the most intuitive specs in the game to pick up. So even if you didn't play Bear and Cataclysm, I would say most people could just play Bear for like a few minutes in Dragonflight and get a feel for it. It's very, very like easy to understand. You're finding it hard to choose a starting class? Well, if you want me to pick for you, I will always say start Monk. But, you know, there are a lot of good options, of course. And this is rough with competition. Saw people talking about eventually getting so powerful you could solo dungeons raids. We don't know. What people are referring to is the same Blizzard developers who like said the stupid comments about like Herder, we're so generous, right? They also said theoretically, because the cloak is infinite on each individual character, if you farmed enough, you might be able to solo raids. And as far as I'm aware, they said it from a hypothetical standpoint, like it may be possible if you farm enough. And like, duh. If you have an infinitely scaling system, then logic implies that at a certain point you will be able to just one-shot anything in the game if you were to grind for a long enough period of time. That's not to say that it is realistically achievable in any reasonable amount of time for the average player. It's MoP, you gotta go Monk? Yeah. That's... Oh, are you kidding me? They lasered that mob before I even had a chance to tag it. I think the knife is, like, right there. Either way. I don't remember where exactly it appears, but I'm just going to spam click and hope that I happen to get it. I'll read chat in a second. Obviously, I need to focus on making sure I get this. Oh, fuck, it was underneath me. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Oh, please tell me that they're not gonna kill the mob again before I get a chance. After finishing, because I'm already doing these quests, I'm gonna finish doing these, but I'm starting to get to a point where, like, these quests are getting kind of overcrowded, and because dungeons are broken at 60, I want to knock those out fast. First 70 took 11 hours, and questing was better than dungeons by far. But I'm going to try dungeons in this run, so we'll get a good idea on whether they're efficient or not. Well, at least I will try, like, one dungeon, and if the dungeon seems relatively efficient, then we will keep doing more. If it's not, then we'll go back to questing. For people asking how fast it is, I see a few messages asking, is it fast? Is it fast? Is it fast? Watch the run and find out. Like, that's why we're testing this. I don't know, which is why I am testing it. That mob is leashing. Technically speaking, my 10 to 60 record on retail is actually, like, around where we are at right now. It is, like, 2 hours, 40 minutes or something on Alliance. Now, that being said, my fastest retail run is, like, a good bit ahead of my average 10 to 60 time. My average time, I would say, for 10 to 60 and, like, my speedruns is probably, like, 3 hours 20, 3 hours 30. If you look at my, not, like, world record attempt runs, where I'm just trying to level fast, like, without all the super fancy stuff, it is around 3 hours 20, 3 hours 30. So if this is 10 to 60 in that amount of time, then at the very least it'll match my retail time. Do you think SOD is dying? I think SOD died already. I think SOD has already completely killed itself. It is so fucking dead. The classic team, like, for all of my complaints about MoP Remix, the classic development team is run by fucking morons, and they genuinely just don't know how to design a game. It's... I mean, the classic team is so bad that they haven't been able to run SOD properly at all, and at the same time, they're failing to re-release a game that already came out years ago. All they gotta fucking do is get it up to par to, like, modern standards with, like, minor quality of life changes, and they can't even fucking do that. They've had to cut features from a game that released years ago because they're so bad at their jobs they can't even get everything working correctly. And then they have the balls to pawn it off in a post called changes to what do they call it? Like, notable changes to Cataclysm Classic. Instead of things that we couldn't get done in time for Cataclassic launch that we're forced to cut. Like, the Classic dev team is just a fucking clown show at this point, SOD included. What is broken about dungeons? The scaling.
You smell of good fortune.
Okay, so real quick, before I do dungeons, I'm going to quickly spend talent points. Let me quickly read chat. The fact you can't copy messages on mobile is irritating. Have I tried Hero? No, I don't have War Within Alpha. I have not tried War Within at all. I have looked at the hero talents. I have mixed thoughts on the hero talent trees. Basically, some of the hero talent trees I think look cool. Some of them I think look really bad. But I have not played them, so I'm not really going to give my opinion on them because until I actually play them, it's hard to really say for sure. What I can say is I'm very excited for the Guardian Druid talent, or hero talents. Guardian Druid hero talents look amazing. A lot of the other ones look kind of eh. You're almost level 40, you don't have any rings, trinkets, or neck. Is that normal? Yeah, you don't get them until max level. You don't get those while leveling up. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Okay. Well, we got all the good shit right before doing dungeons, so perfect timing. Wow. I'm missing Victory Fire still, but like, eh. Take that there, put that there. Oh, wait, shit, that's just... I got another pair of shoulders that's better than actually the thing that I have. Storm Overload, that's really good, right? I should use that. Freedom is terrible. Take Storm Overload, put it here. I really want Victory Fire. I was hoping to get that before I started dungeons. Oh well. Okay, we'll do Q for all of them. Yeah, Bear is like more of an off-tanking Cataclysm. That's why it's a little bit different. You feel bad for the devs. The classic devs are probably the most overworked and underpaid. Look, I feel bad for them because obviously their team definitely needs more, but at the same time, it's hard to feel bad for them when they are just not doing a good job. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care how understaffed you are. Being understaffed isn't going to cause you to put out incursions. That's just, you're bad at your job. Yeah, until I get Victory Fire, it's going to be rough to do these pulls. Because I don't have Brittle, I don't have Victory Fire, so, like, my overall damage is solid. But my AoE burst, like, I just can't do pulls like this and have it, like, really, really, really connect. Because I'm going to have to do, like, pull these mobs, pull Instructor Chillheart, and then do Thundering Orb. And, like, that's really good damage. Sure. But it would be better if I had Brittle, Victory Fire, etc. Yeah, like, look at the speed at which these mobs are dying. And look at, like, so when I enter this dungeon, I'm at, what, 47 and, like, some change. And we'll see where I'm at when I'm out. I do not expect it to be good. Don't scenarios give a trinket? Is it not worth doing while leveling? No. Why would you do that while leveling? What is a trinket going to do for you while leveling? It's easier to do at max level when you have all your power stuff, so just do it then. I mean, do what you want, right? But if you're asking whether that is efficient, not even remotely. 2 tanks, no healers, amazing? Like, yeah, I mean, you don't need a healer if you have a Guardian Druid. Guardian Druids can solo dungeons. Obviously, you know, don't try this at home, kids, right? If you aren't good enough at Guardian Druid to solo dungeons without any support, don't do this because, you know, in that case, you're trolling. But obviously, I know that I can literally solo the dungeon and everybody else is here for, like, set dressing. So, I can queue whatever the fuck I want. And let's be honest, the way that this game mode is designed, nobody's going to actually play a fucking healer. Which is why healers are insta-queues, because nobody wants to play it. Does this guy... Yeah, he has Victory Fire. See, look at the Paladin's damage just because of Victory Fire. It's nuts. More prismatic slots does nothing when you're socketing green gems? Yeah, exactly. I forget where the book is from this quest. Oh, it's over there, okay. Yeah, one of the other things is, like, everybody has, like, self-healing effects as part of their gems. So as long as nobody's getting one shot and, like, the tank knows what they're doing, you just don't really need a healer.
My dear, it appears we have visitors. Friends of yours, boss?
You there. Make yourselves useful and deal with these summoners.
Pull's gonna be a little bit tricky, so let me just focus up for this. Nice.
that has been bestowed upon you.
We should DPS spec in class? Well, I mean, DPS spec isn't necessarily faster. Like, as you can see here, Guardian Druid is the fastest spec for Druid leveling. So you play your best solo leveling spec end quest. And if you want to know what the best solo leveling specs are, then I have a tier list on my channel, which is still accurate. Also, I should do these buffs. You're also playing Guardian Druid and you have no idea what you're doing, but Frenzied Healing seems OP. Yeah, that's the nice thing about Guardian. Guardian has, like, a relatively high skill cap, so, like, when you really get used to it, you can get, like, really good at doing crazy shit with it while leveling. But it also has a really low skill floor, so you can kind of just, like, rub your face on your keyboard as Guardian and you will just kill shit. So it's very nice for that. Very welcoming tank. What's the fastest way to level? Questing. I'm testing dungeons now. I don't expect them to be faster, but we'll find out. I think if I manage to get Victory Fire, I'll do more dungeons, but are you kidding me? The meat graft is clipped into the wall, so we weren't able to attack it. Yeah, like, it's not bad experience, but as it stands, right now, we're not, like, at the same good pace. Thundering Orb would be nuts here. You're leveling Blood DK, that's the class you're good at? Yeah? Yeah, you know.
I am the Dark Master. I command the undead.
I won't let you.
How much bronze do you have at max when you just do quests? Like 50k. Did your retail leveling include special items and tactics? No, Pinch and Ninja, that's not how it works. My speedruns use special items and tactics. My route is just fast. Ask anybody who's tried it. If you've not seen my retail leveling guide, then you can check it out to get an idea. It's all about the quest routing.
The soul burns so brightly.
And if anything, your argument kind of works against you, because understanding how to engage with the gem system in this would take infinitely longer for people to understand than, like, the difference in leveling with gumshoes or without gumshoes, for instance. So that's actually, like, not really an argument you want to be making. There is way more, like, non-routing complexity to this method of leveling than anything in my retail leveling guide. My retail leveling guide is like, hey, if you jump off a cliff, remember to press Goblin Glider first. That kind of stuff. That felt pretty good. Yeah, imagine if I had Victory Fire here. I could just destroy these dungeons. What's my level? 48. You can't trade and remix? I don't think so. You definitely can't sell stuff on the auction house. I don't know about trading. Maybe eventually if the cloak gathers enough XP, that's not how it works though, Pinja Ninja. It's a flat value now. Previously, I would have agreed with you when it seemed like that's how the cloak worked. But that's kind of the main problem. Now it is just a fixed 100% additional experience for all of your alts when you get the max achievement. It's not account-wide. Which means, like, this testing run is, as far as we know, the end-all be-all leveling speed. If this testing run is not faster than my retail leveling, then, you know, that's it. It doesn't get any faster than this. Oh, I have to kill them all. Oh, my Thrash stacks! Yeah, no, they made it sound like it was shared because it was shared until they backpedaled within the last 24 hours. It initially was supposed to be shared, and then they just changed their mind last second and didn't really say anything. And now people are slowly starting to realize that Blizzard kind of bait and switched them and are justifiably pissed off. As more people realize that Blizzard straight out lied in a lot of their marketing material, I expect to see more justified outrage about the state of the game mode. Because right now, I think a lot of people think I'm overreacting because they don't understand how the mode works. They think that it works like it was supposed to on the PTR, and they're telling me, like, well, just wait. After all, it's account-wide. And they just don't realize that Blizzard has changed how it actually functions. And I don't blame you. That's the entire problem. Blizzard misled you. I guess I just take the next Berserk upgrade. So yeah, I got basically a level and a half off that. Which, not bad, but at the same time, that was not amazing. I probably would have gotten the same amount of experience if I had just been doing quests. Now, that being said, I think if I had Victory Fire there, that would have been considerably faster, and there's a case to be made for that would have ended up being really, really fast. So, we kind of need to see a little bit more. Yeah, that's good. Then I take out these things. What gems do I have? Oh, nice. I have 3 Tinker slots now. I guess I'll put in Brilliance until I get something better. What about these shoulders? These shoulders are the same as mine. Helmet is Mastery. These shoulders are 128, yeah, same. 128, yeah, this is all the same as what I have. How long will this event be going? At the very least, 94 days. Blizzard has said that the time frame is not an exact science, and they may extend it depending on War Within launch date. So, the 93 days is a placeholder value. It will not be shorter than that, but it might be a little bit longer. They should really buff the starting stats to the max achievement level. You hope they still do. It's possible, but yeah. Was looking forward to 300% increased XP on all your alts. Yeah. That's kind of the real egregious one, because I think if they are using a screenshot of something that is no longer even achievable, that's the main thing that I have a problem with, like I said before. I don't really care if they want to change things, but then you need to stop using it in your marketing materials. You're really outraged by the discovery that they changed it all? Yep. And that's kind of the problem. It's not just that they changed it, it's that, you know, you've probably been operating under the assumption up until just now that they didn't change it because they literally snuck it right under your nose within the last 24 hours. And they tried to give themselves, like, plausible deniability by sneaking it in as, like, little text at the bottom of the post that, oh, by the way, now it's no longer account-wide and it's instead tied to achievements, right? So now, if anybody tries to call them out on it, they can say, well, we technically did announce it before it actually went live, even though they only announced it within 24 hours. And they spent over a month marketing that it was account-wide stuff. And people in my Discord have already found things that are still very recent on their Twitter, as recent as like 2-3 days ago, tweets using the thing like account-wide progress, blah, 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 blah. So there are still very recent examples of Blizzard advertising the account-wide nature of this event, and yet that's just not how it works at all. I guess I'll use that for now. I want to get that. Yeah, I should get the chest first. Blizzard, no, it's the players that are wrong. Yeah. Woo! Oh, wait. I don't actually want Bulwark at this point. Bulwark's not bad, but honestly, Lightning Orb is just so much stronger right now. How much is your cloak now? You level, personally, right now way slower, and with level 30, you got a 100 item level cloak with 34% XP gain. Well, I can't check my cloak well on old Poot Poot, but after I get off the thing, I'll tell you. Late to the combo, what do they change? Like, all the account-wide stuff is not account-wide, basically. No, the cloak boosts are not account-wide. Yeah, see? It's just, it's constantly, people just did not know. Basically, every 15 minutes or so, a new person in stream chat discovers that they were misled by Blizzard. While it is unfortunate, it is really nice to see how many people had absolutely no idea that it got changed, because it really fucking hammers home just how badly this was communicated by Blizzard, and how frustrated people are that they didn't know. I'm gonna stop using Hailstorm. Just tune in, what'd you miss? What didn't the player base know? The cloak is no longer account-wide, and it hasn't been for the entirety of the remix event. It was a last-second change before the thing went live. That is such dog shit behavior? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, let's test, also, it might be worth it doing one dungeon just for this bonus quest. Just because that's, like, free experience. We're gonna try something. Now, to be clear, what I'm about to do, I do not advocate you actually do on your characters. Do not do this. But I'm gonna do it just because for speed leveling, it will theoretically save me a little bit of time. So I'm gonna buy... With my stuff, I'm going to buy Tinker Gems. So we're just going to buy them one at a time. And I'm going to do this until I get the, until I get Victory Fire. Now, the reason you should not do this is because this is bronze that you are wasting on something you will get anyways. So on your actual characters, do not do this. You will, by the time you hit max level, get every single Tinker Gem. Guaranteed. I'm literally just doing this for speed leveling purposes. And I'm getting dog shit, so it's not even worth it. And this is one of the reasons why it's not worth doing. Most of the time, you're not even going to get the one that you want. And then you're just going to have wasted a shit ton of bronze on gems that you don't actually need. Yeah, I got neither of the two upgrades that I actually wanted. So, case in point. Do not actually do that. Do not do this, internet. You can't tell me what to do. Yeah. I can always get back here really easily with the Nostlin's voucher. Are scenarios worth it? That's what we're about to find out, kind of. Now, overall, I would say no. Scenarios aren't really fast. Though I think it might be worth it doing at least a single dungeon and a single scenario, just because they give okay experience. They give you bronze for your first completion of the day, and they give you a daily quest, which gives bonus experience and more bronze. So, like, a singular scenario and dungeon can be good. That is what I am thinking at the moment. Technically speaking, the same could be true for LFR, but LFR gives such terrible baseline experience that it's just not even worth it. You are at least getting okay experience from dungeons and scenarios, it's just not great, and then you make up for it by, the other stuff being good, surrounding it. Yeah, no problem. What is MoP Remix? It's a special leveling game mode. Assault? I do not think I have ever done this scenario before. I do not know this one at all. The gem system sucks harder than a deep sea vortex. Why not just do regular jewel crafting? Yeah. Where did my cloak start at level 1? Plus 100% XP. Do I do anything? Yeah, I guess I just need to wait for it to tell me to shoot at something. You like the gems? I'm more power to you, but I don't. This is retail WoW. This is not classic, no. Time is leveling Rockefeller, probably. I don't understand the reference. Remix is impressive that it makes MoP, one of Blizzard's better storylines, a thing that most only want to do once and be done. Yeah. Frankly, if it wasn't for the addition of Garrosh heirlooms, which, like, I'll be honest, I'm glad that we're getting Garrosh heirlooms, so, like, kudos to Blizzard for that. That's something. But if it was not for Garrosh heirlooms, I would not care about this at all. I would make my guides and be done with it. Because Garrosh heirlooms are back, I have to care about this, and I have to farm them. But once I get all my Garrosh heirlooms, I can be pretty done with it. Yes, you can get the Garrosh heirlooms again. They're fairly expensive, but better than nothing. What are Garrosh heirlooms? Garrosh heirlooms are there's like special, well, heirlooms in general, if you're new to WoW, you're not familiar. Heirlooms are items that you can get on your main characters that help you level up your alts faster. And the Garrosh heirlooms are special items that drop off Garrosh Hellscream, the final boss of Siege of Orgrimmar. They were only available in the like current content Mists of Pandaria, and they've been gone for the rest of the game. And now, for the first time ever, Blizzard's bringing it back. So for the first time in like over 10 years, you're finally able to obtain these special items again. Which is really nice, because a lot of people like me didn't really farm them all the time, because I was much more casual back then. And they're really good for leveling, so it sucks not having access to them. Yeah, I only got the two-handed strength axe back in the day from my Blood DK, and I never got anything else. What are these items? It's just I just kind of explained it. If something about that didn't make sense, then yeah, I guess just ask me which part of that didn't make sense. Do the different difficulties affect the heirloom? No. The way that it works in terms of acquisition in this mode is, in order to buy the Garrosh heirloom, you need to get a currency from killing him, and you have to kill him on normal or higher. Depending on the difficulty you kill him on, you get more of the currency. So basically, killing him on Mythic will give, I think they said 5 of the currency, and you need 2 to buy each heirloom. So you're incentivized to do it on harder difficulties just because the grind is faster. No, scenarios are not good for XP. Do a single scenario for the daily quest. That's it. On Mythic, oh, it's 10. Oh, wow. Okay, that's really good. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, so that's going to really heavily incentivize you to do the hardest difficulty for the farming, which is great. I like that. What's the difference between a scenario and a dungeon? Scenarios are 3-player dungeons that you can do with any combination of roles. So they're basically dungeons designed for 3 DPS. Scenarios were a fundamentally flawed system from the start. Scenarios are basically one of the few poorly designed elements of Mists of Pandaria, because it was just a fundamentally poorly thought out system. I think what scenarios should have been, and what they have kind of evolved into over time, is stuff like the Mage Tower. The idea of making scenarios a 3-player role-agnostic dungeon just was flawed. Because, effectively, what ended up happening for scenarios is low-level scenarios were just a complete steamroll. Because if you need to make it doable by 3 DPS, then it can never be challenging. Because if it is something that requires a tank, because it's overtuned, then it's not actually role-agnostic then, is it? So in order to make it role-agnostic, you need to make it doable without a tank or a healer, which just means it is face roll easy. And the heroic scenarios were just really hard, so what ended up happening in heroic MoP scenarios? You needed a tank and most likely a healer. So it just defeated the entire point of scenarios being role-agnostic. They just became 3-man dungeons. And honestly, I never really enjoyed scenarios. I liked the concept of them, but I always felt like scenarios were just a, like, very half-baked system. And I think that they did it with stuff like the Mage Tower, take the idea behind scenarios and then expand upon that into, like, a, solo challenge content type of thing, which I feel has worked quite well over the years. But the original MoP version of scenarios I never thought were good. In Remix, you can join solo. Well, you can queue for them solo. But that's not what I mean. Are the raids as difficult as normal? I have no idea. I suspect not, though, considering the effects that we have are very overpowered. Role agnostic is a really silly idea for any instance content. Yeah, exactly. At least if you want it to be challenging in that sense. Delves in the War Within are a descendant of that concept. Yeah, but Delves are single player. Which is why, like I said, something like that works a lot better in a solo context, because then you could do stuff like the Mage Tower, where the entire challenge is on the individual. But if it's in a group of 3, then it still functions like dungeon content without any of the balancing that makes dungeon content actually interesting. So it's just the worst of both worlds. But if you do, like, solo scenarios, then yeah, like Delves. Delves have potential for that exact reason. They could end up being like mini Mage Towers, if done correctly. Yeah, I'm gonna use that. That's, Bloodthirsty Coral is good for survivability. Hey. You got Mage and Warlock challenge mode sets back in the day, and you're happy it's something you can flex, but low-key you wish you could get other class sets? Yeah, I feel that. Damn, you're too late. Still searching for other locations for Cataclysm mats? At this point, we're so close to Cataclysm launch that I'll just tell you. There's a spot right here in Old Doom. You can kill a camel and some mobs. And the hints that, like, a lot of people got confused by is, in my Cataclysm video, I said my hint is Arms Warriors, Shadow Priests, and what was the other class? I forget what the third one is. But I basically said 3 different classes may find it easier to wait until Legion in order to obtain the mats. And a lot of people didn't understand what I meant. And it's because the farming spot is this spot in Western Tirisfal. And that's where the Arms Warrior and Shadow Priest artifact unlock quest lines take place in Legion. And there's level 81 stags that you can kill and skin there. So, if Blizzard ends up nerfing it now, oh well. But at this point, we're like only a few days from Cataclysm launch, so since a few people seem to be stumped by the little riddles I gave, I'll just spell out the answer for anybody watching the stream. Go farm it. Have fun.
Don't underestimate the Isles.
Oh, let's go. Alright, Victory Fire, come on. Opportunist is not bad.
I enjoyed speaking with you.
Alright, it's not Victory Fire, but, I got Brittle, at least. Okay, we'll take out Enkindle. No problem, Marcus Gill. Hope that helps. I hope for your sake that Blizzard doesn't nerf it now that I've revealed it. What's changed since yesterday? Nothing. There's server maintenance in like an hour or two, so maybe they'll change something then. But there haven't been any changes so far. Trinkets and rings are not account-wide, no. You have to unlock the achievement on your actual character. I have not slept, no. That is a fun hint that you always thought those artifacts being connected was cool. Yeah. I am happy with my riddle because while it did stump a few people did manage to solve it exactly the way that I intended. They pieced together that I was referring to the artifact unlock quest lines. And a lot of the people who figured out that riddle and like DM'd me on Discord and was like, hey, when you posted that hint in your pinned comment, was this what you were referring to? And then when I told them, yes, you got it correct, they were like, oh, that was a really cool riddle. Like, thanks, man. And I felt like quite proud of myself because I'm like, yeah, I did think it was a cool riddle. I'm glad you thought so. So, yeah, I got some good feedback on that one. I'm glad that other people liked it. All right. I'll queue for, I don't know if dungeons are actually going to be efficient. I suspect that what's going to happen is I'm just going to keep queuing into stuff like Scholomance, but I will do this until I hit a dungeon that I haven't done the quest for already, and we'll see if it's efficient after losing the daily. Oh, fuck. Okay, well... I'm gonna switch to Guardian real quick. You can buy the Trinket or Ring on an alt if you have it. I'll have to double check that. I heard contradictory information, Darkua. What? No. Alright, Today's Friday only, that's what's changed? Yeah, I suppose in a sense that's correct. Oh, I got stunned. My vision of the target is obscured. Okay, game. Is LFR good for leveling? No, LFR currently gives no experience. Like, at all. LFR is quite literally the worst leveling method right now. What's the point of queuing being... I can't... Unfortunately, YouTube UI things are cutting off your message. Queuing being able, though... Oh, that guy... Oops. Unless Haraldin has decided if they die like Hiraki villain. Yeah. No, I mean, it's whatever. The entire point of, like, dungeon leveling is you do go fast. A lot of people are going to complain because they're like, oh, my immersion. But it's like, if you're not wiping, you go as fast as possible. And obviously, we know that this is how it works. What's the point of queuing LFR being enabled? I mean, it's not an intentional design choice by Blizzard. You gotta understand that half of the stuff they do, they don't actually think about this. They just do stuff. Like, LFR was really broken on the first testing thing, so they just gutted it. That's their solution to the problem. Oh, the leveling method is too good? We're just going to kill it entirely. Yeah. So it's not necessarily that LFR is supposed to give no experience. It just doesn't give experience. Because Blizzard fucked up. It was not, I don't believe, an intentional choice on their end.
The gates are about to fall! Quickly, slaughter these meddlers! There will be no escaping me.
Didn't I queue as a healer? How come you're tanking? Welcome to World of Warcraft. This is how you level fast. What? What? Eek. Tactical shortcut. Oh my god. Yeah, that is karmic timing right there. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. What I think I blinked through the terrain and died. Yeah, I mean, notice how nobody has actually needed healing. Unless they've severely fucked up. So, if healers give you instant queues, and literally nobody needs healing because the mode is just so poorly tuned, then the best way to level is to queue as a healer as something like a Guardian Druid that can just instantly kill everything and doesn't need heals or 4 other players. And then it doesn't even matter. The green... Yeah, well, the green guy died once because he ran off on his own. Like, that's his fault. I cannot be held accountable by the stupidity of the people in my group. If they stay near me and they let me just tank everything for them, I can solo the dungeon. I'm doing normals. Heroics are not worth doing. There have not been any changes yet, no. No changes. That honestly was not terrible experience. So I think I just keep doing that. And I keep doing this until I hit a dungeon that I've already completed. And we pray to get Victory Fire, because that would be really good. If I get Victory Fire, this becomes like 500% easier. But even before then, it's still really nice. Slay seems kind of broken. Automatic touch of death with no cooldown. Oh yeah, Slay is the most broken thing by far. Ah! It's Siege of Nizao Temple. Okay. Ah, shit. I forget that it starts me off... I'm gonna die here. Maybe? Yeah, it starts me in fucking... Resto, and I have to change specs every time to make it work. So, give me 1 second. Yeah, and unfortunately, this is, yeah, so now I'm going to do exactly what that guy tried to do, except I'm going to do it better. Or I'm going to just get stunned and die. Never mind, maybe. No, I'm good. We're chilling. Barrow Peak. Yeah, the stun almost fucked me, but... We chain immediately into boss. Fun little thing about this dungeon, you can see killing those mobs gives you a stacking 10% XP, or 10% damage buff, I mean, for every one of them you kill. So you want to kill a bunch of those resin and then really quickly chain into the boss and just burn him as fast as you possibly can in that time frame. That being said, we out of here. Fuck Siege of Nizao Temple. It is an incredibly slow dungeon. That is not worth doing. So I think, yeah, I have to wait like 12 minutes again if I wanted to do it. But that's fine because the quests are very good. Also, now I get the good shit. Twin Moonfire. Wait, it's not called Twin Moons, it's just Twin Moonfire now? Lame. Twin Moons rolled off the tongue better. Yes, there is a difference between normal and heroic Q. One is normal, the other will kick your teeth in. Do normal. What are some gems to keep an eye out for? Slay, Brittle, and Victory Fire are like the 3 most powerful gems. You get those, you're just kind of set. After that, I mean, there's a bunch of gems that are good, but like, it's really just those 3 that completely hard carry the leveling process more than the rest. Are any of these items upgrades? Oh, these pants are actually a major upgrade. I need to use them. Where are my gems? Okay. Now I need berries. And 5 Yetis. How many berries do I need? Oh, I still need a lot. Okay. Yeah, I should just go around in flight form and grab berry bushes. You had brittle in your inventory this whole time? Yeah. Definitely make sure you check to see in case you accidentally picked it up. Because if you have one of those and you're not using it, it'll make your leveling a lot faster. They are very good. Okay, there's some berries. There's a bunch in the cave, yeah. You wonder how dead the regular retail servers are? I mean, I'm sure there's still plenty of people playing. This is more of a leveling mode anyways. Unless you mean, like, the retail leveling servers, in which case, yeah, probably pretty dead for, like, right now. You've been trying to find the blue post, but no luck. The cloak isn't account-wide. No, it's not account-wide. The achievement that gives you the upgrades is infinite power. This thing. When does the cloak get better for alt? Your main cloak is 100%, but your alt is only 20%. Your main cloak's value has absolutely nothing to do with your alt cloak. The only thing that improves your alt cloak is this achievement. Your main cloak gets absolutely no effect on your alt cloak. It is not account-wide at all. Ironic that it's called infinite power? Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you design it with a theme in mind and then completely change how it works at the last second. In the interview of Soul... Yeah, they said it in the Soul So Breezy interview and in some, like, written text interviews with, like, random websites. And they also put it in their main announcement post yesterday, before the mode launched, or I guess 2 days ago at this point. Arcanist Edge for DK is pretty good. Yeah, Arcanist Edge isn't bad, but it's just not going to outperform a lot of the other ones. What dungeon did you leave? Siege of Nizao Temple. Siege of Nizao Temple is a notoriously slow dungeon. It has extremely heavy RP. It's just not worth doing. Flashing Claws. I can break all this stuff down. Semi-phenomenal, nearly cosmic power. Yeah, it doesn't quite have the same ring to it, huh? Are the 1 to 70 zones updated in Cataclysm? Well, it's 1 to 60, not 1 to 70. But yes, the 1 to 60 zones are updated in Cataclysm. So, if you're familiar with my retail leveling route, Cataclysm is not that much different. It's not exactly the same because Cataclysm still has leveling ranges. So, it's not going to be like retail where you just follow Silverpine, then go into Hillsbrad, etc. You have to do it at specific levels. But it'll be close enough that you can get really efficient leveling with it. Nice. What's another random thing that I can throw in here? Let's just take and Kindle back, now that I have room. Put this stuff here. Take that. Okay, actually, you know what? Here's a really good example of what we can expect. Now, if I had Victory Fire, it would have done the most damage, but this is what a damage breakdown on AoE looks like. Thundering Orb did an insane amount. Obviously, Moonfire still does a ton. Slay is doing a ton. Storm Overload, so a lot of people are praising Storm Overload. It's not bad, but you can see it still isn't, like, nearly as good as something like Slay. The problem with Brittle here, Brittle didn't really get a chance to shine because all the mobs kind of, like, died in a really weird, staggered way. But obviously, we know the power of Brittle in the right setting. Explosive Barrage is better on single target. Meteor Storm, not quite as good here. Static Charge, honestly, doing okay. And Sunstrider's Flourish, pulling its weight, I would say. So there's, merit to that type of stuff. How do you get the best gems, or how do you farm them? You don't really farm them, you just kind of, you loot gems by doing literally anything. So as for how to get the best gems, don't worry about it, just play the game, it'll come naturally. I kind of want to skip these quests. Just Beyond the Wall at least gives a box, so I'm going to turn this in. These quests aren't bad, but they're like not as efficient as some of the other ones. And also, does the Shadow Pan give... That gives a box, so I want to do that one too. But then I'm going to skip this hub as well. Those mobs that gave, like, the bleed earlier were ridiculously overtuned, so... I can't enter the door. Okay. I don't know why that door is bugged. How to get Threads of Time? Same thing, you just play the game. You just kill shit, eventually it appears. 62, that's a slight upgrade. Why are the Infinite Dragons friends? Who fucking knows? The lore doesn't make any sense. Just don't think about it, basically. I agree, it doesn't make any sense, though. I'm sure that there is some, like, garbage Dragonflight explanation as to why the Infinite Dragons are our friends, because friendship is magic and blah 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 blah. It's stupid. Dev said something like they are frenemies. Yeah, it's stupid. It fundamentally makes no sense. The Infinite Dragons were never supposed to be, like, actual dragons. They were originally not a type of dragon. They are corrupted bronze dragons. They always were. Infinite Dragons were originally supposed to be bronze dragons that went insane trying to manipulate, you know, the time ways, which is why most of the Infinite Dragons are actually future versions of existing dragons. And the spooky part of the Infinite Dragonflight was always supposed to be the, like, concern of all bronze dragons are technically fated to become Infinite Dragons and eventually fuck with the time ways. And it's like, they have to stop their future selves, but then, like, isn't that just going to lead them down the same path? That was the whole concern with Nosdormu and Murozond, and, well, you know. Who needs good writing when you can just say, the Infinite Dragons are our friends now, because friendship solves all problems, even complicated time paradoxes. Like, see, here's the thing. If you think about the World of Warcraft writing these days, it's just gonna make you angry. Which is why I have the best solution. You just don't think about it. Don't think about it. World of Warcraft writing makes no sense, just don't think about it. Just play for the gameplay. Whenever the story seems really shit, don't think about it. Because you're just going to make yourself mad at how it makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, I mean, the friendly Eridar also doesn't make sense. The friendly Eridar, I at least kind of understand, because it's... The friendly Eridar is like a weird workaround because they want to give people Eridar cosmetics. Which, like, okay, I guess. That's at least a story reason. That is gameplay trumping story, so I'm kind of okay with it. There's at least a reason for that nonsensical story choice. The Infinite Dragon things are just because some dev thought it would be cute to make, like, Chromie friends with an Infinite Dragon or whatever. There's no actual logic to it. Yeah. Bronze Dragons, or Infinite Dragons were never meant to have, like, you know, personalities. They were literally meant to be insane, corrupted Bronze Dragons. Anything beyond that just goes against their original design and is, in my opinion, non-canon. What add-ons am I using? Really just Leatrix Plus. For leveling, that's all that matters. They even made an evil Chromie just because lol, cute Chromie, yeah. I mean, like, Morchi, I at least don't mind just because it's kind of fun, right? Like, Morchi's... Well, the boss fight itself sucks ass. But the idea of, like, haha, funny evil Chromie is, like... For a little dungeon one-off boss like that, I don't really mind. But... as a major story beat that they're going to continue to use and try to shove down our throats, it makes no sense. Yeah, so. Have you seen from War Within the story a different direction? No. I mean, here's what's probably going to happen in the War Within based on everything I've seen. I'm not going to spoil the leaks that I've seen, but it's just the same quality of writing. But they're going to take themselves more seriously, so it's probably going to feel worse. Basically, if you are already coping hard that WoW's writing is good, you're probably going to like War Within because it's going to convince you that it's actually better than it is. Because it's going to take itself really seriously, so people who aren't able to critically analyze storytelling are going to be like, wow, it's so deep. And any of us that actually, you know, have seen good writing before are going to look at this and be like, God, I can't believe this pretentious crap is taking itself seriously. And we're just going to be, you know, rolling our eyes as the story plods onwards down a never-ending path of mediocrity. But yeah, I've seen some of the stuff for War Within, and it just doesn't seem interesting. It's generic. It's the same thing that WoW does every single expansion, where the zones are full of, like, introduce new faction, introduce one or two key NPCs in this new faction, build up a basic backstory for this key NPC so you feel bad for them, and then they dump their life story on you and explain why they need you to help save their kingdom, empire, or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then you fight with generic assortment, like ensemble cast of random named characters from World of Warcraft lore, whether it actually matters or not, and then ensemble cast is going to have these close call moments of, oh no, so-and-so character might die, and then eventually they will just randomly, unceremoniously kill off a named character in lore because they think that that makes things feel more impactful. And the only time in recent history where they actually managed to make that feel impactful was Ysera, and then they completely undermined that in Shadowlands, so yay. But every single expansion, they try to kill off a random character, and I'm sure if you have even remotely followed the War Within leaks, you've probably already seen which character is getting killed off this expansion, and all I can say is, I am mad about it. Because if the leaks are correct, and they are actually killing off that character, which I'm not going to say the name if you don't want spoilers, but I think a lot of us have seen the leaks, I'm just mad because now we're just going to have a really good voice actor who a lot of people really like, who is less involved in the story. Like, I don't like the WoW writing, But at the very least, I can appreciate good voice acting, and I can appreciate, like, popular characters who the community, generally speaking, likes. So, killing off one of the characters so that their voice actor now doesn't get to be involved in as many WoW projects, like, that's the only real impact. I'm still not going to care about the story. That character being gone is still not going to make me be like, wow, the stakes are high now, because the stakes don't matter at all. I still don't give a shit. I'm just going to miss hearing that character talk and be like, well, that's depressing. So I just think it's dumb. It's Twitter post bait that really just serves no conceivable purpose. And they need to have that every single expansion. And it's kind of worked, because you already see people on Twitter. That's why I said a lot of you may have already seen it. There's already people on Twitter like, no, not X character. They better not kill that character. That's my favorite character. And that's why, like, so many people already know that that's a thing that might happen. But, it's... yeah. It's just, it's annoying. And there are other reasons I should note that especially pisses me off. Like, I feel like the character that I really like has been historically underutilized despite being very popular. And I enjoy them, and I think the general community enjoys them. And now they're getting brought back only to be unceremoniously whacked. And that, it's just, why? Like, cool, Blizzard. That's cool. See, Sun, I don't know. I think the way that I have seen the leaks, it's not necessarily confirmed, and I think that's the other annoying part. It technically isn't confirmed one way or another whether that character is actually dead. They're, like, the leaks, I almost feel like Blizzard intentionally set it up in a way where it is hard to tell, based on the data mine cutscenes, whether the character is dead or not. Which is just, like I said, makes it even more annoying, because now I just have no idea what to expect. Also, you can see, for whatever reason, dungeons already got gutted at this level. Scenarios are also gutted. It looks like there is a 15,000% or 15,000 experience bonus for doing the first wing of LFR now. So it seems they at least fixed that. The LFR weekly quest gives how much? 9,000. So that's not good, but the very first wing of LFR might be worth doing in that case. Hard to say. Is it worth it to finish a whole place before moving on to the next? No. What counts as major cooldowns? Depends. It's different for every class. You gotta just test it and figure it out. Oh, fuck! Ah, I hate that Leatrix Plus auto starts this. Oh, okay.
The Thunder King. He united the Mogu, conquered the other Pandaren races, and built an empire that would last for thousands of years.
Unfortunate.
Legend has it that the Thunder King possessed enormous power.
Yeah, oh, Tyrion Forgering. Yeah, that was the one from Legion, where they just randomly kill off an important lore character at the start. They killed off a bunch at the start of Legion. Honestly, I liked the Legion storyline for the most part. It had its flaws, and I think one of the flaws was that they tried to kill off a bunch of characters just randomly with no build-up, just to be like, the stakes are higher now. It's just annoying. If your story requires you to kill the main cast just to make people care, it's not the best story unless you're doing Game of Thrones or something, yeah. Infinite power XI is what controls what stats all characters start, and XI is the highest one, and it caps at 100%? No. No. XI is the second highest. It gives you 52%, despite the fact that Infinite Power 12 doesn't actually say that it gives you increased experience. It is a hidden effect that boosts your experience. We need a story where everyone gives... Oh my god. How do you know which quest to do? I mean, I just know, right? Obviously, you know, just follow my route, but it's testing. Like, I know by testing. So the way that you'll know is either by testing yourself or, more easily, by following my route. But the way that I know is just, I do all the quests. And then I'm like, hey, this one feels good. And then I do it again next time. Yeah, 12 is the final achievement rank that gives 100%. Death in WoW is going to have as much impact as Death for Doctor Who, where he just regenerates a billion times. Yeah. The Shadowlands have kind of killed the concept of death in the Warcraft universe, unfortunately. Alright, so I am level 58, and 4 bars into level 58. Let's see how much experience I'm at outside of this LFR. It looks like at the very least the end of LFR bonus is working correctly now. So that's something.
Their magic lingers on, even centuries later.
Why are so many people naming their characters something something remix? Like, how boring can you be to just have your regular character name and then remix? Like, at least just spice it up a little bit. Like, my character's name on retail, it's not actually my usual druid name, but my demon hunter is named Lenara without the H, so I picked Lenara with an H. It's kind of a similar name, but I'm not going to be Lenara Remix. Like, just, it's so boring. You mash the random button a bunch? That is still a more interesting way of naming your character than just something remix. Probably because they don't plan on keeping them. Yeah, but like... Your rogue is called Wade Wilson? Hey, that's a good name. Huh. Now, if it was Wade Wilson Remix, then we'd have a problem. You're just jealous of Rico Post-Shore Remix MoP 2024. I hope I get Victory Fire from LFR, if anything. Because LFR drops items pretty often. You called yours Better Saw. That's a good name. I like that. That's rough. How much bronze did I loot on my first 70 character? Roughly 50k. What's the fastest way to level in this? At the moment, it seems like it's, questing. I mean, I've been mostly questing, and that has been the best way, pretty much. Right now, I'm just doing, like, final testing on LFR dungeon scenarios just to be absolutely certain that they aren't worth doing. And I think it is safe to say that at least one dungeon, one scenario at higher levels is worth it. Like, I think the levels that I did that dungeon and scenario were right about correct. Okay, LFR mob kill experience is still giving basically nothing. Yeah, I did 4 hours of questing and I'm 58. That said, this is my second character. So I started this character with 100% increased experience. But I did this on my main character and it was still the fastest way. And I mean, I don't know why people think questing is boring. I feel like the people who think questing is boring just don't know efficient questing methods. Because, like, in my opinion, questing is the most fun way to level, because if you're doing dungeons, all you're doing is just mashing AoE buttons non-stop, and it's the same thing over and over and over and over. Questing, it's like, depending on the quest hubs, you know, there's different things that you gotta do, so you have to, like, adapt to every single quest. And that can be annoying if you're doing really inefficient quests that are just, like, kill, collect quests, But it's interesting when you have like a vehicle quest into like a collection quest, into a kill quest, into like, you know, maybe you get 3 of them at once and you have to kill X amount of mobs, then collect a bunch of items and interact with NPCs. I find it to be a way more engaging way to level compared to just dungeon spamming. I seem like a fun guy. Well, thank you. I am in United States, yeah. I'm not Europe. You did 8 hours of questing and you're only 40, so it's not that fast if you're a noob. Well, but see, that's the thing. The key to questing, it's a combination of knowing the most efficient way to do the quest and, more importantly, knowing the right questing route. Now, knowing the right questing route, it does take practice, but that's why I'm doing the testing, so that I can get you guys the fastest questing route. And I think that the route I used in this video is quite good. I think that if you follow this, you will achieve a similar time to mine, because it's just good. How did I get the 100 bonus experience on an alt? Infinite power, this achievement. When you get the final rank of this achievement, which is the one that you see here, rank 12, gives you 100% on your alt. Will I try to level as every class? Fuck no. Fuck no. I barely want to play Druid in this mode, and Druid is my favorite class to level. Is leveling actually faster than retail? Well, right now it doesn't seem like it. Now, I'm sure that I could still optimize this further. And like, for instance, if I really wanted to just blitz to 60 right now, I could. And then we could get like a rough comparison leveling time. So we're going to have to wait and see what the final 10 to 70 time is before really making a comparison. But as it stands, it seems like on your alts, it's going to be roughly slower than retail leveling. If you are following my route, which, if you are not following my retail leveling routes, well, then you better check out the guides on my channel, because you're probably doing something wrong. But, like, to give you an idea of why some people think this is going to be efficient, and maybe the approach that Blizzard is going with, like, in between my previous run and this run, I took a short break and I was browsing Reddit and reading people's posts about MoP Remix, and I saw somebody say that leveling in this is actually really fast because it takes them 18 to 20 hours to level 10 to 60 in retail. And I'm like, what? Like, how does it actually take somebody 18 to 20 hours to level 10 to 60? It takes me 3 hours. What world are you living in where it takes you... I mean, how much slower is that, percentage-wise, compared to my leveling routes? And I can... Like, some people have told me that when they're first learning how to, like, level with my route and stuff, it can take them up to, like, 10 hours. 10 hours are the really bad times I hear when they're completely unfamiliar with the game. It's usually brand new players who don't know, like, the route at all and are still learning how World of Warcraft works. It sometimes takes them up to 10 hours, and that's, like, the worst-case scenario. The fact that somebody could actually spend 18 hours in 10 to 60 leveling boggles my mind, because I'm pretty sure if you just, like, walked around in circles and killed random mobs that you came into contact with, you would probably level up faster than in 18 hours. Like, I just don't understand. So, there are people who genuinely believe that this leveling method is efficient, because to them, retail leveling is so bad because they just don't know efficient questing routes. And like, goddamn. At the very least, when I see comments like that on Reddit, what that tells me is that I have not reached my market cap. There are still people out there that I can reach with my leveling guides. There are still people who have not seen the light and who are, you know, not leveling in Silver Pine Hillsbrad or Red Ridge Loch Modan, etc. And those people, I mean, they gotta find some better leveling method, because holy fuck. whatever they are doing, 18 to 20 hours, 10 to 60, like, that ain't working. Carlton, I can fix them, yeah. I joke, but I genuinely feel bad, and I do wonder how people like that, like, how do you not, like, if it is genuinely taking those people 18 to 20 hours, and that's not hyperbole, and they were being serious when they said that, I just wonder, like, how do you not come off that leveling process and think to yourself, there has got to be a faster way. Let me try to find it. So there's no way that they felt like that was the fastest it could possibly get. Your very first character was 20 hours to 70, not 60. Yeah, 20 hours to 70, that I could understand. So maybe also it could have just been... They did say 60s. I know that for a fact, because I did a double take just to see. So I am 100% sure that that is what they said. But, yeah, I would not be surprised if it took somebody that long for 70, but 60, no. There's no way. Krendor has been level 40 for 2 years. Well, you know, yeah.
I have many lucky tools you like.
Well, I guess I could turn in that quest right now. Yeah, so it looks like based on the amount of experience I got, if the experience that you get from Raid Finder scales, and it looks like you get 1 for each completion, then I think it might be worth doing LFR once just for the quest combination again. Maybe. But even that is debatable. Because that was still significantly worse than both dungeons and scenarios. Actually, you know what? Come to think of it, I don't know if that would be better. And if so, just that. What about 0 to 70? Is MoP faster than retail? It's too soon to say, son. That, like, by the end of this run, I will hopefully be able to give you a tentative answer, but, like, that is entirely what we are testing in this run. I do not know. SH Jordan YT, no. For starters, guides like that, a lot of them, it doesn't work like that. You don't just create guides for it. And a lot of them don't, a lot of them that allow you to make guides don't work the way that they think you do. It doesn't work the way you think it does. I will generally say, obviously, I'm not, like, upset because I would assume that you're probably new to my channel. We don't really talk about some of those guides here. Just because I do not condone paid leveling guides. I do not like them. I think that they need to die in a fire, and I think Blizzard needs to crack down on them. I absolutely despise paywalling information like that. And I think paid add-ons are a scourge on this game and need to be eradicated. And I do not like discussing them at all. So, I will at least answer your question, but I will politely ask that you refrain from discussing them further. Yeah, no, it's okay. Like I said, I'm not mad. Because I understand that you're probably new. But I'm just saying that now. Obviously, this is like... you know, a big stream, a lot of new people are, you know, coming to the streams and aren't familiar with, like, my thoughts on a lot of those add-ons, but yeah, I do not like paid add-ons. Let's just remove add-ons in general. I mean, some add-ons are okay, but... Your first character with my route was like 18 hours, but it was Outlaw Rogue with no heirlooms? Well, yeah, I mean... That's more so Outlaw Rogue with no heirlooms, yeah. If you remove Dark Moon, you get a few hours on your run. No, what? What? No. Dark Moon? Dark Moon is a 10% XP modifier and like a handful of quests. You do not get a few hours. I have done leveling runs without Dark Moon. It's not a few hours. It's like 30 minutes at most. Dark Moon is nowhere near that impactful. Also lag, hello? Yeah, Dark Moon, just to be clear, is a 10% experience increase. It's nice for speed leveling. Like, every bit counts for speed leveling. It really doesn't matter. Like, see, this is why I always say, people vastly overestimate how much the stuff I use in my speedruns gain. The stuff that I use in my speedruns, it really, like, individually, each piece is not that much. Darkmoon Fair, admittedly, is one of the larger ones, but even a 10% XP increase is not that big. Server getting ready to shut down? Yeah, I can see it. I'm just doing as many quests as I can in the meantime. Pickpocket doesn't work on Remix? Ah, that's unfortunate. Where can you train bronze for gems? At any of the bazaars. So if you look at the map, every single zone has an infinite bazaar. And if you go to the infinite bazaar, you can buy a bunch of stuff with your bronze, including the gems. I don't understand. You have 60 to 70 in 2 hours route, but retail leveling might be faster than MoP Remix. Yeah. Yeah, and my 60 to 70 in 2 hours, while it is a little bit difficult to set up in terms of like the routing, it's very easy to do once you understand the setup behind it, and it is very consistent. Because there's like basically no variance to it whatsoever if you do the method that I suggested. So it's a little bit more annoying to do just because of like the, you know, the headache involved in understanding dream surges. But once you understand how dream surges work, it's honestly really easy and fast. And like I mentioned in the, if you watch the 60 to 70 in 2 hours guide, I mentioned in that run that the 2 hour time is based on my runs, which are done with the inefficient strat mentioned in the video. Basically, in that video, I give 2 different methods for using it. I do the method that I use in my speedruns, which I am forced to do for speedruns because all my speedruns are single segment. And the nature of single segment speedruns for something like Dream Surges, which have rotating fixed time limit buffs that are completely random, you're going to have periods where you just get really shit RNG. But if you just only level during the periods of time when Dream Surges are giving you the correct buff, then it is just extremely efficient. And it will always just be ridiculously fast. So, you could theoretically get even faster than my current fastest time if you were to do like a multi-segment run where you just only leveled during the Dream Surge XP bonus. And I haven't bothered doing that because, like, I cannot be fucking bothered. That it doesn't sound fun to me. I have no interest in trying to do that. But it obviously is something that people can do, and I know there are a lot of people who like to level like that. So, I mentioned it in the guide. What are the best Tinker gems? Brittle, Slay, and Victory Fire. Am I on Europe? No. North America. Do you think it'll be worth it for leveling with Cloak and for future alts? I already have the highest you can get for your Cloak on this character. So, no, basically. Unless they change something, which they might. But, yeah. Just to be clear, in case like you're joining late and you missed that part of it, this character already has the highest Cloak. I started off with as high as a baseline Cloak as you can get on an alt. So what you are seeing here is what leveling will look like on a maxed out character. Also, server shutdown, so I'm going to pause the timer. I don't know how long server shutdown's going to be. It's unfortunate that it happened to be right during my speedrun. I'm not going to end the stream. So, I'll think of something to do. Is Cataclysm Classic up? It looks like Cata Classic is still online. Maybe I do archaeology. Just fuck it. Why not? Either way, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to catch up on chat real quick. Did I fully complete Jade Forest? No. I skipped almost all of Jade Forest. Jade Forest is really slow. What about free add-ons like Azeroth Autopilot? Yeah, I don't care about Azeroth Autopilot. I have no problem with Azeroth Autopilot existing. If it is free, I don't mind. That being said, there's a fundamental difference between, you know, me being okay with an add-on and me wanting my route to be hosted by an add-on. So, I guess, to answer those questions, there are two sides to it. One, fuck paid add-ons, but the other side is, what about the non-paid add-ons? Well, it's not that simple. First off, and then within that, breaking it down even further, I'm kind of summarizing because it's something that gets asked relatively often. For starters, if I were to do that work myself, it would just not get done. What I might do in the future is I might, like, outsource somebody to create an add-on. But that is something that I don't have the resources for at the moment. I was going to look into making my own add-on, but considering how aggressive Blizzard's release schedule is, I just don't have the free time to do that. And the reality is, if I were to make an add-on, it would be free, so I would make no money off of it. So it would be purely a goodwill thing to, like, make my guides more approachable. And at a certain point, like, I am more concerned with just getting the research and information out there than making it look pretty in, like, a guide format and stuff like that. There's just no point in doing that. So if I reach a point in the future where I have, you know, the ability to get a written guide or, like, you know, an in-game add-on guide put together, then great. But it's not something that is just as easy as just get it done. And if I were to allow my guide to be used by an add-on, it would have to be something where, like, I worked closely with them to make sure that it was working, it was actually implemented correctly, and I would also want to make sure that it was updated accurately, which is why I would only want to have it done within my own personal add-on, really, if I were to ever do that. So, like, some people have asked me if they could make a leveling route in their add-on inspired by my route. And what I always tell them is, look, I cannot stop you from copying my route and putting it into your add-on. Like, my route at the end of the day is just a string of quests put together. There's a very big difference between my leveling route and my leveling guides. My leveling route is, you know, I have no control over that. It is just a string of zones that I do while leveling, and regardless of whether or not it is in my guide or somebody else's guide, it is still going to be the fastest combination of zones. So if somebody wants to take those zones and put them in their leveling guide, or their add-on or whatever, and say, inspired by Harlden's route, which I know a few have, because a lot of them reach out to me first to ask me if it's okay, I'm like, yeah, sure, do it. But I am not going to, like, endorse their guide and, like, and give them tips on it unless it's, like, something that I really had, like, a real hand in. If it was somebody that I knew, basically. But when, like, random people approach me and, like, I'm looking to adapt your guide in this, and that way, like, I don't fucking know you, man. Like, I'll give the hand wave gesture of, like, look, if you want to copy my route and give me credit, cool. Like, I don't have a problem with that. But if you expect me to, like, work with you hand by hand, or hand to hand, like, make a imported leveling guide in your route, no, I'm not going to do that. So long term, if it was something I had time for, maybe, but it's, I would also need to trust the person I'm working with, or I would need to have time to do it myself. What classes do the most DPS in MoP Remix right now? The Victory Fire class, the Slay class, and the Brittle class. Those three classes are really strong right now. Isn't the whole point of Remix being faster thing on your main? You should upgrade your Cloak. Neo, that was the point, and then they just changed it last second. So, yeah, I don't know. Harlden, I'm new and I have a question. Should I play the classic Cataclysm server or the Dragonflight version? Play whatever you want. Look into both modes, see which one appeals to you more. There's pros and cons to each. It's not necessarily a play this one or play that one. So I guess speaking of which, while we wait, it looks like Cataclysm is up. So if you want to see Cataclysm, while I wait for the servers to come back up for retail, I'll play Cata a little bit. And you can see if it appeals to you. Obviously, I'm not really going to be doing anything super exciting in Cataclysm because we're going to be doing this for like 1 hour while the speedrun's paused. But, I don't know, maybe you'll immediately be like, oh, this doesn't look like it's for me. Let me keep scrolling. Let me read all chat. Unfortunately, daily quests haven't reset yet, so I can't get a head start on doing my dailies. I think I'm just gonna send archaeology. But I need to reset my Hearthstone back in Dalaran. This is officially a segmented speedrun? Yeah. I mean, technically, but... The point of the speedrun was never to be, like, a super-duper official speedrun. I'm trying to be fast about it, right? But... the main goal isn't necessarily to have, like, there's no speedrun category for this, right? This is, I don't need, a single segment speedrun for, submitting to speedrun.com or whatever. It's purely just a, we want to test to see what the fastest leveling method is. Obviously, if it wasn't for the server shutdown, I would have done it single segment just because I think that's the most accurate, but what can you do? I can't control Blizzard shutting down their servers. Storm Overload plus Opportunist seems good as well. Yeah, they're good. I mean, there's a lot of good gems. But I will say Slay, Brittle, Victory Fire are head and shoulders ahead of the rest. Just not even close. It's those three, and then there's a gigantic drop down to all the others. And then there's a lot of gems that are really good. Yeah, Opportunist, the Storm Overload, Sunstrider's Flourish. There's a lot that do relatively solid damage, but none of those are Slayer, Victory Fire, or Brittle. You wonder how it would have worked if you had an alt but not a max cloak. Would the cloak adjust, or would you all be behind? Yami Abyss, that is a very good question, and it is something that I can answer because I've tested it. Your alt stays behind. It does not dynamically update. So if you created an alt before you finished upgrading your cloak on your main, your alts will not benefit from the account-wide bonus. So... actually, a very good question, because, yeah, I should mention that if you are planning on leveling alts, do not create them before finishing the achievement on your main. They will be permanently behind. Definitely a good thing to bring up. It says 1 hour? Yeah. Well, it says 1 hour, but it's like standard maintenance time, so for all we know, it could be like 30 minutes or something. Oh, pizza time. Yeah, I already had pizza earlier. I've already had something. 10% Darkmoon is 560k XP. I mean, yeah, that's not 2 hours though. Or multiple hours or whatever you said. Like, I'm not saying that Darkmoon Fair buff isn't significant. It is, but it is only 10% experience. 10% experience is not going to amount to a even remotely a 1 hour difference in leveling time in retail. It just won't. It's just basic math, right? Oh, you could, and I've always said that you should not calculate things like this because it's a bad way to estimate things. but just take 10% of my leveling time. Like, in order for 10% increased experience to amount to 1 hour, my leveling time for 10 to 60 would need to be 10 hours. My world record is 3 hours. Or, well, my world record's technically like 2 hours, 40 minutes, but it was part of the 10 to 70 run. But, like, my standalone world record time and my average time is around 3 hours. And 10% of 3 hours is not 1 hour. It's just not. It's not. 10% does not make up nearly that much of a difference. I wonder how it would have worked. Oh, I read that already. Whoops. I didn't get to watch the end of the first run you did. Can you guess how long it took you to farm the 12k threads, or did you get them within 1 to 70 naturally? Hard to say. I remember I want to say it was like level 68 that I got the achievement. Now, that being said, while I technically did get my thread achievement before hitting 70, there was like a period in the middle of the run where I took a long break to just farm mobs for threads. So I farmed a lot of random threads just by killing enemies. So I would say that if you just do generic activities, you should be able to farm threads. If you happen to hit 70 and you have not gotten the thread achievement yet, LFR and dungeons seem like a good way if all you care about is just grinding out threads. LFR in particular is probably the best method. Obviously, it's not good for leveling, but if you're already 70 and all you care about is getting threads for the cloak, do that. And keep in mind that what you should not do is you should not create a second character and start leveling in order to finish your threads achievement, because the experience difference is notable. The second to last rank is 52% experience. The final rank is 100% experience. So there's no reason to rush it. Look at that Wrath of the Lich King map, all the exclamation marks, yeah. Yeah, I have most quests still available in Wrath. What's the better skill gems to equip while leveling? I think I've answered that already multiple times. You try to tank dungeons as a Guardian Druid, but you die so easily. Do you just spam Iron Fur? Alex, are you trying to tank dungeons at a low level? Because it has nothing to do with, like, how to play it. If you were trying to tank remix dungeons on a super low level character, you will just get stomped no matter what you're playing. I would not recommend setting foot into remix dungeons until you're much higher level and you have a lot more gems and stuff like that. They're very overtuned for low level characters. You're proud that you stumbled into that gem combo without reading a guide. You were like, multiple execute AoE abilities together? Yeah. And that's the thing. If people just read like that, you know, like you said, Baron Onyx, I don't think it's really that hard to piece together. But so many people just, they don't want to think for themselves. They're just like, tell me what the best gems are. And you're right, that it is one of those things where you just kind of read the tooltip and it's pretty obvious that, like, yeah, this combination is kind of good. What's the height? Yeah, the MoP remix is retail levels, so the cap is 70. Am I gonna make a guide for MoP remix after the second run? Well, it depends. If by the end of this run I'm happy with the time and I feel like, you know, it's pretty much like where I want it to be, I'm not going to like immediately full send the guide right out of the gate. So I'm not going to like finish this run and then you'll see the guide later tonight or something like that. Obviously not. The leveling guides don't don't work like that. Like, I've already done 3 full 80 to 85 runs in Cataclysm, and I still am not 100% ready to finish my guide. Over the next 2 days, I need to do a bit more focus testing on specific areas before I'm fully confident to publish my guide. So, you know, at least by my standard of quality, it's not necessarily that simple. Because if all I'm doing is just doing a single testing run and basing my entire leveling guide just on one test run, well, you guys can just watch my run and copy it. The entire point of my leveling guides are to demonstrate that I have tested this across multiple different runs and tried out a lot of different activities. And I'm not only telling you what activities are best, but I'm explaining it to you, like, why this is the best. And I usually like to go over in my leveling guides a few things that are not worth doing that you may be confused by. Like, oh, you may think maybe I should do this. Well, it's not good for XYZ reason, and here is like the actual testing that I did to show that it is not actually good. So, I like to cover all my bases and make sure that my leveling guides are really thorough. That way, you know, it's not necessarily just the route itself, but it's the testing, it's the research, it's all of the stuff surrounding the route to show you that this isn't me just bullshitting you. I'm not just making shit up and telling you, yep, this is fastest. I actually really did put in the effort to test. But that, of course, requires me to test it. Now, that being said, having tested, having done this run so far, and, like, we're at level 59, 4 hours into 59, this is really good. This is pretty much exactly where I expected it to be. And... oh, fuck. I forgot that I capped fossil relics. Yeah, so I am very happy with the current, like, speed of this run. Basically, I theory crafted this route, and it is going flawlessly. Like, I have not really run into any issues thus far. So, that definitely does accelerate the time when I can expect to do a route. Because a lot of times I will, like, theory craft a route, and then I'll do my actual test run, and I'll run into problems. And I'll be like, actually, this doesn't feel quite as good as I thought it would. And then I make adjustments, and I do another testing run to see when I get the run done. And I, generally speaking, don't make a guide until I complete a run, and I'm like, yeah, that feels good. And then I usually test it again just to be sure. But right now, it's only my second run, and yet I already kind of have that feeling of, wow, this is just a really good leveling route. So, kind of partial, well, I don't want to say it's necessarily luck, because, like, at the same time, I leveled in Miss Pandaria a shitload over the years, right? I know these zones. So, it wasn't too hard for me to, like, remember the general route that I used to take when MoP was current content, and be like, okay, how could I adapt that to fit this format? And then I did 2 testing runs on the PTR. I did a 3rd testing run here on live servers. And then on this 4th testing run, I finally felt like I had narrowed it down well enough. And yeah. So technically speaking, I did a shitload of testing back in whenever MoP was current content. And that knowledge is now coming back to help build this guide. But, you know, it all takes time. Every time you try to play a game of Helldivers 2, there's some game-breaking bug. I have not played Helldivers 2, so I can't speak to them. Would you say is the best tank DPS with all the gems and no tier set bonuses? Literally all of them. It doesn't matter. Like, basically, which of the tanks can proc Victory, Fire, and Slay? Oh, right. All 6 of them. It literally does not matter. Like, I cannot stress this enough. One of the reasons why I do not like MoP Remix is because class identity is meaningless. All of the tanks are the same. All of the tanks can press a button, trigger the passive effects on their gear, and do 90% of their damage through those passive effects. So, like, you're asking the wrong question. All tanks can just be ridiculously broken in this mode. There is no such thing as which tank is best. So, I don't know. I mean, Like, personally, I'm probably going to play Brewmaster just because I like Brewmaster. Brewmaster's what I main on retail. And Brewmaster can proc all the effects. Even your simple recording of doing Kunlai Dread or Steps Dread was super helpful. You noticed a huge uptick in speed once you focused on that? Yeah. You never played MoP, so you had a hard time figuring out which quest zones were juicy and which ones were bait? Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that is what the leveling guide is going to cover. It's just, you know, I'm not going to actually send the main channel leveling guide until I am confident in that information. And obviously for, you know, some surrounding context for people who aren't following along with it, Cataclysm Classic launches literally on the 20th in just a few days. And I have, the Cataclysm leveling guide takes priority. I hate to say it, but it does. And that I'm either going to post on Sunday or on Monday itself. And I still need to do other testing for Cataclysm over these 2 days, and I need to make my dungeon guides, which I'm probably not going to have them all finished by launch, but I'll make as many as I can. So the thing about YouTube is, I've said this many times, but if I upload too many videos in a short period of time, the algorithm fucks me. No, it seems weird to people who, like, aren't familiar with it, but uploading, the more videos you upload, it actually, like, hurts your channel, which, obviously is a really frustrating thing, because that means you're putting in more effort to actually, you know, kneecap yourself. So, what I will probably do, I think, here's what I'm currently thinking of doing. This is my compromise. I am probably going to, within the next 24 hours... after this testing run is done, I will make another second channel video discussing, you know, the fastest leveling. And it will basically be the fastest leveling method in MoP Remix so far. And I will basically just discuss my findings, discuss these runs, say, you know, based on my testing in these different speed runs, it seems like this is the fastest questing route. And I won't make a main channel guide for it yet. And then when I have time to do additional testing runs for MoP Remix, we can go back and either confirm whether this really is the fastest leveling route, in which case I make a more polished video and post it on the main channel, or if maybe new discoveries are made, or most likely Blizzard makes changes, because that's the other thing you have to keep in mind. And this is something that, you know, as a YouTuber, I need to think about. I need to make sure that my videos last for a long time. If I put a shit ton of effort into making a video and then Blizzard does a gigantic nerf and invalidates whatever I just posted, that video is now dead in the water. Unless I just have no morality and I'm just going to keep up blatant misinformation on my channel, which I don't, but a lot of other YouTubers will, I am going to feel compelled to take that video down, and that will destroy me in the algorithm. Which means that I need to wait until I'm fairly certain that not only is this the fastest leveling route, but that it is going to remain the fastest leveling route and isn't going to be, like, nerfed into the floor. And while, obviously, the questing route that I've discovered, it's not going to be nerfed, because it's not bad. Or it's not broken. It is just a good questing route. The main thing that I am curious about is what they are going to buff. Because dungeons and scenarios definitely are not tuned correctly at higher levels, so they might buff that, and maybe that ends up being good. And I think we all know that LFR is blatantly undertuned, and that cannot be intended. So they are most likely going to buff LFR. So then the question becomes, after Blizzard makes changes, how fast is it to level? And what if there's enough backlash that Blizzard increases the experience modifier that you can get on alts? Well, now suddenly I would need to make an alts leveling guide accounting for the 200% increased experience gain, if Blizzard were to do that. So I got to keep all that in mind going forward. But because it is easy enough for me to make it, I will probably put out a second channel video, like I said, the fastest leveling route so far, so people can use that as a reference. What? Whoa. No. What? Why did I get dismounted? What the fuck? I don't have Flex Weave Underlay enchanted on this character. There's nothing I can do. Do I have a video for 10 to 60 kata? No. There is a lot to test for 1 to 80 Cataclysm. So, I haven't even had time to start doing 1 to 80 Cataclysm speedruns. I plan on doing it. But basically, here's the priority, right? So, right now, the priority is Cataclysm 80 to 85 leveling guide and Cataclysm dungeon guides. I'm going to stream Cataclysm on launch. I'm going to get to max level. And then I'm probably not going to stream much after that. I'm not going to stream my, end game Cataclysm farming just because basically Tuesday and Wednesday, I'm really not even going to play the game that much. I'm going to just bust my ass to finish whatever dungeon guides are not yet done. Because I'm almost certain that some of them will be missing, and I will try my best to have them out by the end of Wednesday. So I'm just going to be basically locked inside Adobe Premiere for those days. After I am finished with all of that Cataclysm stuff, I have maybe 1 or 2 miscellaneous videos that I want to post for Cataclysm. I don't know if I will or not. If I decide to make those videos and I get my dungeon guides out fast enough, I will post them later in the week. But after that, then the focus becomes MoP Remix. Then I will work on making the MoP Remix guide. I will do maybe a few additional speedruns to narrow that down. And if I find a really fast bronze farming method, I will do that. That will be the focus then. I'm not planning on making any Cataclysm raid guides, though I do want to raid in Cataclysm Classic. So, during this week, basically, the 26th, I am going to try and focus on getting my character prepared for Cataclysm raiding, just because that is something I personally want to do, and I don't really want to miss that. So I'm going to do MoP Remix testing at this point, in between playing Cataclysm on my own, and if I run into anything interesting with Cataclassic, maybe I'll cover it in a video. We'll see. And once I'm very confident in my raid preparations and I'm ready to go for the 30th when Cataclysm raids open, then I will start doing Cataclysm Classic 1 to 80 speedruns. And then over late May, early June, I'm going to start doing those testing runs. I don't know exactly how many runs it'll take for me to figure out the best leveling method. After all, like I said, you don't always get it first try. A lot of times you theory craft a run, you put it into practice. Sometimes it works out perfectly. Sometimes it's really slow. And whenever I have done enough 1 to 80 speedruns that I'm very confident in my leveling method, then I will put out a 1 to 80 leveling guide. And I can guarantee you that when my guide is finished, it'll be the best goddamn 1 to 80 leveling guide you can find on YouTube. Because nobody else is doing the level of testing that I'm going to be doing. But the unfortunate reality is that it's going to probably only come out next month. So if you're looking to level Cataclysm Ultra right now, I've put a basic, rough draft of what I think my leveling route will look like in the pinned comments on my, or in the pinned messages on my Discord. But the unfortunate thing is I am not going to put out a guide until I'm very happy with it. And I still think that guide will have value because obviously there are going to be people who are leveling alts throughout all of Cataclysm, and that'll still be a really valuable reference for them. And the nice thing is, that leveling route will still be most likely the fastest leveling route when MoP Classic rolls around. So it'll stay relevant then. So we'll see. But I want to make sure that I do the proper testing before that gets published. And everything after that is still TBD. Am I planning on written versions on my website? Yes, but you're going to have to give me time on that. It is definitely giga amounts of effort. I do want to make those guides eventually, but the reality is the written guides, I don't make money off that. That is purely a bonus thing that I do because I want to have I want to have something to complement the video guide. But the video guides inherently need to take first priority. So once all of the video guides are done, I will make the written guides to go along with it. But they, given how tight my schedule is these days, I need to make sure that I prioritize things accordingly. Oh, I completely missed that. I'm sorry. Barry Onyx 32, thank you for becoming a member. Apologies that it took me so long to actually see that. Just catching up on chat. Let me scroll up again. Oh yeah, wow, I missed a lot of messages. How would you say leveling feels the second time around now that you 70'd the monk? It's better. But it's, like, I still don't enjoy it, and it's still not that fast. So, like, why? If it was really, really fast, then at least I'd be like, well, you know, I may not have fun with it, but at least, you know, it's a way to get ults up faster. But I can just still level faster in retail right now. And, like, it's... I enjoy retail leveling more than I enjoy this, by a mile. So... Are the toys for the back also available in retail? Yeah. Anything that you can unlock in MoP Remix is available on your regular retail characters. It's all account-wide. All of the cosmetic stuff. Like, the moment you unlock it on your MoP Remix character, you'll be able to use it on your main. It's, like, automatic. You don't need to wait for that. Me thinking I was smart trying to pull rested XP? Yeah. Possibly they buff the cloak during downtime. It's possible, but I would not count on it, Frederick. So, I would say they may buff the cloak eventually, but keep in mind that right now, I am one of, like, the very few people that's actually showcasing the cloak. I don't suspect that the majority of the community is even aware of the limitations of the cloak at this point. So I don't think that Blizzard is really too concerned with fixing it as a top priority. Though there is a chance that the cloak gets fixed later on once people realize and start complaining about it, but I would not expect to see that today. Reading Reddit posts that you think it's going to take into the weekend for people to realize... Baron Onyx literally basically said exactly what I just said right after, yeah. You're loving it, only level 30 and it's a bit slow, but you're sure it'll get better, and then for alts it'll be 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah, people really don't understand how slow it is. 10% is on top of the 10% for more mode, which you assume is additive because it means it's not even extra a full 10% off. Yeah, pretty much. Rep Pally, super fast and fun, started as prop, but you're level 62 and surviving fine, but it's way faster. Yeah. What mount is that? If it's the one that I was riding around on in Kata, it's a Caloak Whalebone Glider. This was the Wrath of Lich King Classic, like, Collector's Edition thing. If they nerfed Alt XP, if they nerfed methods, they made the difficulty scaling insane. What's the point of playing? Mac, you kind of summarized it. It's pretty much my thoughts. The way Blizzard implemented the achievement going from 52% at second and last rank at 100% for that thing is absolutely brain dead. Yeah, I agree. Why not make it a command? Maybe I missed the context for that, Mr. Page. Oh, I think that was in context for the gems, maybe? Yeah, I don't really know how to implement commands. I'd have to look into that. Servers back up? Oh, okay. Let me catch up on chat real quick, and then I will switch back over. And continue the run. After watching Zeppla, MTQ... a lot of names that I don't recommend. Or don't recognize. YouTube recommended me your streams. Ah, cool. Well, I recognize Zeppla and MTQ from when I played Final Fantasy. And I mean, obviously I recognize Asmongold, but I don't know any of the other names that you listed. But either way, I'm glad YouTube recommended you my stream. That's cool. Are the stats for the time running cape based on the achievement, or is it just XP gain? I believe they are all based on the achievement, yes. But they are all not necessarily the same value. So some of them, you'll get like 300 or something stamina, but obviously only 100% experience. When you do your Alt and Remix, do you get 1 thread, or do you now get 12 threads because you have a level 70? The acquisition of threads is completely unchanged. It is, you get a starting amount on your character, and then you get threads on top of that starting amount. What's the basis of the route so far? The basis of the route is you do Jade Forest up to level 25. You do one particular subzone in Valley of the Four Winds that's really efficient. You do most of Kunlai Summit, You do a bunch of quests in town-long steps. You do most of Dread Wastes, and you should ding by then. Now, the question at this point is whether or not dungeons are efficient. Now, dungeons are bugged right now, so in many cases they just aren't working, which makes it kind of hard to test. But I currently suspect that dungeons are not actually really efficient. Hard to say for sure. POV Aeronog Ring and Onyx Amulet remix. Basically, yeah. Fell asleep while you were on Twitch, just woke up and now you're on YouTube again. Take a break, man. This is the last stream, I promise. When we finish this run, I'm done for the day. But yes, I am exhausted, but I want to get this stuff done. Gonna need a second stream timer above the speedrun to track hours since Harlden slept. At this point, we're about to hit the 24-hour mark. We're close. Let's see if they will change something for today's reset. Yeah, I'm curious if they did change anything. 100% on the Blizz changes thing. You could put out a guide Monday and then Tuesday Blizzard realizes how mad people are and they buff a bunch of stuff. Yeah, and I've had that happen before. Or the worst thing that can happen, which admittedly, that I am not concerned about this time, purely because, like I said, my questing route is not going to be nerfed because it's just quests. But I have had times where I make a guide and Blizzard nerfs my route based on my guide. Like, the Thaldraszus Dream Surge questline was the infamous one. That got nerfed within 3 days. And that fucks me when they do that. There have been a few times when Blizzard did that. They also... I reported the... I made a video reporting on the really broken 411 trinkets in Zarela Caverns. Blizzard nerfed that within a week. 1 week later, I made a video covering which classes were still using Primordial Stones. That one also went, like, mini-viral within the WoW community. And Blizzard nerfed that within a week. So... there are definitely Blizzard devs watching my channel who, whenever they see one of my videos about something that's, like, broken, take off, they will take action. Which is why I have always considered making, I have considered making a video about, like, the 10.1.5 changes and how it's still not working, because I would hope that if that did get enough traction, Blizzard would see it and fix it. Because, like, for instance, Gilneas, so for anybody who missed that part, because it only lasted about a week, when Blizzard implemented the Gilneas... when Blizzard implemented the Gilneas reclamation quests, they bricked the Silverpine Forest phasing. So the quest here, where you have to interact with the telescope, it was impossible to actually reach it normally. So you had to do, like, some really weird workarounds in order to actually interact with the telescope. And then, after I made that video, Blizzard implemented a fix for it, so... they do notice sometimes. Make a video about how bad MoP Remix is? I might, honestly. I feel like if I were to make a video about, like, clickbait it and be like, MoP Remix leveling is slow, actually, or something like that, that would get Blizzard's attention and they might panic buff it, if I managed to stir up enough drama, but... I don't know if that's something I really want to do. It is something I could do. Whether I want to do it, we'll see. Second channel video guide with the so far caveat would be an amazing compromise. Glad to hear you think so. You found the Zul'Gurub bug, even druids can't flight form there? Damn. Welcome to Warcraft. Oh no. Appreciate all the work you do for the community, no problem. You're using Remix for a chance to try out classes you've never played before. You're currently leveling a Lightborn Retribution Paladin. So far, you're having fun just messing the rotation up a lot. Yeah, that's fair. A speedrun of the Paladin and a Warrior, please. Well, I've done many speedruns with Paladin. Speedruns with Warrior I've done before, but it's a little bit less common. But there's a poll on my channel right now where you can vote for the next option. Right now, Paladin is actually in the lead for the third run. Demon Hunter is in 4th place. And, or Demon Hunter is in 2nd place. And then it is Warrior and Mage tied for last. Hope something gets changed on BNet. The post about the event accelerated leveling 10 to 70. If retail's the same speed or faster, it's annoying. Yep. The server did shut down. Apparently it's back up. I'm reading chat. I want to get fully caught up on chat before I swap back over. And then we'll just blitz through the rest of the run. Maybe when Blizzard said it was going to be faster, they meant it was going to be faster than the default BFA campaign. I did consider that is what they meant, but I still think that that's kind of false advertising. That's not great. Evil Palpatine voice do it, yeah. Is the XP buff potion still available from the rare spawn? No, it is not. Retail feels faster? I believe that is the case, yeah. How many alts do I want to level in this mode? None. I do not care about leveling alts in this mode at all. I already have all the alts that I could possibly use. All of the characters I level in this mode are purely for testing purposes. What add-ons other than Leatrix and NPC scan do you use? That's basically it for leveling. And then there's others that I use for, like, rating, but that's, like, not really important. Okay, so last thing, now that I'm caught up on chat, before we switch back over, of course, we gotta end this properly by doing the archaeology crafts. Oh, nice, I actually got 2 achievements there. Alright, let's see what I get. That's not enough to solve. And now, moment of truth. Zen rock, Zen rock, Zen rock. Zen rock, Zen rock, Zen rock. Come on. Nope. I'm never getting the stupid fucking sword, man. Damn. Let me stretch real quick and then I'll swap over. Ah. Alright. No, the servers went down for maintenance, so I had to pause the run. We're at level 59, and this is where we left off when servers went down. Not a fan of the minimal archaeology add-on. I haven't heard of it, but I have no issues with the way archaeology is presented in-game, so no. You just got here, yeah. So you got here for the good part. Let me just check real quick. I got messages from some of my friends on Discord that I didn't notice. One of my friends is messaging me something about Cataclassic. Yeah, I know servers are up. I'm literally on the I'm on the server right now. You should check it out. It's a pretty nice add-on. Yeah. I'll be completely honest with you, Caleb. I probably won't. I appreciate the suggestion. I am not a big add-on person. Unless there is something in the game that, like, fundamentally bothers me and I feel compelled to seek out an add-on to fix it, I'm probably just not going to use an add-on. I just prefer not to. Okay, now everybody's just typing servers are up. Oh my god, I know. Why did I get pinged in, Oh, Chori's, pinged me with the weak aura thing. Okay. Mike is muted. Don't fucking say that. That's not cool. Genuinely, like, I know that whenever I call attention to something, you know, people are gonna say it more often, but I will say, please, I am asking you guys very, very, very nicely, please do not joke about that. Because that genuinely freaks me out. Because I have had times where my mic goes out, so that is... I'm not mad because I know that was like the first time somebody's made that joke. But yeah, that is not something I find funny. That will genuinely terrify me. And I'm warning you right now, I am saying this because, like, I just want to make it clear. I know that whenever I talk about stuff like this, people are going to say, Mike is muted, ha ha ha. If in response to me saying to not do it, people start doing it excessively, I will just start timing people out. I am just going to be right out of the gate. That is like a very, very big fear of mine. Oh shit, start the timer. Yeah, thank you. Don't forget the timer, good point. Yeah, that is a very big fear of mine. If you start trying to troll me like that, I will just time you out. That is not something I find funny. So just fair warning on that. Can you get a timeout? No. The urge to troll is at an all-time high. You love the video with future Haraldin emceeing for past Haraldin. Yeah. Yeah. Carlo, you already posted that message and I responded it to you. I'll do the speedruns that win the poll. If you want Warrior and Paladin to win the poll, well, Paladin's already winning the poll, but if you want Warrior to win the poll, go to my poll and vote for Warrior. But you did already post that message. I don't think there were any changes. I suspect that they just, yeah, they didn't even fix the Dungeon XP bug, so I think it's safe to say that absolutely nothing changed in the maintenance. It was probably basic stuff that none of us noticed, like server stuff. Monastery or halls? Why? Neither. If you're asking whether or not you should specific queue for dungeons, the answer is you should not specific queue for dungeons ever. So, random dungeon finder. There we go, there's the fourth clue. You were wondering how much faster I feel the first alt has been. You don't know if... I feel like this has been way slower than you thought. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, obviously that's the main thing that people are asking, but I don't mind because I understand that that's the main thing that people are concerned about, so it's okay. And just to give you a TLDR, yes, I do think this isn't bad. Like, this is not terrible leveling time, but the problem that I have with this, just to reiterate, is that it's not just that it's slower than retail leveling. It's not that much slower than retail leveling. It's that it's slower than retail leveling and way more miserable than retail leveling. If you're trying to optimize it. Because here's the thing, if you're not trying to speedrun it like I am, and you're actually trying to, like, play it casual, and, you know, figure out your gems and stuff, and not have to stress about that too much, then it's going to take you a lot longer. But in order to level at an efficient rate, you need to do what I'm doing, and basically, like, every 10 levels, go back to this zone, blitz your gem upgrades, and just boom, 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 knock them all out in one sitting, and then continue. And even when I'm trying to minimize the amount of time I interact with these systems, it's still something that I have to do. It's a mandatory part of the run, and it is just not fun. It is not fun, it is fucking awful. And the forced integration of that into the leveling process just makes the entire thing feel so much longer. I guess I'll just click on these things. Yeah, it's easier than, like, having to fight mobs for it. And I can do something like this. Tag. Aw, come on. Fuck, that happened last run, and I completely forgot about their stuns. Remix is like being promised a fine dining experience and getting a Big Mac. Not bad, but not what you paid for. That's actually not a bad analogy, yeah. Yeah, well, admittedly, it's like, to kind of expand upon your analogy, it's like you got that Big Mac, and then in order to eat the Big Mac, all they gave you was a straw. And you have to find a way to eat the Big Mac with just a straw. And it's like, okay, but I get, like, full silverware when I'm leveling, or when I'm eating dinner normally. Like, why do I have to randomly, like, do this with random weird tools? And, you know, there's gonna be one or two people who really like eating that Big Mac through a straw. And they're like, wow, this is really novel. I've never tried to eat a Big Mac with a straw before. But, you know, for most people, it's just gonna be annoying. And it's like, dude, I just want to eat the fucking Big Mac. Like, why are you making me do it with a fucking straw? Why can't I just use my fucking hands or something? And that's, that honestly, yeah, it's a good way to describe how this feels. What are these? Oh, 25 out of 30. For a second, I was looking at the wrong quest. I couldn't see my progress. "24-hour no-sleep metaphors from Harleton are lit." Well, I mean, Sticky Sauce pitched it. I ran with it. This is a gloriously unhinged rant out of context. Which one is the best XP per run? I don't know. That is such a specific thing. I have no idea. Neither. I mean, like, they're spamming one of the two dungeons is not going to be good. But I don't have the exact leveling efficiency of every single dungeon in the game memorized. And I'm not able to just, like, compare them one-to-one like that. But that's not how this works. If I, like, did countless testing runs of those dungeons and recorded my findings, like, in a spreadsheet or something, and, like, averaged out the times, then I could probably give you a close approximation, but, like, I don't have that information just sitting in my head. Like, doesn't quite work like that.
Hey, what's crackling? Reporting for duty.
Where's your MDT MoP remix dungeon efficiency routes? Yeah.
I have many wares.
This belt, oh yeah, this belt is definitely big because I get the final gem slot. I really need to get Victory Fire soon. If I don't get it off these boxes, I'm just going to keep buying things in the bazaar until I loot it. Because I really just want to get it to make this leveling process faster. The special event aimed at leveling alts is in fact not faster than just leveling alts on retail, which is the dumbest thing you've ever heard. Yeah. Blizzard because the straw is more fun and engaging. Exactly. A lot of people seem to like that metaphor, huh? You came in halfway through that and got terrified it was some rant about chopsticks. No. I don't mind chopsticks. I'm terrible at using them, but like, you know, they're neat, I suppose. Didn't get the thing I wanted. Alright, buddy. I'm sorry. You're going in timeout. Calm down a little bit. If you wanna start not trolling, then I'm not gonna ban you, but you know. You're being a little bit too edgy. A little bit too edgy a little bit too many times. So I'm just gonna put you in timeout, cool your jets a little. Do you have a Discord that you'll post updates and fixes about the event? Oh yeah. You can find my Discord in the description. I regularly post in it. So, anything that I know about the event, I will usually post in my Discord. That's War Scout, right? Yeah.
What do you need?
I guess I'll do that, just in case. Yeah, M said, you all moan, but yet you're still subscribed. Like, I can still like the game and be frustrated with the implementation of a specific event. Like, God. The lack of critical thinking that some people demonstrate is, like, actually hilarious. And you know that the people saying shit like that think that they're fucking Einstein. Like, oh, everybody else here is so stupid. They're sitting here complaining, and yet they're still subscribed to this game? Oh, I am the only rational person in this world. And they are just actually such fucking morons who are just incapable of any critical thought whatsoever. Like, It's like, I think it's like some political comment or something, but there's some image that I've seen before where it's like, you know, a peasant farmer saying, I wish society would improve somewhat. And then, you know, there's a guy who's like, but you participate in society. Curious. Like, that's exactly how I feel whenever I see one of these idiots say shit like that. It's like, you complain about the game, yet you still play it. Oh, like, I have an infallible argument. Nothing can beat this. Like, fucking idiot. Do I have a leech gem that's... Oh, I do have a leech gem over here. Yeah, Blizzard apologists are insufferable. The thing is, I guarantee you most of those people are not gonna, like, die on a hill for Blizzard. Like, at this point, Blizzard doesn't have many true apologists left. The worst thing about those people is they just like to complain for the sake of complaining. It's like, God, this person has genuine complaints about this system that, like, are actually well-reasoned. How dare you not be unequivocally supportive of something, even though they probably have no strong opinion whatsoever. Or they're the type of person where it's like, God forbid you dislike something that they actually like, you know, it's unacceptable. But, yeah, I don't even think, like, that kind of statement doesn't come across to me as Blizzard apologist statement. That's just like an I am very smart type person who doesn't understand that it's possible to criticize something that you actually enjoy. Because, you know, God forbid we want the thing that we play and enjoy to be better, you know. Which quest is that? All right. Yeah, exactly. It's because we complain because we love the game and we want it to improve. Precisely. Yeah. What's this quest? That one might be fast. What else did I miss? You just joined me. You might have already answered, but is the cloak capped after all? Yeah. The cloak is capped at 100% increased experience, and the run that you're watching is me doing a fresh level 10 to 70 run with that starting 100% bonus. Uh, 220. Wow, that's a big jump.
I'm all fired up.
Okay, so I got the daily quests again, and yeah, those give 11,000. Honestly, not amazing experience, and because dungeons are still not tuned correctly, I don't think it's really worth it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing those quests. I'm also not going all the way out there just to do that one quest. Fuck that. Do the loot boxes scale with the level you open them? I believe they do. I could be wrong in that. But I feel like they have been scaling. Oh, crap. I meant to get Victory Fire. I'll do that real quick. Where is the gem person?
I won't let you down.
Come on. I have more than enough bronze. I've got to get Victory Fire.
Don't underestimate the Isles. What is it? I enjoyed speaking with you.
There we go. Finally. The most controversial question is, what is the best keybind for a mount? Huh. Yeah, I always have mine bound on Control 6, but I know a lot of people are very particular. Oh, the daily quest just reset, so I can do all of those again. Oh, that's actually not bad. Okay, I'll knock those out then. And those give, yeah, those give full XP. What's my XP percent? Good question. 149%. Which is actually kind of bad, right? Because I started with 100%. So at this stage, I have only gotten 49% experience at level 61. So it actually looks like if you start with a higher XP percent on your alt, it scales much slower. Which is questionable. Very questionable. Best gems for Guardian Druid, same gems that are good for everybody else. It's not special for Guardian. Let me scroll down. Is the Discord channel where us casual players need to be? Well, I'd like to think the Discord channel is helpful for everybody. But yeah, I always try to post helpful information in my Discord. And the nice thing is I can just type it there whenever I find out about it, and I don't need to like wait to make a video or anything.
Take the heat, then get out of my way.
Okay, what quest do I have this time? What? Oh. For a second, I thought that one-shot all the Quillen, too. I mean, barely.
Can't take the heat, then get out of my way.
This metagem dropped at level 16. Very nice. What is the auto turn-in and accept you have? Leatrix Plus. came back a bit behind on the stream. You have an idea how the 20 hours to 60 came along? DPS player AFKing in Capital City for bad Chromie time dungeons? Honestly, yeah, I could see that. I would hope that people still aren't leveling with that in, current year, but... That's, I suppose it is possible that if you did something like that, it would be that bad. Okay. This should one tap. While you agree it could be better, a lot of the complaints are valid, but as a casual event, you're having a blast. It's a lovely change of pace. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with enjoying it. Like, I am not mad at people for having fun. I'm glad they're having fun.
What is it?
Through the portal? Is there, like, a portal here that I can't see? Oh, I have to collect stuff to get this portal to work. Ah. It's not much faster. To be clear, it's not faster than retail leveling as it stands. That's nice. That's satisfying. Did I notice a difference in the XP % thread acquisition of the second character compared to the first? Oh yeah, maybe that question was asked before I checked. Can you make the XP boost more than 100%? As it stands, I don't believe you can, but that's kind of what we're testing. Ooh. That works. So the mob summoned mirror images, and that actually ended up causing it to die faster. Sure. Yes, this is... I started this alt from scratch with 100% experience. But see, if you recall, at the very start of this speedrun, for anybody who watched at the very beginning, what did I say? I said that theoretically, if the experience modifier works the way that we think it does, and it's a fixed amount to get at every single level, then the problem with additional experience could be that you blitz through levels too quickly, and you're not able to get your mandatory thread at the right time. And then you end up falling behind on threads overall, so it doesn't even save you as much time in the long run. Which is a really big design problem. What do you think about Vengeance DH for leveling fast? No. Vengeance DH is pretty bad for leveling. No, I guess I need to be on the back of the mob to work.
I won't let you down.
Yeah, no problem. If you want to level a Demon Hunter, just play Havoc. It's better. Like, considerably better. Brew or Guardian are both good. Though I would say if you're leveling a monk, then again, Windwalker is better. But Brew is not bad. It's just that I would say Windwalker is like a little bit slower. If you're dead set on playing a tank, best 2 tanks to level is Prop Paladin and Guardian. How much XP does my cloak have right now? I'll show you after this. Oh! No, 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 no! Barely got the flame form off. Oh! So, right now my cloak only has 149%. Does the monk still get the class XP buffs? Well, no. The way that the XP buffs have worked for monk for a while now is it gives you rested experience. It doesn't actually give you an XP buff. So it's not bad, but it is not actually that good. Butt was clenched in that fall. Yeah, that was a spooky one. The moment I clicked on my flight form and it shifted me into stag, I immediately panicked. And I went, oh, fuck. No, no, no. What is this quest? I think they're bugging out because I'm flying when I open the urn. Yeah, I have to just be on the ground when I open the urn, and then it works. That's weird. What do you do with your extra gems? Nothing. They just sit in your bags. Also, chat's moving pretty quick again, so just to reiterate what I said earlier. If you had a question that I missed, just for this stream, because there's a lot of people here, just repeat it, and I'll get around to it. It's really hard for me to keep scrolling up because it is moving really, really fast today. Which is always good to see, but... Oh, nice, heroic leap. It does make me feel bad when I can't get around to it. I want to make sure I answer everything. You can get Tusk on any character, even if it's not a plate user, yeah. There's a weak aura that shows your cloak stats at all times, maybe good for stream. Yeah, somebody, I think it was Chori, linked the cloak weak aura in Discord. Obviously, I'm not going to switch to that mid-stream, but I will look into it for future runs. Come on, drop combat.
Reporting for duty. Need a light. Hot up. See ya.
Are either of these good? Crit gloves. That's nice. Avoidance pants, speed belts. Is there anything else that I can still do? I guess there's one more quest I can turn in over there. Nothing has changed. He started with 100% because this is a second character, yeah. Does it make sense to level alts and remix before the War Within started? I mean... It's up to you, really. What do I do? I have to challenge... Okay, it's this quest, yeah. I think I did this earlier. Yay, tertiary stats? Yeah. Unlucky. Is this live since start? What do you mean? Like, has the stream been live since launch?
Do you seek my counsel?
Let's take Demo Roar. I like Raise, Circle of Life and Death. I've been streaming basically nonstop since launch, yes. I took a short break, though. But I haven't slept since launch. How do you unlock the Vigor recharge ability? You just need to get the Dragon Riding glyphs in Emerald Dream. So that's like an account-wide thing. If you already have that like on your main character, it'll just be available. If you don't have that unlocked on your main, then you'll have to do that. Let me do these quests here. I feel like they'll be fast on a druid.
What?
You have it on your main, but not in Remix. You may not have opened up the Dragon Riding pane. You need to actually spend your Dragon Riding talents. So the thing about, like, Dragon Riding is the talent pane isn't easily accessible in the current content. You need to actually, like, go into the thing and spend your actual points. And I don't have it on hand, but if somebody is able to link the script that you need to run to get the panel to open, basically there's a certain script that you can run in-game that will cause the Dragon Riding talent panel to open up anywhere. Yeah, what Polymat just put. So you basically copy-paste that into chat. In-game chat, duh. Press enter, the Dragon Riding talent point spending thing will appear, and then you can spend your points and it'll go onto your character. I think Blizzard said that MoP characters will be refitted with appropriate gear for War Within. They said it's within 400 item level or something. All we know is they said it's within the 400s. Either way, it's going to be trash. Let's say that the gear they give you is, at its best, 499 item level or something. It's going to be, like, normal, that would be normal Awakens gear. And I suspect it won't be that high. Knowing Blizzard, it's most likely going to be on the level of LFR, if not lower. Or they're just going to completely miss the mark and give people like 430 item level or some garbage. $424 character boost gear? Yeah, the raid ready boost. I'm from North America. To answer that question in chat. Oh, fuck me. Hit a pillar. Oh. Gate just hadn't loaded in properly. Crap. Yeah, bonked straight into the gate. It's my bad. I'm gonna do these daily quests because they're decently efficient, some of them at the very least. I definitely think Shadowpan dailies are really good. The one to just kill mobs there is fine. But... are they that good? Oh, you can open it at the NPC of the dragon riding tutorial? Oh, that's a little bit annoying, but that's the only way to do it. Yeah, I do think it is crazy that they are still advertising their boost as raid ready and it hasn't been updated. Because keep in mind, when they started selling the raid ready quote-unquote War Within boosts, it wasn't even good for vaults or for Aberrus. It was 424 item level, which was barely enough to get into like normal Aberrus pugs, if that. It was definitely not raid ready. And now it's literally 2 full tiers behind. They haven't updated the gear you get, but they still call it a raid ready boost on the pre-order. So how does this quest go again? I kill spiders, I burn eggs, and then I find an NPC. Also, we're rapidly approaching the 65 cutoff where I stop gaining additional XP threads, and I'm still only at plus 56. So that's kind of bad. That is kind of no bueno. Go towards the eggs. Pretty sure raid ready is them using LFR item level for their raid. They abuse semantics all the time. Yeah. I just, like, I don't know why it would kill Blizzard to just, like, not fuck over the players for once. Like, would it really kill them to give somebody, like, 490 item level boost? Is that really so good? I can get 490 item level in an afternoon farming on one of my alts with, like, really easy methods. Would it kill them to make it so, you know, if somebody wants to buy a boost, they get that same level of gear? I'm not saying that I would even buy it, but it's like, if you're gonna advertise something as raid ready, like, is it really that difficult to, like, make it accurate? What would those easy methods for 490 gear be? Well, Nicholas Jackson, you are in luck because I have a gear catch-up guide on my channel, which it basically goes over exactly what you just asked. So you can go find that, and it'll tell you all of the methods that I've been using to gear up my alts in what I believe to be pretty self-explanatory terms, because actually, when I was testing that, I used the exact same methods on some of my friends from Season of Discovery who had never really played retail, and I had them try it out despite being brand new to the game, and they had exactly the same, like, efficient results with it. So it works for them too. Works for everybody. It's nothing, like, revolutionary, but it's just, like, basically go over the, like, how to efficiently farm gear, like, what methods to do, what methods to ignore. But, I mean, people have said it helped them, and I believe it's helpful in them, so hopefully you'll find it helpful too. Thanks for answering all my previous questions. You have one more. Let me see, what did you... You tried looking at your speed leveling, and it seems too convoluted and complicated with all the items and gear and enchants and whatnot. Should you just follow the 10 to 60 in 3 hours and 60 to 70 in 2? Yeah, so keep in mind, there is a reason why I have my speedruns, and then I have my leveling guide. My leveling guide is not a speedrun guide. It is just a guide for all players. Like, notice how if you watch my, like, full leveling guide, I don't mention, like, any of my fancy speedrun tech. Like, that stuff is just for speedruns. And obviously, there are ways to save time. But the leveling guide is purely aimed at people, you know, who are not doing any of that stuff and are just trying to level up quickly. It's not, like, fancy speedrun tech. It is just which zones are best, little tricks that anybody can do to save time, like turning on war mode, stuff like that. Basic, you know, things. That's what the guides are for. Now, I will be honest... The recent guide that I put out for 60 to 70 about Dream Surge leveling, that is convoluted, but not because of speedrun stuff. That's just convoluted because Dream Surges are convoluted. And it is impossible to make a guide about Dream Surge leveling without it being confusing, because the way that Blizzard implemented that entire system is just a fucking pain in the ass. But there's not much I can do about that. Honestly, I feel like I explained it pretty well, all things considered, because I spent so much time on that script because it's just so difficult to, like, find the right combinations of words to properly explain that stuff.
I am Rook, a warrior from an era long past. My time, this was a Mogu stronghold. It was my honor to paint the walls with their blood. For my deeds, I was named a paragon, a hero to be preserved in amber.
See.
When the Empire would need correcting.
How do you get gear in Remix? Just do any content. Like, you can see, basically everything you do gives you this item, Cache of Infinite Treasure, and when you open it up, it gives you a random piece of gear. Now, some of the gear that you're going to get in Remix is going to be bad. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. You just gotta sort through the good stuff and bad stuff. How do you get 490 item level? You really only done heroics and retail. The world quests were overwhelming, so you haven't touched them. Well, world content is definitely the best way to get stuff. Heroic dungeons are actually really bad, and I would recommend avoiding them. If you do the right world content, which that's a lot of what I focus on in that video that I mentioned about what world content you should do, what world content you shouldn't do, like what the different item levels are, etc. And if you do that, you can get 490 very, very easily, if not higher. You'll check my video out? Awesome. I do hope it's helpful. Thank you very much for taking the time and answering the questions. No problem. Glad I was able to help. Can you mog for rock? What does that mean? The gear catch-up guide has helped you get to 495. Awesome. Yeah, there's obviously going to be also some methods that help make it easier. Like, getting caught up right now would actually be relatively easy because right now we have Wrath of the Lich King time walking. And time walking is a really easy way to get some free pieces of gear, both because of the weekly quest, but also because of the time walking raid. So, doing the time walking raid when it's available is really, really, really nice. But that's not available all the time. You killed Elegon and got a 12% threat XP. Nice.
The Awakener may prove useful, one way or another.
Yeah, I feel like at this point I'm already able to just nuke everything, and I'm just mashing buttons. Shit's dying. Have I done a normal raid yet? Wowhead put an article for the 12% XP buff. Let me check out Wowhead's article. Oh. I have not done that, no. Alright, well, that's something new that we didn't know about. In MoP Remix, normal raids are very lucrative, dropping large amounts of loot. This loot always seems to include an infinite thread of experience. But is that account-wide? Giving you a permanent 12% experience bonus and some real experience from each boss. Mokushan Vaults has 6 bosses, that's 72% bonus experience for everything after you complete the raid. Raids are a daily lockout even if you can't clear it all. Okay, so is what Wowhead's saying, if you do a normal raid on that character, you get a 12% thread every single kill? Your normal Elegon gave you 12%. You're on last and can tell me. Every normal raid boss is supposed to give 12%. But is that correct? Because Erois is saying that they got 12% just off Elegon? Yeah, you can transmog Fearloth, yeah, if that was your question. Is the XP going to scale for your third character? To our knowledge, no. This is as high as it goes. Now, I'm very curious about the, about the normal raid thing. How goes the second character? Much better. Unfortunately, because Blizzard did maintenance, the stream is ending up being a little bit longer than I would have liked. But, you know, is what it is. Just, you know, slowly collapsing. So if the route is to do Mogu as soon as you hit 25, if true... Well, possibly. That's obviously a little bit confusing. LFR is very bad, yes. I mean, like, we can obviously find out. It shouldn't be too hard to figure it out. How would I compare Druid leveling to Monk leveling? I mean, they're both good, right? You'll need to have people who have the achievement, yeah. I mean, like, you could also, like, if I did it right now, it would still be good. But the question is, like, how hard is the scaling on this? So I'll sign up for this group. I'll see if it's difficult. You got a 12% threat on normal Elegon and normal last boss. Gotcha. We're gonna test normal bosses right now, guys. So we'll see. If you follow my gear guide, can I defeat the boss to get the legendary axe? That's outside the scope of my catch-up guide. If you want the legendary axe, it's a little bit more involved. And I don't have a guide for the legendary axe, but I'm sure that there are multiple guides on YouTube for how to get the legendary axe. Level 60 and 194% total. Yeah, so that's actually nutty experience from those. It's... No. Well, all joking aside, Nicholas Jackson, that's actually for the owl mount that I'm riding. It's, And it's a lot more than 500k. My cut for the run was around 400k, to give you an idea. A cut of 18 players. I think actually it was more like 20 players, because even people on the bench got a cut. So, I don't know the math on that, but if you want to do the math, that's how much we sold that Mythic Farok for. You got the axe last week and it's amazing? Yeah, it's pretty neat. Now, the question is, does this happen for every single raid? Because if this happens for every single raid, then this is probably a bit of an oversight on Blizzard's end. Because 12% for every single boss for every single raid is, that's just not normal. Okay, apparently I need to read how to tank Stoneguard.
The ancient vaults of the Mogu, untouched by time for thousands of years.
I guess we need to tank them together, it looks like.
Many young Pandaren warriors have vanished into this tomb. Have your wits about you.
If no other Guardian is within range, it gains the solid stone effects. My Super Chad co-tank doing alright? I think he's fine, yeah. Bird goes for about 5 million normally, yeah. I don't know exactly how much we're selling it for, but it's around there, I think, 5 million. And we're doing 2 buyers per week. Because Mythic Farok isn't too hard these days. Had to recommend current level, 63. SO4, yeah, see, that's what I'm wondering. If we do normal Siege of Orgrimmar, we're... Like, what I want to now test is, when can we do this stuff? So, okay, Siege of Orgrimmar unlocks at 60 to 70, so most people won't be able to do SOO. But, yeah, Throne of Thunder also doesn't unlock until 50. I also wonder if it would be better to pull the trash in with the boss even on this mode. I think it might actually be still better. Just because of the exponential damage scaling. So it looks like it's Mogushan Vaults and Heart of Fear that are the main two that you might want to do. And then there's a large gap until you get access to Throne of Thunder and SOO. Stoneguard tanking is one tank with one boss, one with two. Keep them together and cleave, basically. That makes sense. I mean, honestly, I think we nuke. We should have brought this in with the boss, but whatever. I think it would have actually been faster because of the powers to stack this on the boss, but... What power does this guy have? Oh, he pressed his Thundering Orb. Okay. So I am doing about as much damage as this guy's Thundering Orb just by pressing my buttons. And my Explosive Barrage actually did crazy damage there. Wow. Terrace the Endless Spring. The bosses in Terrace are kind of slow, right? Might it be that Speedrun should start with 2 times normal raid and then do questing? Well, it doesn't work like that. It's a daily lockout, right? And you can only do this at level 25. And keep in mind that if you do this at level 25, you're going to get fucked. Does this guy have any idea what he's talking about? You're finding Remix boring, you're going back to retail? Yeah, I don't blame you. There's no glitch with Feral Druids playing Resto talents. I heard about something like that. I think it got fixed. What level are these raids meant for? You can start doing them at level 25. Can we stack all 3 of them? Do you guys know? Okay. They're not giving me the ability to do fucking pull timers, so I guess I'm just pulling like this. Yeah, this guy taunted the wrong mob, I think. Why is doing the raid at 25 bad? Well, you aren't going to have nearly enough shit at 25 to reliably do damage. Like, look at the damage breakdown right now. All of the people that you see below me are around level 25. I am the only high level in this group, and our damage difference is, like, actually insane. So, if I was not here, if this priest who... That priest is actually only level 30, so he's actually cranking. If I had to guess, he probably has a lot of the good powers. But if I was not in this group, these bosses would not fucking die. You did a normal boss, 30% XP per boss. Like a thread increase? Let's see, what are my threads at? 156%. I think we're dead. I don't know, though. Yeah, I think we're dead. Yeah. This is definitely not efficient, I think. Unless this just ends up really being insane. But, yeah. Even though the high-level tank gets rough, yeah, I think what I should probably have done is make my own group and just only invite high-level players. Yeah, because low levels are just completely hard carries. With a 25-man, maybe, possibly? Stone Guards is the worst boss. I did hear that, yeah. You had a super good group, took you 50 minutes for a full run? Well, we'll see. We'll test it. But, yeah. For the person asking about, like, you know, world records or whatever, there's no world records for this. Just because I'm doing a speedrun doesn't necessarily mean it's a competition. You can speedrun inherently uncompetitive formats. This is a testing speedrun to eventually find out what the fastest leveling method is. Morbid, I'd say just honestly wait. Like, you know, it sucks using catalyst stuff. There's not much else you can do. You get a catalyst charge every single week. As long as you have 4-piece, you're kind of fine. Ideally, by the time that you get enough gear to really upgrade the item level, that's all that matters. You'll have the catalyst charges. Yeah. Like, obviously, for standard WoW speedruns, I have, like, an actual leveling thing. But also, so, for the win noobs, in case you didn't know, there is no account-wide modifier. So, I think you're operating under the assumption that you just grind infinite experience. It doesn't quite work like that. But even then, I do agree that the format itself, even outside of the lack of a account-wide XP modifier, it's still not, you know, really consistent. What's the formula? When you have there's no formula. When you have the max rank of this achievement for getting threads for your cloak, you get 100% on your alts to start off with. God, this is just so annoying. The other druid thinks that he understands the boss, and he doesn't actually. And he's just like, he's talking in circles. He probably listened to somebody explain the boss, and he thinks he understands it, and he has no fucking clue what words are fucking... It's just annoying. He's very clueless, but he acts like he knows what he's talking about, and that just makes it even more annoying. Unfortunately, I ripped thread here, so... So, like, he should be taking Cobalt Guardian. It's not. Why am I petrified? Okay, I officially don't know how this works. This is just stupid. And frankly, I don't want to try and sit here and figure this out. So, yeah, I'm gonna just leave. This isn't fun. If somebody wants to give, like, a detailed explanation in chat, I will maybe look into it, but this is just fucking stupid. I'm not gonna try and learn an old raid boss just to deal with a fucking raid wipe mechanic. The Dungeon Journal also is not explaining this correctly, so... Man. It's not LFR, it's normal. The Guardian attempts to turn its enemies to Amethyst, reducing the shadow damage taken but progressively slowing their movement speed. Enemies who reach 100 stacks turn to stone and cannot act or move. Upon reaching full energy, the Guardian overloads, inflicting shadow damage and interrupting Amethyst petrification. So we have to force an overload on the one that is trying to cast. Is that how it works? And they gain energy when they're stacked. Either way. That's an Azerlon group. It's the only one. Then, here. Sorry for being late, no problem, Infinite. Here, I'm just gonna make my own group. Wait, can you not do 25-man? Oh, it's only 10-man. Ah. Okay. You capped at your cloak too, 52% a new character. It's 100%. From Remix launch, you don't see any messages on /1. That's good. Oh, I recognize that name. What level do you need to be for normal? Only level 25. I'm gonna try to get, like, higher levels. Because obviously, ideally, we want to have, you know, good scaling or something. But we'll see. Cam on when I feel like it, and I usually don't, so. Even if the normal raid thing is true, the RNG of having a good-bad group getting denied probably makes it inefficient for a solo speedrun. I mean, at this point, I don't give a shit about, like, speedrunning this at all. I don't care. I'm never going to actually speedrun this for fun. This is dog shit content, and I only do speedruns for things that I actually enjoy. Right now, I'm testing this because I'm trying to find what the actual fastest leveling method is, regardless of, like, solo speedrun with whatever, you know, rule sets or whatnot. Fuck all that noise, I just want to level fast. You meant for others? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but it is 100% the type of thing where, like, if this is really good for people who are like, just leveling up alts efficiently, then I'll try it. You signed up. What's your name, Oxara? Which character are you on? Do I have any videos for speedrunning Classic? For Kata Classic, yes. Lunava? Oh. Are you able to DPS? Because obviously there was another tank in queue. I guess you could just play Guardian. Like, it probably doesn't really matter, but... I'll take the level 55 healer, if he is actually a Mistweaver monk. Ah, I won't tolerate MoP disrespect. MoP was not dogshit content. MoP was a good expansion. Party sync works, yes. You're the other tank in queue, never tanked it before, but no big deal. At this point, we already have 3 tanks, so I won't be taking additional tanks, but I appreciate you queuing up. Alright, we have the summoning stone over here. So we can help summon people. I'm still testing this to see if it is efficient for leveling. We'll see. The problem with this is there's absolutely no way that a full raid of level 25s is gonna be able to do this. So this is definitely something that you have to do at a higher level. But obviously, the earlier that you're able to do this, the more value you're gonna get. And if this is 12% per boss per day, then theoretically somebody could get carried through a normal Mogushan vaults every single day for multiple days on end, and then get like a 1000% XP modifier and just blast up to max level super fast. Yeah, only 34. It's all good, Goose Comics. Yeah, the problem with the scaling on this is I want to play it safe and make sure. I appreciate you guys for signing up, though.
The ancient vaults of the Mogu, untouched by time for thousands of years.
RMT gonna burr.
What secrets await?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Many young Pandaren warriors have vanished into this tomb. Have your wits about you.
You're gonna assume the XP thread drop is gonna be limited based on the normal thread drop. I mean, maybe, but I don't know. The Wowhead post seems to indicate that it's not. That's what we're gonna test here, though. And I'm still 63, so... if it's, like, relatively normal for me, then we should be able to figure it out. Are there any add-ons that I recommend avoiding? I mean... I guess... I don't know, it's just a weird thing to ask.
Considerable power over the stones of the earth. Their magic lingers on, even centuries later.
Oh, come on, man! Why did I get threats? Everybody else got stunned, and then I was the... I'm already really not enjoying this. This is like some of the most thoroughly unenjoyable content I think they've ever made in WoW. I will make sure, are these people actually... okay, he's at least spec'd into Resto. He's spec'd into Mistweaver, okay. I'm pretty sure it was just that they all got stunned, which was unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're having fun, then, like, that's great. I personally find it to be insufferably boring and just not fun. But, you know. Like you said, different strokes. Where's my Mark of the Wilds? Alright, we'll see how this works. I think I understand the mechanic at this point.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna try to go in the corner here so I don't pull. Okay, well, this should be fine. I think it's gaining energy. Oh no. So, yeah, basically what we need to do is we need to make the Cobalt Guardian's energy bar fill up before this petrification bar. Now, we're about to get hit with a raid-wide explosion from the Jade Guardian and the Cobalt Guardian. Oh my god. Yeah, so now I take the Amethyst Guardian. Perfect, yeah. The overall damage in this group is definitely higher than the last one, though. Makes it a lot easier, and of course, when they get in 10%. So I got,
The door mechanism seems to have activated with the
175%. Did we get a XP thread? I receive infinite thread of... Was that 12%? Oh, I did get infinite... Okay, yeah, I got 12% XP. Yeah, I got it. I got 12%. Alright, let's keep seeing if it works.
How does today find you?
So, what I'm wondering is, at a certain point, if your character is stacked enough, it can solo raids, right? So, theoretically, if Blizzard actually lets this ride, the fastest leveling method is to get your main up. Well, it would require an alt account, but you get an alt account up. You get the character to be, like, super overpowered. They have all the best gems. They're max level. They have, like, upgraded gear. You boost your cape up to a ridiculous level. You reach a point where you can solo 10-man Mogushan vaults, and then you just, every single day, boost 9 other people through Mogushan vaults. And... no, Cloak XP... So, we thought Cloak XP capped, and I believe the generic threads that you can sometimes loot while leveling should cap. But it seems like this is just a guaranteed thread per boss. I have no idea how this boss works, so we're just going to kind of send. You don't get 12 per boss on XP.
4,
Well, I just got 12 in the first boss, so... I guess we'll find out if you're right or wrong. You get 12 in a random stat. I mean, I also got bonuses to stamina multiple times, but in addition to that, I did get the XP increase. So, make sure you double check. Yes, please. Have I ever thought of speedrunning? I am, so to be clear, I don't speedrun just for the sake of speedrunning. Like, so no, I'm not just gonna speedrun games for the sake of speedrunning it. I speedrun World of Warcraft leveling because I'm trying to optimize World of Warcraft leveling. It has nothing to do with the speedrun of it itself. I'm not a speedrunner. I am a guide writer, and I do speedruns for the sake of the guide. At 10%, boss should just die. Yeah, there we go. All the slays, bro. Okay. Let's double check. I got bonus experience. You receive infinite thread of experience. Yep, it's dropping. Double check. You're getting 12% per. Yeah. Well, well, this is neat and all. I'm gonna be honest, guys. This is, like, actually just a really stupid way of leveling. This is going to make alt leveling such a fucking nuisance. Especially because it's a daily lockout. This is so fucking dumb. There is no Radon, like, we already know the synergy between the new gems. There is no synergy. Some gems do a lot of damage, and if you run all of them, they do even more damage. Like, there's no complexity. People will eventually be able to solo new raid, or to solo the raids, but it's all about how high you can get your cloak and gear. Like, that's really all that really matters. There's no way it'll work more than once. There's some kind of cap. There's no way this isn't limited. Well, I guess... we'll have to try and find that out, huh? Thank you. The other thing that I'm curious about is I wonder if I still get XP threads after hitting 65 from this. Because it seems like it's guaranteed. Like, I'm getting, drops, it's always happening, so that can't be, like, a tie to the random drops we saw before. Fun mode, That's how 90% of the PoE speedrunners are. They want to optimize the shit out of the campaign just because they hate it and want to get it done as much as possible. Yeah. Like, and here's the thing. I don't inherently hate the idea of speedrunning, right? But it's just like... there are a lot of variety speedrunners who just like speedrunning random games. That's just not me. I'm not going to, like, go speedrun Super Mario 64 just cause. Nothing wrong with that, and I like watching speedruns of, like, Super Mario 64. But I have no interest in doing it myself, at all. I'm not gonna just go, like, learn a random game to speedrun it. A lot of times, like, if I play a game a lot, I might try to speedrun it for fun, just to see, like, how fast I can push myself to do it. Like I've said before, Fury. Fury is, like, a really fun game that I have done the speedrun mode for multiple times. But that's just, like, I haven't done it seriously, and the only reason I even did it is because there's an in-game speedrun mode where you can just do the bosses as fast as possible. And I just really liked Fury, so I tried to, like, push my time for that, like, a few years ago. Can you do SO? Yeah, you do SOO at level 60. Oxara Luna, what level are you? Because you are getting, like, one shot by these mechanics, so I'm curious if it's, like... 54. Wow. What is the scaling? Oh, maybe it's because you're feral. Yeah, if you want to just stay Guardian... What the hell? Oh. What did we do? Nice. And, yep, I got another thread of experience. And I got like a million other threads. My cloak's now up to 206. What's the best way to level up faster the main? At this point, this method definitely seems to be worth doing. Try to get 10-man Mogushan vaults done. Yeah, gear goes up to epic rarity. You can actually get epic rarity gear before max level. Sometimes it just randomly drops at epic. Oh, hey! Angerin's got, in my group, got Slay. I don't know if that's one of you guys or just a random pug. Hard for me to tell. You'll be really surprised if this works more than once, but we'll see tomorrow. Yeah, we'll find out. The thing is, I'll have to test this again, probably, because I'm about to hit level 65, at which point this, I theoretically won't be able to get threads. Trinkets are at max level. You get neck, ring, and trinkets when you do achievements at max level. Your first trinket is just automatically for reaching level 70. You died to the mechanic where you had to go down and kill 4 ads and you didn't kill them quickly enough? Ah, I see. Yeah, it's all good. Trust me, I don't know the mechanics here either. I'm just kind of YOLOing it. So, yeah, don't feel bad.
A great conqueror who ruled his vassals with an iron fist. I've heard tales of this one.
No, there's no tier set bonuses in this. This is not LFR, this is normal.
He stole from the rich and kept everything for himself. What is this? I've heard nothing of this emperor. Meng the Demented? According to these texts, Meng was the most foul and maniacal ruler to ever abuse the imperial throne.
All of this are MoP raids and content. Yeah, you can do these while leveling. Is it good XP? Well, it's not so much the XP. Like, in terms of, here's the thing. The actual experience that I'm getting from this raid is terrible for time efficiency, right? However, I am getting 12% as an experience modifier on every single boss. And that means that theoretically, if you invested a little bit of time to do this, it would make your leveling, however many bosses there are, like probably 70% faster just for doing this. So that would make this worth it. I think he might aggro onto us, so just be ready. If I remember correctly, isn't there like a split damage mechanic? Where like if it needs to hit multiple people to... Okay, that we just definitely run out of. Am I getting any other gear other than the greens? Yeah, sometimes. Break the pinning arrows. Nice, yeah. Having 3 tanks actually makes this a little bit easier. Run out of pillage. Oh, I'll taunt. At a certain point, you won't be able to get into raids on a new alt. Yeah, no, so that's the problem. The raid is basically undoable with a full rate of level 25s. It is, like, not reasonable. So, it's not really gatekeeping if it's just, like, it's not tuned to be possible at that level. Quite simply. So, I don't even think you attempt it at low levels. I think that's kind of the issue, right? Despite the fact that it's technically available at 25, you're pretty much only able to do it at, like, 40 onwards, maybe rough guess. And even then, I'm not going to say it's, like, easy. Okay, I'm giving you guys Stamp Roar. Run out of that. I assume we have to stand out of the pool. Yeah, I think 40 is like the bare minimum. When you have like at least a decent amount of Tinker Gems. And obviously you wouldn't want to do this until you got all the good gems. So like, I didn't get Slay until level 60 something on my Monk. And doing this without Slay is just like asking to get fucked over. Because everything's just going to take so much longer. Like, if you look at my damage breakdown, on this fight, Slay Explosive Barrage for single target, really, really, really good. Oh no. That could get really spooky really fast. Imagine if somebody just decided to press Thundering Orb there. Like, see, this is what's happening. I'm getting killed by the, I have Brittle on me from the other players. Nice. There we go. That's another 12% XP. Yep. It's not like this XP bonus is even relevant for the most part. You guess it's for the 65 plus push being slow? Honestly, this isn't even slow. Oh, did the healer not res? That's my bad. If I realized that he wasn't going to res, I would have started resing. Yeah, honestly, like, I could just do quests here and it would be chill. It's honestly not that bad. The main reason I'm doing this is for science, but... it's more so if you were... So, I don't think that this is a viable method for, like, solo leveling, right? If you're a new player and you're on your first character, I don't think you do this. The main application for this is what I described earlier, of you get a really stacked character, and then you carry your alts through this. So theoretically, what I could do, right, is I could get my main character to be really overpowered, and then my 3 alt accounts, the ones that I'm planning on using Warlocks for in the War Within, well, I could just make a bunch of Warlocks on those alt accounts. Then I could get them to level 25, put them in the raid with my main character, solo the raid boss if my main character theoretically gets strong enough, and then boost my Warlocks up over the course of like an entire week. And that way, every single run, my characters are getting plus 75% experience. And then, give or take, like, or well, it wouldn't be a weekly reset, it'd be a daily reset, but like, let's say after 3 days, those characters now have a plus, however much, plus like 300% roughly, XP increase. And now I just level really quickly with those characters. It would take days of actual playtime, but the slash playtime would be insane. If you can do this quickly, the XP threads are kind of insane, yeah. It's, I think this is one of those things where, like, while in terms of pure leveling efficiency, this might not be worth it, I think we can all look at this and agree that it is worth it from a practical standpoint. Because keep in mind, it's also not just for the XP modifier. You are getting a decent amount of bronze. You're getting all of, like, the actual cloak upgrades. Like, decent stamina power. You're getting gear upgrades. You're getting more gems and stuff like that. It's just good. As much as I hate to say it, because if this is farmable on a daily lockout, it's really dumb. It does seem like this is just a very, very good thing to do. Yeah, if there is no cap on the XP, which, you know, it's possible there could be a cap on this. And then there could be more than one raid that this works on. Like, we don't know if this works on Terrace the Endless Spring.
I have never heard tales of anything like this. The Mogu hide their secrets well.
If you need to make a second account, buy a sub to boost your main account. Well, like, for instance, I already have 3 alt accounts. So I'm not necessarily saying that this is worth doing. It's worth buying alt accounts to do this. But if you are like me and you already have multiple alt accounts that you use for various things, this is an insane way to level up your alts. Also, it is an insane boosting method. And you guys know how much I hate boosting, but what can I say? It just is nuts. Okay, so I vaguely remember that the way this boss works is, like, you fight him in the center, and then he does, like, a channel phase where the pillars activate and the floor disappears, and you have to run to the edges, kill the pillars, and then the floor respawns, and then you go back to the burn phase. It's been so long since I did this boss.
5, 4, 3,
But we need to run inside.
2, 1.
Oh, wow, he immediately breathes on the raid. Okay, well, if I'd known that, I would have pulled him away from everybody else. Okay, well, that ability was called Total Annihilation, and it did do a lot of damage, but... Okay, run to the sides, run to the sides. I think. I'm pretty sure we run to the sides. If you're standing in the middle, I think you die. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. No, it's... Ah, yes. And then after this... Then, if he charges it up, then you go to the sides? Or is this where we die? Right. Right. I remember now. You have to stop the energy charges, and then if it charges the pillars, then the floor disappears, and then you need to kill the pillars to go back into the space. If a ball goes through. Gotcha. Now I remember. Yep. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Is this eventually just gonna one-shot us? Like, are we forced to phase at a certain point? I guess, yeah, I should drop my stacks. That monk somehow hasn't died. He takes increased damage the more you stop it. Yeah, you're correct, he does. This is weird. The only reason I remember this now is I vaguely remember the line, drawing from reserved power. And I remember as a kid thinking that sounded really funny. Just the way Elegon says it. Jesus. Well, that was a weird fight. Is this a new monk? Well, I mean... It's It is a new character. So you got half of that correct. And yeah, I got thread of experience. There we go. If this continues, you'll go from a 94% cloak to a 168%. Jeez. Can I LOS these guys? Here, I'm gonna pop Survival Instincts and then just do this. Okay, that was good. Yeah, that definitely worked. Okay, so one of my friends is trying to figure out the same thing that we're all wondering, of whether or not you can do this on 2 days. But I told him that, you know, this is the first time I've done it, so. What is my favorite expansion? Probably MoP. We do not keep the cloak after the event ends, no.
Functional Mogu construct machine. We cannot allow this to fall into the wrong hands.
If only this had a lasting effect on all alt characters instead of having to be done for each character individually, yeah. That's kind of lame.
From such a machine, you must destroy it here now before any harm can come to Pandaria. Turn the machine on. I will lock the door behind you. May the great crane guide your steps.
They talk about War Within being all friendly and do this with the cloak. Yeah, I think it's like fundamentally a separate, like, I don't know. I think the people making this are not really making many big decisions in War Within or anything. Wow, these mobs are melting. I know that it's like a trash gauntlet, but it still feels like they're dying so quickly. And it's just like, aside from Slay, my Maul is just kind of cranking these guys. Yeah. What did my Cloak start at? 100%. The starting experience for your alts is capped at that, yes. Do we stack these guys? Oh, I see. We should spread it out far enough so that the patterns don't overlap. I'm gonna pop Survival Instincts here. Yeah, I'm taking insane damage. That stun's brutal. It pulls me back in. I want to make sure I don't refresh my stacks. Okay, I dropped my stacks here. That's all that really matters. Nice. Now the real question is, did I get a bonus XP thread from that? I did get an XP thread from that, even though, okay, I got the thread before I hit 65, so technically, I mean, that was good experience, I think, but the main reason to do it was for those threads. And for everybody in the stream who joined into that run to help out, I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me with that. Obviously, you know, you guys got something cool from it too, but either way, I do appreciate the help. Wow, 600. Oh my god, look at how much bronze this stuff gives. Okay, yeah, this is how you farm bronze. Jesus. And it's not even close. That was your first ever MoP raid? Awesome. Technically, that wasn't my first ever MoP raid, but that was like the first time I've ever actually done Mogushan vaults. Actually in heavy air quotes. But I've never really done Heart of Fear either. I did part of Terrace of the Endless Spring once, and I've done Throne of Thunder and Siege of Orgrimmar many, many, many times. But I didn't actually start raiding in MoP until the final 2 tiers. And even then, I was casually raiding. And my first ever ahead of the curve was Garrosh, so I never got AOTC Lei Shen. So I'm very, very familiar with Siege of Orgrimmar. I'm mostly familiar with Throne of Thunder, and I know, like, basically nothing about the other raids. Is that bronze from the drops or one-time achievement? Good idea, Chori. Bronze cash. So what I think happened is I think each of the achievements gave me one, and then completing the raid gave me a third. Because I got 3 in total. Each one gave 600. The 2 achievements I did both had... Oh, wait, did Raid Finder, Mokushan, Vaults... Did I get... Oh! No, never mind. I think it was 2 achievements, right? No. This doesn't give... 2 of your 3 caches are from one time. Okay, so I was correct in my first guess that it was 2 achievements. Right. Would you say it's worth doing over quests versus waiting for group to form, potential to wipe and group disband, or other hiccups? I would say if you aren't in a rush to reach 70 as quickly as possible, that was worth it. For reference, look at my Cloak modifier. 242%. If I went and did quests now, I would blast through the final 5 levels. But I'm actually going to push it even further, and I'm going to try to see if I can get into a group for Terrace of the Endless Spring. Let me double check something. I mean, I guess I could just form my own group again. Maybe I'll try Heart of Fear. Like, fuck it, we ball. Make another group you can YOLO it? Yeah, true.
You seek answers.
Invite me, Harlden. Alright, Grip and Ship. Did anyone else write notes? I think it was just you. Could a level 31 join? No, the minimum level for Heart of Fear is 35. You're the DK'd Q? Nice. Uh, 93 is probably good. Yeah, let's level 52. Okay, now we need tanks and healers. Or a tank and a healer. Ooh, but there's a really beefy DPS. I'm tempted to just keep gobbling up DPS, but... there's a Shadow Priest. Stats, you're on NA, yeah. Best way to level so far? Well, it was questing, and now we're kind of testing this. Oh, what the fuck? This guy's a level 70, just in here to blast. You would come, but you're about to have to go to lunch? No problem, man. Absolutely no worries at all. So, according to Wowhead, Heart of Fear has some weird mechanics. Garrelon will fixate a target. I guess we'll just YOLO it, see how it goes. Oh, we got unlisted. If you start an alt and it has the 100% buff, but you can still find threads, how does it work? Yeah, you can find threads, but here's the weird part. Up until I started doing these raid things, I was getting way less threads on this character than I got on my first character. This guy's name is Squirting Mayo. I'm sorry, Squirting Mayo. I need a healer. I'm sure you would be good. But, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it! 7 DPS this shit. This healer's really geared. So, we're gonna solo heal this and just see how it goes. If you guys can put on defensive tinkers, if, like, you're running something like... I have Fervor here. Fervor really doesn't matter that much. So I'm actually gonna take it off and put on Grounding. And then... what do I not care about? I don't really care about Quick Strike. If I look at my damage, Quick Strike generally isn't doing a ton. So I'm going to take out Quick Strike and I'm going to put on... my self-healing Bloodthirsty Coral. And if somebody can help me summon. Knowing the raid thing now, this could start getting fun again. Maybe, but this seems like a little bit janky. We'll see, though. How much is in the bronze cache? 600 bronze. So I got 1,800 bronze by completing that normal mode raid. Which is pretty good. Yeah, they fixed... well, they fixed post 60 XP from the testing server. Unfortunately, dungeons are still broken. You can't see it because the reward is covering up the XP. Dungeons, for whatever, they did not do the scaling. Quests are scaling, though. How do you check your DPS split per ability? So, let's look at a better fight. Let's look at Garajal the Spirit Binder, because that's like pure single target. Garajal the Spirit Binder, how much did I do? Oh, he's gripping ships here. I click on my name. I look at the full breakdown. I can see that Slay did obviously a ton of damage. My Explosive Barrage, Sunstrider's Flourish did pretty good. Why are you guys summoning me? Oh my god. Yeah, obviously, Victory Fire not doing super hot on an AoE setting, or a single target setting. But then if I were to look at Emperor's Will, which was AoE, there now we have mostly AoE stuff. Actually, Explosive Barrage doing really good here. Oh, these guys are already inside. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, Troy, you're in this group? Which one are you, Troy? I'm sorry, I just wasn't paying attention, apparently. You're about to pump? Nice. I look forward to seeing it. You're the tank that'll probably not deal as much damage as you think. Alright, no. I trust. Alright, we hook right here. Oh, fuck. I don't have a... I'm missing something on my bars. Right? Where is Incap Roar? Oh, there we go. What is doing most of it? Wow, Sunstrider's Flourish there did a lot of damage, for whatever reason. Huh. Cool. Would you say it's worth spending bronze on gems? Only on the stat gems. It is absolutely worth spending bronze on, like, the plus, verse, etc. random gems. That is actually, in my opinion, the best thing you can spend bronze on while leveling. Unlocking the other gems, save your bronze. You will unlock all of them eventually. There is no rush to do it. Jesus. What was that? Was just victory fire? All right. Are the SO heirlooms worth grinding for? Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes, without question. They are insane. And they are worth getting. I have never used SO heirlooms in my runs, partially because I only have the strength axe. But even when I do runs with the character that has the that could use the Garrosh heirloom, I don't use it because it is so good that I don't want to give myself an unfair advantage over something that was no longer obtainable. But now, all future speedruns, when I have all the Garrosh heirlooms unlocked, I will be using them. Stand in the bubble. Stamp Roar pretty sick there. Oh my god. Let's just send a B-Res. Oh, back up. Oh, run, 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 run. Oh, the little fucking spinny things are still present here. Okay, the mind control ended. Run away, run away, run away. Ah! Yeah, I assume, yeah, Force and Verb, we stand in here. For a solo healer, though, like, this guy is fucking blasting. Oh, no. We lost him. Well, he's sub 10%. We got our Slay proc, so that's good. I'm gonna try to proc after the Wildfire, but I don't know exactly how close I am. Attenuation again. Oh no. Man, if only I had Grief Torch in this game mode. No, mind control. No, not at 1%. Oh, that is so tragic. Oh, oh no. All right. We just got to be a little bit more careful with that attenuation when the circles are flying out, and we should be good. Should have had one more TPS. Yeah. This guy's also slapping me around. I'll do a countdown 10.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Stands. Oh, I saw that cheeky AMS to get runic power. Oh, that was dirty. I respect it, though. Okay, we just gotta watch out for the bullet hell thing. We're good. So just stay a good distance away. Don't be directly under the hitbox. If you give it a little bit of room, we should be fine. And then the moment you see the cast, back up. And just dodge. If you need a taunt, Tori, just holler. What? Oh. What Wait. The Warlock's dots just shredded the boss. What the hell just happened? Oh, look at this. I did get an XP thread. So I am actually level 65. I'm no longer supposed to be getting XP threads, and yet one dropped off this boss. Yeah. That's actually huge. Wait, I think I know what happened. How does that MC mechanic work? Convert. I assume convert increases their damage done. So I think what happened is the Warlock's dots were on the boss. He converted the Warlock. Something bugged out and caused it to do massively increased damage, which increased the damage of the dots that he already had on the boss. And then for whatever reason, that just shredded the remaining HP. Damn. And yeah, the fact that you can do this after 65 and still get XP, that means that it's guaranteed no matter what. So, kind of nice. Oh, look at this. Oh my god. They're so stacked! Oh, it's beautiful. Wow. It seems like Victory Fire... Does it always... no, I think some people's Victory Fire will trigger first, and then the other people don't get the proc. You didn't get XP? Are you sure, Troy? Oh, well, you're fucking level 70. I'm stupid. Duh. So you can get at most... So you can at most get the XP threats from a boss once, regardless of your level? Yeah. For sure. And we don't know necessarily if it's one time only or daily lockout. There's a chance that it's one time only. But even if it is one time only, then that means Heart of Fear, for reference. Heart of Fear and Terrace are available at level 40. Heart of Fear 35, Terrace 40. So I suspect the best way to do this, theoretically, would be to get a level 40 raid put together. At level 40, you're probably already good enough with some optimization to tank this stuff. And then at level 50, you could do Throne of Thunder. Maybe you just wait till level 50 and then do the entirety of TOT. Because that would give, like, insane XP. Hmm.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I don't know this boss at all. Okay, well, we just need the Warlock to bug out again and one-shot the boss. Whoa! Okay, wait, how does that work? Oh, it's a split damage mechanic. Oh, okay. So I need to stack on top of him and well, we all need to stack on top of the person. Basically, it's gonna pick a player, they get a red arrow over their head, we all stack on top of them and split the incoming damage. You know this boss at all, you pulling Final Fantasy? I'm gonna taunt Troy, it seems like you're getting blasted. Now I'm getting blasted. Oh my god. Okay, we stack. Nice, we did it. Okay, you can taunt back. I'm getting cranked. Oh no. Jesus Christ. Overwhelming assault, that is rough. This dude looks like Ravana, yeah. So how does the Tank Buster here work? Slash on his current target, does a big hit, and leaves their defenses exposed, increases their damage taken. Okay, so this is a taunt on 1. So now we know for next time. Brewmaster can probably live multiple because Stagger is broken. Yeah, I don't want to risk somebody dying by taunting. So we might kill though, because like honestly Stagger is kind of ludicrous. All you need to do, I would say Troy, you could probably live a 3rd hit with like how high does it stack? It's only 200%. Yeah, you're probably chill. Yeah, you have the right idea. Like, I'd probably dampen the 3rd, Zen Med the 4th. Actually, at this point... Oh, yeah, I remember this. There's the little gauntlet. There's bits and pieces of these bosses that are slowly coming back. Oh, yeah, Black Ox taunts. Yeah, you definitely don't want to use it on a raid boss. That's the one downside to it. So how does this work? Do you just need to survive? do you push him out of this phase? Oh, you switch sides. Alright. Yeah, I thought you would have to reach him and smack him. That makes, like, logical sense. But then they reached him, and he didn't stop. So I guess... it's just a burn phase. You just stay alive as long as you can and burn him while dodging the tornadoes. Honestly, doesn't seem too hard. Like, if I hadn't fucked up the tank swap, we would have been chill. Yep, still getting experience. Unsurprisingly. Where is the item I just looted? Tank mechanic needs to be taunted at 2 because it has a duration of around 30 seconds. Oh, does it? That would make sense too. I could see that. Yeah. Garrulon, oh, Garrulon we just stack together. Okay. It looks like we just share the tank kits from Garrulon 100% of the time, and that's like the tank mechanic. That's easy enough. Okay, that was worth doing. Yeah, Thunder Gorb is kind of good for shit like that. You return from food and Harlden is still awake. Well, there was a bit of a discovery. Right as I was like in the final stretch of the run, I was like at level 63 and I was just gonna keep blasting quests. Something kind of major was found where raids will give you really good experience. Like actual raids. LFR was nerfed into the floor. But it turns out that while LFR may be nerfed, standard raids, like in this case normal, is actually really good. Now that raids give good XP, you'll be up for another 24 hours. Yeah, so we're approaching the 10-hour mark on this stream, guys. So, you know, YouTube has a cutoff, so we'll be moving over to Twitch. No, I'm just kidding. I would die. Just repeat the process again. Squirt and Mayo, let me know when you're ready. You're here? Okay. Now you're good. Chori, so I'm gonna put a marker over my head.
5,
and we'll just stack on top of each other.
3,
That way you just know to...
1.
Okay, so you cannot be underneath the legs. Okay. I think I got it. No, Troy, that, So, okay, I found out the problem. It's this. It's the pheromones. So, whoever has pheromones, if I run over them, like so, if I run underneath the center... Yeah, if I run underneath the center, it triggers that. And... if we go under pheromones... Okay. I see. Stream until you reach bronze cap? Oh no. You think normal mode will be soloable with a full 556 character? Possibly, which I'm very curious to test, because if it is, then you could sell normal mode boosts to fresh level 25s and make like, well, you can't trade gold, but you could like, I don't know. You could do some black market shenanigan shit. Okay. As long as they do this correctly. Wait, you can trade golds? Oh. Okay, never mind. Then yeah, you could just sell boosts straight up. What's the incentive for doing these raids on normal? So look at my experience on my cloak. Every single time we kill a boss, I get plus 12% experience. Thank you, Grip and Ship. But basically, I've killed all the bosses on Mogushan Vaults, and we've killed 2 so far in Heart of Fear. 12% experience per boss kill, that adds up. That is like a colossal modifier. So what that means is if you do all of the normal raids, then at a certain point, you'll be able to just level really quickly. Now, I don't necessarily know if this is fast, because this has taken me about an hour to do, if not more. And of course, I am at a relatively high level, and, you know, for instance, Chori, you know, from chat is in here on his level 70, and a bunch of other people from chat are in here on their, like, high-level characters, too. Grip and Ship 66, Barry on 65. I think Gordon Mayo is also from chat. They're 66. So this is a relatively high-level raid, so hard to say, generally speaking, how efficient this will be in normal situations. Okay, so Troy, again, we're just going to tank it out to the side. The main thing that we just need to hope doesn't happen, we just need the person with pheromones to not stack on everybody else. Well, they did it immediately. Who was it? Was it... Oh, it's not just ranged. It could go on anybody. Oh. Yeah, the Wowhead thing I read said ranged only. Okay. It can go on anyone, not just ranged. So, spread at start. Wait to see who gets it. That's on me. You're the hunter? Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, definitely wiping to a boss feels kind of foreign these days. The real question is, at level 60 plus, how many normal raid bosses do you kill before you go back to questing? Yeah. Figuring out that nice, like, break-even point is going to be interesting. I think, honestly, level 50 might be the play. And then maybe you even sneak Throne of Thunder in there. I don't know if you do SOO. SOO might be a little bit much. But at least some of the Throne of Thunder bosses could be good. Like, Jinrock is really easy. I'll put down a marker. Yeah, I'm gonna face boss at skull just at the start, but then, yeah, we will need to be in front. Does the boss completely ignore us? The entire time? I think we have threat at the very start, right?
3, 2, 1.
Okay, loose spread. Oh no. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I don't know if this one's worth it. I don't even know what happened. Was it on the tank? We can try one more time, but yeah. This boss definitely... Honestly, though, the damage feels overtuned. I get that that's meant to be a raid wipe mechanic, but on normal, especially for a mode like this, that should not be an insta-fail of it just one-taps everybody. It could also be that it's just, we're not, like, super geared for this. Because I was kind of getting blasted throughout the entire process. Yeah. It doesn't feel like it's normal. It was on me. Oh. Oh, fuck. Well, that's my bad, then. This raid's linear, I believe.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No, there's something is wrong there. It's not... What are we taking damage from? Look at this. Why is it... My combat log is broken. Pheromone Trail. Yeah, so Pheromone Trail is just one-tapping the raid. That's a scaling issue. All right, thank you so much for helping with that, guys. I appreciate it. And now... Now to test out this super beefy cloak. No, you do not get that in LFR. That is... I would assume it drops on Heroic too, but, like, good luck doing that in Heroic. So before I do anything else, I'm gonna try to upgrade all my stuff. I never reset my... Okay, here, what I'm gonna do is fly to the main city, the Shrine of the Seven Stars, and dump all of these, like, bad gems that I don't want inside of my bank, because I really need backspace. And then I'm going to sort through all of the gear that I got from that raid and spend all of my remaining bronze. And then we'll send those upgrades. I'll try to do this all in, like, less than 10 minutes. But then I think once I get all those upgrades, I should have more than enough to just blast through the remaining quests. Yeah, fun menuing time for sure. I don't think you can pause XP, no. So let me scroll up in chat real quick. This was fun back in the day. You were an OP Holy Paladin back then. Still are, yeah, I mean, Holy Paladin's always nice. Heroic might be max, yeah. That's why I said I don't know if you can even do it. So it might just be like a normal mode only thing. Why not disenchant? I don't think you can Unraveling Sand the Gems, can you? Oh, you're talking about these. No, I mean the, like these things, the Tinker Gems. Those ones I want to keep. It's just the Tinker Gems that I never plan on using. Where's the bank again? Did the XP drop off at 65? Literally snail's pace here at 67. Why can't I... Wait, is there no bank NPCs? Up top? I'm not seeing any. It's supposed to be this room, right? Other side? Oh. I'm thinking of the Horde layout. Ah. That's the problem. Honestly, the way that I think tertiary gems is the only one that I really consider using while leveling is Leech, just because it's, like, okay. But at max level, you're going to want stat gems all the way. There's no real advantage. The only thing I could see is, like, Brewmaster Monk specifically benefits more from armor compared to other tanks, just due to how their scaling works. Maybe they add a single armor gem just cause. For survivability reasons. Everybody else, I don't know. I'm never going to use that. The bank, this is Shrine of the Seven Stars in Vale of Eternal Blossoms. So it's the southern right corner of Vale of Eternal Blossoms. You need to look at the JoJo's available with that plugin. There's a few last I checked, yeah. Nah, Kel, so the thing about speed in this mode is, first off, look at my cloak. Look at how much speed I get just by the cloak alone. You honestly don't need other sources of speed. You get so much just completely for free. So you don't need to invest in speed increases. And the other thing is, speed is really good at lower levels when you're running on foot. However, we unlock dragon riding at level 10 in this mode. So a lot of your time is actually going to be spent hopping on your dragon and flying from point A to point B. So it's honestly not as good as it may seem. Intuitively, you may think that, right? Like, oh, speed is just good. And if it wasn't in this type of mode, where, you know, things are a little bit weird, you'd be right. But it's a little bit different in this context. I mean, leveling slows down for sure from 60 to 70. I don't think it's necessarily that bad. Like, it felt a little bit slower on my main character, but it wasn't awful. Figured out chat channels yet? Literally no one speaks in general and you don't see anything in the other channels? It's working for me, I don't know. Like, if I go to, like, right now there's somebody selling raid boosts in the Awaken channel. Or the trade services channel, Awaken raid boosts in there. I can't talk. Sorry.
May the red crane live forever.
Drag this up here. Okay, so my staff is 276. So let me look at all the weapons in my bags. Are there any 276 or higher weapons? It's just these. That's 276. That weapon looks cooler, so I'm going to use that. You should have said your horde almost got wiped in Shrine of the 7 Stars. Ah, I didn't realize. I just assumed you were Alliance because we had grouped together, but then I forgot that for actually running into the raid, it's cross-faction. But yeah, then your city is just on the opposite side of the zone. Can't miss it. Can you not go through Equipment Manager? What does that do? I don't think that... Oh my god. This is like some wild tech. I never even knew this was a thing. I'm gonna go with versatility then. Oh, wow. Blue chest with verse? That's big. That is actually super fucking choice. Now, that said, I'm going to keep these gems in here. Carl detains his years confirmed. I was trying to sabotage you. What is this? 234? 248, oh wow, 262. Let's go with red crane grips. Belts. This is 170. Hmm. 135. 262 is highest. That's 248, but it has avoidance. 262 with haste. Love to see it. Nice. Oh, that has speed on it? It has edgy, though, because it's blue. If it wasn't blue, I wouldn't use it, but because it's blue, eh. Ironically, the gear manager is amazing for finding gear, but you never use it for making sets. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I never have a use for this on retail. Because, like, I carry around a handful of trinkets in my bags, and I already know which trinkets I need. You know, if I want to put on Grief Torch, I'm going to slap that thing on. But for this game mode, this is actually insanely clutch. So, Lufti Kundakji, thank you so much for that suggestion. So that is really, really helpful. This character started with max cloak from the achievement. Seems like it doesn't get much faster. Well, it's hard to say because I have done a little bit of testing at the end here. And I wouldn't necessarily say it doesn't get much faster, because keep in mind, we're sitting right now on a 266% experience modifier. While I am trying to complete my gems and stuff real quick before we level, I'm going to crash through the quests the moment I start doing this stuff. It's going to be ridiculous how much experience I'm going to be getting. So, while it may seem slow, keep in mind, the run is basically over in like 40 minutes, I would guess. And that would be roughly a 3-hour time save from getting the cloak. Which is not amazing, but it's also not bad. You just use Outfitter? I don't know that one. Use it on retail, but you're one of those crazy people that has a fishing skill set. I could see that. Well, see, no, to be clear, I use this equipment manager, like, for making sets, rarely. Pretty much exactly for what MetaLink said of using a fishing set. I do have a fishing set on one of my characters. But I've never used this thing. That you press the little arrow and it compares all of your gear that you have. I've never used that before. That's huge. I did not know you could just do that. Alright, I'm going to buy 40 of these gems, and whatever I get, and I'm going to save the rest of my bronze. Well, actually, where's the whelp? I'm going to buy a few consumables because I'm almost out. So I'm going to buy 4 of these. 3. Or that. You can press Alt to open the menu while hovering? Really? Huh. Does it switch gems automatically? No, you still have to undo your gems. What level am I at? Right now I'm 65, but we just did a bunch of normal mode raids to stack up the XP modifier, so the moment I finish upgrading all my gems, we're just going to run into those quests, blast through them, and see how fast it's going to take. The scrolls do not persist through death. That's why I just bought a bunch of them. Just in case. Because we wiped a lot, and I was using scrolls before every single pull, I went through a lot of my scrolls really quickly during those raids. What's your increase on XP gain with your cap? 266%. But the starting value was, like, when I created my character, it was 100%, and I got the vast majority of this from the raids that we did. Yeah, I'm just gearing for DPS. You generally don't want to build for tank stats while leveling, even as a tank. It's usually not worth your time. I'm gonna buy 10 more of these just because I'm very, very close to a legendary gem for some of the colors. So if this allows me to reach the breakpoint for one of the gems, then that would be nice. Doesn't seem like it will. Yeah. It's a little bit further off than I realized. So let's take all my legendary gems, drag them down here. So I have 5 legendary gems, and I have 6 slots. I'm going to put a haste gem in the extra one. And the reason why here I'm prioritizing the, like, kind of crappy gems is purely because they give me extra stamina. So I'm basically just going to be unkillable. And the last of my bronze that I have, let's find the item upgrade guy. And I'm going to check to see what I can upgrade. So this I can upgrade a few levels. I'm going to do that. This I can upgrade quite a bit. That's pretty expensive. This is 1 upgrade. This I can... Wow, that's 1,000? Oh my god. But yeah, that's worth it. Okay, my weapon is at max. This I can upgrade once. This I can upgrade once. And yeah. Alright, perfect. So now I'm going to do all my buffs. And now we go back to Dread Wastes. I think that's everything. I don't even hate this this gear. It kind of looks kind of like relatively cool. So I was responding to a chat message. So I face planted. Let me see. There's a sweet spot threshold you can hit to make remix faster leveling than retail. You feel like an average Joe with good pathing and at least looms can do faster on retail by a good margin. Yeah, I feel like with the normal mode thing, this is kind of broken it open for me in terms of there is a theoretical line that would allow this to be faster. It's a narrow line. It would force you to do weird shit, right? But very much in theory at this point, you could level faster than retail. Though it would require you to like really min-max it. And it would also only be on your alts. I have not been to sleep yet, but we are in the final stretch of this run. Yeah, if I, like, so basically, if I had full DPS gems here that were legendary, I would use those. And at max level, that's what you should do. The reason I'm using armor and stamina is because, like, this way I can just do massive pulls and live. And the reality is, my individual personal damage doesn't matter a ton at this stage, because almost all my damage is going to come from my gems anyways. So there's a case to be made for, like, if I'm able to survive longer in a pull, just so I can build up more damage, and then, like, you know, not have to kite constantly, it might honestly be better. Observe the cycle.
Be a leaf in the wind.
Okay, there's those quests up there. Yeah, so that gave me, like, almost a full level, all those turn-ins. I'm not going to replace any of my gear at this point, but I wanted to see at least what I got from that. Sounds like all your skills can cleave. This is how retail works. Yeah, basically. It depends on the spec, but a lot of classes now have very much like baked-in AoE to their kit. So if you're coming from like classic, that might be a little bit foreign. What do I do here? Oh, I missed a turn-in. Shit. Just tuned in. What's this 100% XP increase? So, more has since been discovered. But the gist of it is... Oh, I didn't forget a turn-in. It was just that one quest is all that you need to unlock the next set of prereqs. Okay. Basically, this achievement, Infinite Power, gives you 100% increased experience on your alts. And then you can get massive bonus experience by doing normal raids. Thought you leveled up your XP increases on your cloak over time? No, they went back on that. The cloak is no longer account-wide. Your cloak is now only to you. Only for your individual characters. When does Infinite Power finish? It's at this level. This is the highest it goes. XII. Which, you know, Roman numerals for 12. At the level you played Guardian, its only single target skills were dots. Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, honestly, Moonfire is an AoE too. That's kind of the fun part. Your Moonfire actually cleaves to a second target, and then, you know, it does a ton of damage on AoE because of its procs. Okay, wow, that got erased. Just feral charge over here. Nice. One more Dreadsworn, which I assume is up here. No, your cloak is no longer account-wide. That was changed. Everybody just has their own personal cloak that they collected threads for themselves. You get an account-wide achievement that gives your alts a higher starting cloak, but that is completely unrelated to the other stuff. Yeah. I agree, it is lame. If you think it is lame, make your voices heard, complain on the forums, complain on Reddit. Let Blizzard know that you're not happy about it. Because, yeah, every single time I say this, people say, well, that's really lame. I'm like, I don't disagree, but guess what? Blizzard doesn't give a shit unless it's made clear to them that people are upset about the change. This is your first time being sad at Blizzard? Oh, you sweet summer child. Where are the eggs that I need to set on fire? What the f- There must- oh, I see. My Thrash killed the Dreadfire, or the Dread Spinner Hatchlings, which procced Victory Fire, which killed the mobs instantly. I was trying to figure out why my Thrash just one-shot them. The achievement progress is across alts, but you should not actually start an alt until you're done with your first character. Because if you start an alt, the other thing about that account-wide achievement is it does not dynamically update. So if you, let's say, you create an alt when you are still only at Infinite Power 3 or something. If you then later on finish leveling your main and you get Infinite Power 12, if you go back on the alt that which you previously created, it'll still only have the XP contribution from Infinite Power 3. It will not get that. It only applies when you create a new character after unlocking the achievement. So basically, if you end up creating alts right now and plan to level them later, all that you're going to do is brick your experience when you do and eventually get around to leveling them. Oh, I see. If you unequip and re-equip. Okay, never mind. That's good to know. I was not aware of that. The eggs on this just don't spawn. I think it's mostly just a... when there's other people here, the egg spawn rate is, like, absolutely ridiculously low. You feel like that was one of the selling points? Yeah, to a lot of people it was. You're not alone there. Yeah, see, that was a full level for just one set of quests. Let's grab Rage of the Sleeper. Alright, now the zone kind of opens up. One thing that I am actually very curious about testing, so... Let's see, I'm gonna see if there's an innkeeper in this little town. There is not. Yeah, this is where Volpera make camp. So, before I continue questing in Dread Wastes and we just blast out the rest of this, I am going to test out one final thing to see how much experience it gives. What's the best way to reach out to Blizzard? Forums of public opinion. Blizzard has shown over the years that they respond best when social media is crucifying them. That is the only time when they do stuff. They absolutely cannot stand bad publicity. So, shit talk them on Twitter, shit talk them on the forums, shit talk them on Reddit, shit talk them everywhere, and more importantly, spread the word about the fact that Blizzard has misled people and gone back on what they promised. Make it so other people are aware of the changes, and then, you know, if enough people become aware that they fucked it, then maybe we'll have enough voices to get Blizzard to change. Okay, so this was, like, fairly good experience before. But it seems like it doesn't scale nearly as much. Because I was getting around like 1,000 experience per mob at level 50 something, and now it's only 3,000 experience, but the amount of XP required to level up has increased exponentially. So it seems like killing those elites, if you can do a big pull at lower levels, is really good, but it would require you to be able to actually pull it off. You don't use social media unless you count YouTube. You mainly use the official forums, but blues don't seem to post much on there. You feel old? Yeah. Well, the official forums, admittedly, they kind of tend to ignore, but the more important thing is letting people know that it got fixed. Because right now, on the forums, on Reddit, you're still seeing tons of people who are saying things like, oh boy, I can't wait to get like a big XP modifier, etc., because they just don't know. And if they realize that the thing is fucked, then they may get pissed off and they may start posting and they may, like, generate anger over Blizzard's changes. But, you know, baby steps, right? Getting XP on your cape is very rare once you hit 100%, yeah. Hold on. Let me read chat. Which raids were worth the time compared to how much you wiped? Really only Mogushan Vaults. Heart of Fear is definitely not worth it. There's absolutely no situation, unless they gut the raid difficulty. As it currently stands, Mogushan Vaults is still a little bit tricky. It's not completely face roll, but it was worth it. Everything else, debatable. So, like, not Heart of Fear. Also, I can't quest here yet, for some reason. It says I can, it's lying to me. I don't know why. I'm just gonna quest somewhere else, I guess. You hear the man, bro? Keep it up. Thank you. They'll buff it like what they did with Plunderstorm. Yeah, Plunderstorm's definitely a good example. If they can buff Plunderstorm, they can buff this. So, you never know. Definitely a good point. Oh, wow, haste. You played a little bit of Remix, and you went into your first 3 dungeons as soon as you got MoP questing, and you don't know if it was you, but you had Druid tanks were really squishy. They were level 35 and trying to pull big. Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily Druid tanks. It's just any tank, if they don't have the right gems and stuff, and they aren't actually geared, they're going to get their ass kicked. That's just how the tuning is on this. So yeah, a lot of people are running into tanks who haven't properly upgraded their gear and just get destroyed. Normal raids are definitely meta as fuck. Level 33 and your cape is at 62%. Damn. You're leveling a healer in Remix as your main, and you're mainly doing dungeons. Should you wait to heal till you get your cape higher, or just jump in? I mean, I'm going to be honest, I would not recommend doing dungeons at all. Dungeons right now are just really not worth doing. Questing is generally just better. And like, if you want to do dungeons, you can do dungeons at max level. Because there's achievements for doing all the dungeons and stuff. So you'll still be able to do it, but that's my personal recommendation. Just quest until you reach max level, and then when you're all done with that, you could do the dungeons when you have like gear and stuff, and you've caught up. Oh, Connor B donated 10, I believe that's Australian dollars, right? 4 a.m. in the land down under. Well, that answers my question. So you're out. Hopefully they changed some things. Thanks for answering a lot of stuff. No problem at all. I appreciate the donation, Connor, and I'm glad that I was able to answer all your questions. Everything said dungeons would be the fastest. I have no fucking clue what source you read that said dungeons would be the fastest, but yeah, if you saw someplace telling you that dungeons would be the fastest, that's just straight misinformation. Because even on the testing server, dungeons were not the fastest by a long shot. LFR was the fastest on testing, and questing was a close second. Well, not a close second. LFR was pretty broken. But questing was the next, or yeah, pure questing was the next best. Dungeons were exactly like this on testing. They were just as inefficient, they were just as overtuned, they were not worth doing. I tried it once and immediately said, yep, this is terrible, during the testing server. So if you saw a guide or something that told you to do dungeons, they were just wrong, unfortunately. They gutted LFR, but there's doing normal raids, surprisingly. It's on a daily lockout, but it is very good. But LFR was gutted, yes. There's a daily to do a dungeon, though. Yeah, I guess, just as a small correction, what Goose Comics said, I think it is worth doing the daily for, like, a single time. So just do a singular dungeon for that, and then do a singular scenario for that. But don't do any more than that, and only do dungeons that you haven't done before. So if you queue into a dungeon and it's one that you've run, just leave it. And then 30 minutes later, try again. Because one of the other big sources of experience from dungeons is going to come from the actual quests. And it's just slow otherwise. You're coming from vanilla. You recommend level 0 to MoP remix or normal way? It's up to you. They're kind of disconnected game modes right now, so like really depends on what you want to play. I will say at this point, your first MoP remix character will be significantly slower. Your second onwards, based on the current tuning, will be roughly comparable, I think is fair to say. You think all the big rares like Shaw of Anger also drop XP boost? Really? That would be good to know. Big if true. I guess I'll have to test that, just for science. So, Jose Duran, I missed your message earlier, but, in regards to what I said about, like, your alt being fucked, as a few people pointed out in chat, you don't actually need to remake your character. Apparently, if you unequip the cloak and re-equip it, the bonus gets updated. So you can just do that. Makes you happy to know it wasn't just you? No, everybody is getting pummeled in dungeons right now. And the thing is, when you reach like level 50, 60, it's not that bad. But the problem with that is, if you're queuing for dungeons at level 50 or 60, most of the people that you queue into are still going to be low level. And as a healer, there's not much you can do about that. So when I queued into dungeons at 50 or 60 earlier, I was just completely soloing them because we had 4 players that were effectively dead weight. Though Mogushan Vault's normal clear gave you 3.3k bronze. Nice. Yeah, that's really good. In addition to all the other stuff you get. Yo. Let me try to go down to this town. Is it worth spending bronze on gems before 65? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's worth spending bronze on gems immediately. You don't need to wait. Though, you should only spend it on stat gems. Do not buy proc effect gems. That's a waste of bronze. Once reaching 70, should you keep playing Remix for higher gear or go to Dragonflight? You cannot go to Dragonflight. It doesn't work like that. You're stuck here. When War Within pre-patch rolls around, Blizzard will close the Remix servers and move the characters over to regular ones. You cannot just leave early on this character. It's not like a complete alternative leveling method. It's a separate game mode right now, and these characters will be converted into regular retail characters after the end of the event, during War Within pre-patch. What do you do after reaching max level? Whatever you want. Farm stuff, I guess. Let's see if there's a Galleon group up. Galleon, nice. You buy stat gems until you have full legendary gems, right? Yeah, but keep in mind, you may think, oh, well, it's a waste if I buy too many and get too many legendary gems. But what you gotta realize is that after you reach max level, your rings, trinkets, and neck will have additional prismatic sockets. So any leftover legendary gems you have before hitting max level, you will eventually use. So that's why I keep saying it's not actually a waste. Also, I can solo this, so... I'm just gonna start. Uh-oh. Might take 3 to 5 business days. Well, admittedly, I forgot that I do not have Exploding Keg. I was kind of used to having that when I soloed this before. So that skewed my perception a little bit. I have now realized that I am, in fact, mortal. I am a bear who is just made of flesh and blood. I am not made of flesh, blood, and brew, as a brewmaster is. And therefore I cannot survive these crazy things. Also, give me a second to respond to chat, because, as you can see, I am getting whacked really fucking hard. I might die here. Oh, kinda good. Oh, man. Also, let's double check. I have 266 experience on my cloak right now. Just for reference, in case I forget later. Your hot syncopium is that, Remix runs until War Within launch? Yeah, I mean, I think that's like, most likely the case. I don't think that's hot take. That's what I believe as well. I don't know, it will, well, it depends on what we mean by goes up to launch. There is absolutely no chance that it will go up to literally launch day, and they're just going to dump the Remix characters out the day of. That they would not do, just in case there were unforeseen problems. They would be fucking over a huge chunk of players. But I absolutely do believe... Oh, you mean literal launch. Okay, yeah, that is a hot take. True. Yeah. It would be funny, but it would fuck over all the Remix people. Also, nobody's healing me. I am somehow barely alive. Oh my god. Heal the poor druid. I'm trying my best. Somebody, anybody. Oh, come on, man. I hope it doesn't die also while I'm flying back. That's, like, really annoying. Just everybody's literally tunneling. Can't be bothered to throw a single, like, flash heal or something. There goes all my consumes. I got bonus experience. I got soul shape. I did not get... I did not get an experience thread. So that was not worth it. Now, it's possible that Galleon only gives XP threads prior to you hitting 65, and maybe raids are the exception to the rule. Sorry if this is dumb, but does Remix give higher item level gear? No. The gear that you get in Remix does not carry over to live servers. So every single person on Remix at the end of the event is going to be turned into like a template character in Dragonflight with the exact same armor, regardless of what your starting gear was. It is only based on your character level. So a level 70 with full best in slot 525 gear is going to be the same exact item level as somebody with as somebody with like fresh level 70 gear. Can you get all rewards with one character? You technically can. It could be argued that it might be a little bit easier to get rewards with multiple alts, but I mean, if you farm enough, you could. Anything is possible. It is going to be objectively more difficult for you, though. So, just keep that in mind. Uh... when is it worth it to spend bronze on upgrade? It's always worth it. I mean, it's obviously your personal, like, judgment call on whether or not you think it's worth the money or not. I can't tell you that. You have to make that decision for yourself. But I personally think that pretty much up until max level, there's no reason to just not send all of your bronze when needed. Like, why not? Our tank queues as short as healers? Not even remotely. Healer queues are the shortest by far right now. You need to find a farming spot. You want 2 mil gold cap or bronze cap ASAP. Yeah. I got some good stuff there. What is the best DPS? Like, it's not my opinion. I don't know. You're also, like, are you asking for Mythic Plus for Raid? It's a bad question. If you want to know what the best DPS spec is, you shouldn't be asking people's opinions, because that's what we have data for. You can go to data websites like Raider.io, like Warcraft logs, and just find an answer from yourself that is rooted in actual statistics and not taken from the heavily biased opinions of content creators. So I should not be answering that question. Especially for DPS. Like, it's a little bit more tricky for tanks and healers because there is a little bit more feely crafting involved. And, like, you can't purely evaluate tanks and healers based on their damage. But, like, DPS, you kind of can. It is really easy to just look at numbers and be like, what is the objectively best DPS spec? How do you level as a healer? You press this button and you go to specialization and you activate one of the other ones. That's how you level as a healer. Do not level as a healer. It's slow. Oh, this quest. Okay. It's okay. Yeah, I will say I'm not in the mood to entertain, like, certain questions like this. I don't mean to sound snippy if I come across that way. I have not slept in a while, so I'm just like, I'm really not in a mood to answer, like, you know, in your opinion, what is, like, the, you know, your favorite planet or something, like, you know. And especially, I fundamentally dislike questions like that because it's not necessarily that I don't want to answer it, right? It's just because I feel like if I answer that, I am doing you a disservice. Because I am telling you, if you want to get better at the game, if you truly care about finding the answer to your question, what is the best DPS spec, then you are looking in the wrong place if you are asking me. When you understand the resources at your disposal and you know the best places to look, you will never need to ask anybody again what is the best DPS spec, because you will be able to just find that information out on your own just by searching it. And then you will always know what the best DPS spec is at any given time, because that information is always there. Chat, how do I breathe? Could you be a Shadow Priest and still heal in dungeons and raids? Be careful with that. So, earlier in the stream, that's kind of what I did. Well, not with a Shadow Priest, but I queued up as a healer for dungeons while tanking, and then I just basically carried all 4 people in the dungeon. But at that point, I am confident in my ability to just carry low-level dungeons. I've done it a million times. So I was, like, more than okay doing that because I know that it can work. If you are uncomfortable doing that, it could be a little bit tricky. Oh my god. Fuck this quest. This is bugged. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Negan, I'm sorry. I'm really not in the mood right now. I'm very tired. I'm just not in the mood. Checked Reddit and nobody's complaining about the leveling nerf. Yeah, the forums, when I checked, people were already complaining about it. Reddit, most people seem to be in copium mode at this point. We'll see how long that lasts. Hi, I'm new. What's the fastest way to level alts in this game mode? It is questing, primarily. If you're brand new, I wouldn't worry about anything other than questing. That's going to be best for you. Yeah. Well, yeah, so Cam Blair Spheres, that's the thing. I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that, like I said, I don't want to answer the question, etc., etc. My entire point is, like, I don't actually consider my input to be valid there. I don't have anything else to add to that subject that would not be able to find there. Because, I off the top of my head can think of, like, a bunch of DPS specs that are good. But, like, if you asked me, to maybe this will give context to your question. If you asked me what is the best DPS spec, I would say, wrong question, there are multiple. I would give you a list of 5 DPS specs, and I would tell you these are all the best DPS specs, plural. Because there is no one best DPS spec. You can look at, like, the raw numbers and see which one is number 1, but obviously they all have pros and cons, and just because one is, like, marginally ahead of the other, it doesn't really paint the full story. If all you want is just the numbers, what is the best DPS spec, right? Like, that, you have sources for that. But I believe it's more important to understand the other stuff behind it. What's my XP gain at this level? Well, it's 266, but keep in mind there's, Echo found a bug with Word of Salvation. Raid members activated on tank and the damage output is insane. Interesting. Could be something, to try. No one posting a Reddit is above level 40 yet. Oh, yeah. Well, to be fair, like, obviously, while I have been mostly questing for all this time, it's not like they did say they're brand new and they're just joining in and stuff like that, so I don't expect them to have watched the entire stream. I can't expect everybody to just be watching the entire time, right? A lot of people just want to pop in and get, like, you know, the TLDR, which I understand. I'm not vibing with underwater quests right now. Let's go level somewhere else. I literally only need one more level, so I'm just gonna do quests that, like, feel good. And I'm not going to sit here doing underwater quests that make me miserable. So we're going to just fly this way. You don't think anyone has ever vibed with underwater content? Yeah, it's it can be a little bit rough. Did I seriously not get the quest item? Okay. I looted all the mobs, right? Yeah, fuck me. There was somewhere mining herb video, druids do quickest underwater. Huh? All I see is lots of words and capitals, and I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Is there a dragon riding trainer? I see you have, there's a script that you can run to cause the dragon riding skill pane to pop up on your screen, and you can spend your points. It's Amber Sap Garthani tablet. There's like decent amount of dailies over there. Maybe I just send it. Yeah, the script that Goose Comics typed, if you copy paste that into your chat in game, it'll let you open the window. Some people just stare at the screen, say nothing, and play the game. Yeah, that's me whenever I'm not doing this stuff, pretty much. I think the only thing I need from this is the Garthani tablet, so I probably don't actually need to kill mobs. The Heroic Leap cogwheel works underwater? Nice. Yeah, so just, as we start to approach the end of the stream, guys, because, like, we're almost done with this run. Obviously, this was faster. I took a bit of a detour to try out the raid stuff. I don't necessarily know if that was faster or slower, but I'm glad that I tried it, just because, you know, science had to be done. And obviously, it should come as no surprise that I am going to get sleep. Or maybe it would come as a surprise, because I have been kind of doing degen hour stuff. But, yeah, I am going to get sleep after the stream, so, you know. I've streamed for, like, a total of over 20 hours at this point. Over the past 24 hours. Yeah. So it's, yeah, it's a lot. I streamed actually almost all 24 hours. I took a 2-hour break, and that's the only... I guess it was more like a 3-hour break, but, you know. What am I doing? Amber Sap? I guess, is this on the trees? No? I'm so confused. Oh, it's the quest item. Ah. Okay. I don't want to do that quest. That just seems bad. We down Shah Fear in like 2 minutes with the Ward of Salvation tactic? Interesting. I guess I'll have to try that at some point. But yeah, all that to say, I don't know, obviously, while I'm going to take a break now, I don't necessarily know what the video plans are going to be for MoP Remix. I kind of mentioned before, but the top priority right now, basically the moment I wake up, is going to be finishing Wrath of the Lich King testing and finishing Wrath of the Lich King stuff like that. Or not Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm Classic. So I'm going to do that. And MoP Remix guides, I will make like second channel temporary guides. Like I'll make a video overview on the second channel, basically going over the fastest leveling methods that we know of so far. And I probably won't make like a definitive MoP Remix leveling guide for until next week, until we're sure. I was leaning towards making it sooner rather than later, up until the point when the normal raid thing got discovered. Because at this point, because of the normal raid stuff, now everything has been kind of flipped on its head. And that also tells us that there's maybe a lot that we don't know yet. Because if people weren't aware of the normal raid stuff, what else are they not aware of? So we're going to wait a little while to put out like the main channel leveling guide on that. How fast is my last character? 11 hours. Thanks for hanging in there. It's been a very enjoyable and educational lurk. Got you through your first 70. Nice. Well, I'm glad to have helped with that. Yeah. And a bunch of other people saying, you know, get your rest, cheers, and thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I will. And yeah, so I basically, I'm saying that more, I'm trying to slowly in between, you know, sleep-deprived brain, getting thoughts out. What I'm trying to basically say, yeah, I got the achievement to get my second character 100%, yes. Basically what I'm trying to communicate is that there's not going to be any main channel MoP Remix stuff for a little bit. And if you want to see the MoP Remix videos, stay tuned for, like, the second channel stuff. If you are not already subscribed to my second channel, I will link it in chat in a second. So there's a channel that makes videos to sell WoW boosting services, and they use some of my live stream footage. You recognize the hotbar? I mean, like, people steal shit like that all the time. If you want, like, if it's particularly egregious, I may do something about it. If it's not, then I generally don't really care. I appreciate you letting me know, regardless. If you want to, like, DM me a link on Discord, I can take a look at it, and if it is, like, particularly egregious, whatever. Obviously, if it's one of those where, like, they stole the footage and they just put, like, noise over it or something like that, and it's just, like, you know, it technically falls within fair use, then obviously there's nothing I can do. But yeah, it's, you know, I could take a look. Let's explore Dread Wastes. Did I skip the tutorial? No, I did not skip the tutorial. In the future, I will skip the tutorial. I leveled with a friend for like the first 25 levels, or well, the up to level 25. So we both did the tutorial. I didn't want to get too far ahead. Let me join the menagerie. Nice. I appreciate you looking out either way. What do you think the best zone order is? Jade Forest to 25, then Kunlai, then Townlong, then Dread Wastes. And there's obviously individual quest lines within each zone that are really good, really bad. The only stuff that you want to pretty much entirely skip is Valley and Krasarong. They're just very bad. 100% is the cap that you can get as a baseline for your alts. Really? But yeah, basically, what I was trying to say before is the next live stream is going to be on Monday for Cataclysm Classic launch. And I don't think I will stream more than the first character level. Because I most likely will not have all the dungeon guides finished. So I will level my Death Knight on, like, launch. And then the moment I reach max level and do, like, a few endgame things, I'm going to switch over to doing, like, editing and whatnot. And it's going to be, you know, boring. But that'll be the next live stream, and MoP Remix stuff will not be for a little while. I might do more MoP Remix runs. I'm still kind of on the fence about it, I'm gonna be honest. It's like, mildly interesting, but I'm just kind of bored by it. If I do another MoP Remix run, I will still follow the results of the poll, which means that Paladin is next. And after that, we'll see. But yeah, it's I don't know. And I guess if you want to stay tuned for updates on, like, if I find anything, just if I'm testing on my own, I will usually discuss it in my Discord, which I believe that link is also below. But you're level 63 in your remix character, and you unlock the class armors. Is it worth leveling to 70 to farm bronze, or should you make alts to get the bronze? Well, you can't transfer bronze account-wide. It is bound to your character. So you could, like, buy items on alts. And that way you save bronze on your main. But it doesn't really matter. Yeah, good point, Adrian. I will end the stream by showcasing whether or not that works. Whether or not your alt starts with more experience. I don't believe it does, but we will figure it out. Just to confirm. Even second character is slower than retail? Well, it's tricky. I do think that as a whole, yes, it is slower. Oh, is the quest turn in? Oh, it's outside. So, while this run can still be optimized, it is just generally slower. But who knows? Nice. And that was still a considerable time save. Also, real quick, now that we're at the end of the run, let me just remind people, if you did like the stream, if you enjoyed watching it, make sure to throw the video a like, because likes on live streams work exactly the same as, you know, likes on YouTube videos with the whole algorithm shenanigans. It, like, promotes it in the algorithm, blah, 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 blah. So, usually do that once per stream. All the items you get are from the different sets you can buy. What are the worst zones to level in Pandaria? The worst zone to level by far, if we're not counting Veil of Eternal Blossoms, which Veil of Eternal Blossoms is not a leveling zone. So, it's just not designed for it. The worst zones, Krasarog Dead Valley, by a mile. I'm also not counting patch zones like Isle of Thunder and Timeless Isle are also not leveling zones. They are not meant to be leveled in. They are worse than Krasarog, but obviously it's not intentional. Thank you, Spicy Knife. Yeah. But yeah, so we'll do a quick test. Thread test 2. We'll see what the cloak has. Thanks for a great stream, fantastic content. No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah. 100% increased experience. So my second character has been leveled, and my cloak on this character is this brand new character, still 100%. So it is a fixed value. I think it is safe to say that the cap that you can start off with on your alts is this 100%. And the only other way that we know of to really, really increase the amount of experience you gain is the aforementioned trick where you do normal raids. And normal raids drop 12% experience threads. So that's just good. Beyond that, it's just questing. That's just all there is to do. So. Let me read chat. Thanks for a great stream, oh, I read that already. Thanks for the stream, no problem. And you enjoyed it. You can transfer your gems to alts to help leveling as well. Can you? Let's test that. I'm pretty sure you cannot do that. But maybe they changed that from the test weekend. If you can, that would be nice. I don't think you can. We'll find out real quick. Just tried, you can't mail? Okay, thank you for confirming that, so I'm not crazy. Yeah, well, realistically speaking, yes. Realistically speaking, the 300% cape from Blizzard's screenshot is not obtainable. But even then, it's only not obtainable with all other XP modifiers. The screenshot that Blizzard sent was blatantly misleading because there was no way that you were ever going to be able to obtain that on your starting character. And they just kind of lied. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. They made this very anti-alt. Yeah, I'll be honest, guys. If you all complain, there's a good chance that they buff this. Because it is just miserable. This is miserable. Like, I have my problems with the game mode, but the fact that leveling takes as long as it does, even that, which, like, despite some, you know, inconveniences there, I feel that overall, that was not a bad run. And I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, Blizzard using bait and switch. Yeah, unfortunate. 12 threads are for 65 plus only. It's much less for low levels. Really? No. That's not correct, son. I just realized. Yeah, that's not correct. I got it below that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I can't think straight. I'm trying to like read the last few messages in chat and respond. I genuinely now that the run is over, my brain is literally starting to shut down. I'm just gonna end the stream here. So if I didn't get around to answering your question, I'm sorry. I can't think right now. I'm really tired. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I will try to do a bit more research whenever I wake up, whenever that will be. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. Great turnout today. And I will see you all in the next one.